Donc, on ouvre les portes. It being 11:05, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration of motion M100 on the contribution of co-ops, standing in the name of Ms. Mendez. Ms. Mendez, seconded by Mr. Whalen, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the important role cooperatives play in the economy and ensure that they continue to thrive by taking concrete steps such as A. Developing in consultation with provincial and territorial governments, Indigenous communities, and the cooperative sector, a federal cooperative strategy to promote and support Canada's cooperative sector, and B. Providing periodic progress reports on pre-established goals and targets. Debate. The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Colleagues, I'd like to first thank my colleague, the Honourable Member from St. John's East, for seconding this motion. L'objet de la motion.
The purpose of motion M100, also known as the contribution of cooperatives, is to promote the development and implementation of a strategy to promote and support the co-op sector and mutual sector in Canada. You may wonder why I designed this motion. I'll be very pleased to explain it to you in the coming minutes. First of all, the growth and success of this sector is perfectly in line with the objectives of our government. These objectives will make our country stronger with a more dynamic and diversified economy, and it will create durable and well-paid jobs, high-caliber jobs. This motion will also increase competitiveness by reducing prices for goods and services. The government and I believe that we have an economy that works for the middle class. We have a country that works for all Canadians. The co-ops are often a better vehicle than traditional companies to create an environment to strengthen the middle class and those who work hard to attain it. Mr. Speaker, honourable colleagues, these reasons are why I'm here today to debate and defend this motion.
My belief that of many of my colleagues that the Government of Canada must continue to recognize the important role that cooperatives and mutuals play in the Canadian economy and ensure that the sector continues to thrive. There have been some efforts to recognize that today's cooperative sector is as diverse and innovative as the economy itself. However, these efforts have not been sufficient. Historically, cooperatives have been associated with agriculture and agri-food, whereas today cooperatives have evolved as an innovative model in almost every sector of Canadian and global economies. In 2013, responsibility for cooperatives moved from Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada to Industry Canada, a move that was meant to reflect how the co-op model has grown, and that also began to consider cooperatives as equals to sole proprietorships, partnerships, and corporations. This represents modest progress in the way cooperatives and the cooperative model must be supported by the government. Cela dit,
having said that, the change was not accompanied by a mandate to provide coordination and collaboration between departments of different levels of government and or with the co-op sector itself. That also means that the department cannot implement policies that will have a positive impact on the development of co-ops, which will fill deficiencies in our economy and ultimately benefit Canadians from coast to coast to coast. This government has ambitious projects to grow the economy, to help the middle class, and to support those who want to attain it. Industry Canada was renamed and reorganized, now called Innovation, Science and Development. The department is concentrating on its ambitious innovation program. Co-ops will have a role to play in this program, and the adoption of M100 is a crucial step to ensure that they are part and parcel of that strategy. Cooperatives are innovative by nature. They are born to respond to people's needs and are there to serve the public first and foremost. In my riding of Brossard-Saint-Lambert, excellent co-ops offer essential services that focus on client service. The Co-op Aide Rive-Sud, for example, offers various services such as house cleaning, meal preparation, errands, laundry, and hairdressing. Since 1997, the number of members of this co-op continues to grow, just as the number of employees does. All the workers are members of the co-op themselves. The users count on the dedication of the 130 worker members in order to provide a better quality of life at home. This is a sustainable model to offer client-focused service.
An example of innovation through a cooperative model is La Guilde Cooperative in Montreal, formed 2 years ago. It is a collective of 72 video games programming boutiques that have grouped together to scale up to compete in a global video game market. Based on a democratic structure and built on a model of non-profit producing cooperatives, La Guilde has equipped itself to respond in a sustainable way to the real needs of independent game developers in Montreal. Using the concept of shared services, these independent creative studios are now a stable, sustainable ecosystem that can build out into an expanding global industry and compete with established giants such as Ubisoft.
By establishing and implementing a framework to promote the development of co-ops and mutuals in Canada, and by fully exploring a strategy for the way co-ops can take part in the group of each region and each emergent sector, we can maximize the positive fallout of the co-op model in Canada. In Quebec, we see the fallout of co-ops on local economies. In the 70s, funeral costs were the highest in Canada and Quebec. To counter this, citizens got organized in a cooperative model, and in the decades that follows, Quebec became the province where funeral services were the least expensive. This is a financial and emotional burden for the vast majority of Canadian families. The Special Committee on Co-ops, presided by my late colleague, the Honourable Maurille Bélanger, cites in its report the University of Sherbrooke, saying that the presence of funeral cooperatives for more than 3 decades has had and continues to have a regulating effect by lowering the cost of funerals by 50%.
Stories would not exist today without the strategic partnership and initiative of the federal government of the time. More than 50 years ago, Arctic Cooperatives Limited began commercializing arts and craft production, fur harvesting, and commercial fisheries. These traditional activities became the core business of the early local cooperatives, which would become a network of 32 community-owned co-ops providing northern peoples with fuel, tourism, food, and employment. Arctic Co-ops is now a successful and internationally recognized example of do-it-yourself community economic development in the Canadian North. As of 2012, Arctic Co-ops ranked 24th in Canada among non-financial co-ops based on total revenues. This success was partially the result of federal encouragement and support. There are many examples of successful models, domestically and internationally, that offer strategic possibilities to fill economic gaps and meet social needs in Canada. This debate is an opportunity to draw the attention to what a national cooperative development strategy might provide for Canadians from all walks of life. Rural and urban, First Nations and Métis, young entrepreneurs, official language minority communities, the growing freelance sector, and new Canadians. Cooperatives offer a point of entry and participation in the innovation economy. The cooperative movement is a global one and offers countless examples of innovative and stable economic development that we must learn from. Canada has not been quite as successful as comparable economies in developing the cooperative and mutual sector for our own domestic benefit. We rank 31st in percentage of GDP generated by our cooperative and mutual sector. In a country where 18 million people are members of a cooperative or mutual, half of the population, and 3.4% of our GDP is attributable to cooperatives, we can do more and we can certainly do better.
We only need to look at countries such as New Zealand, the Netherlands, or France as sources of inspiration. What should be pointed out in these countries is the return of the cooperative model in recent years, especially when it comes to renewable energy, healthcare, and entrepreneurial co-ops that allows professionals to maintain their independence while sharing their resources. Through this motion, I'm continuing the work undertaken by the Honourable Maurille Bélanger, work that deserves our respect since the report of the Special Committee was designed in an essentially cooperative way. If adopted, Motion 100 will give the government the mandate to develop a framework and strategy for the development of cooperatives. This mandate is the catalyst required to follow up on the recommendations formulated by the Special Committee on Cooperatives launched by Maurille some 5 years ago.
You will agree with me that it is time to move forward with recommendations to draft a plan, create a framework, and find a way forward.
This motion continues the work undertaken up till now. The wording of M100 is specific, and if passed, support of the House of Commons for the development of a strategy seeking to strengthen the co-op economy in Canada will be firmly established. Maurille often says that co-ops, in particular those that start up, face enormous challenges when it comes to financing, and the federal government clearly has a role to play to help them. That's exactly what this motion seeks to do. I want to be clear about some elements of the motion. It seeks to help small and medium-sized cooperatives that may be blocked or that may grow very slowly. It's not meant to help large co-ops like Desjardins, Co-op Fédéré, Federated Co-ops, AgroPure, and so on. These co-ops are solid enough to succeed as businesses and do not need any additional support.
Hand face challenges that regular businesses do not. Access to capital, the lack of a legal framework, and the dismal availability of data and statistics are just a few examples. Who in a cooperative with many involved member owners would take out a loan or mortgage on behalf of the whole cooperative? Which banking institution would lend to a cooperative where it is unclear who would be responsible in the case of the cooperative defaulting? Aussi, les données et l'accessibilité.
Data and access to statistics about co-ops are haphazard and incomplete. If they were centralized, that would represent concrete support for decision-making by leaders of co-ops. The most recent studies and research published on the government website under Policy on Cooperatives are not up to date. The most recent study goes back to 2012, and that series was stopped.
Detailed proposed solutions, I'll just share a few of them with you today as possibilities to consider. One would be to develop a cooperative investment strategy. Two, to ensure equitable access to funding for cooperatives. Three could be to establish a legislative framework to enable financial and non-financial cooperatives to do business and grow the sector, and many, many more. As my time is coming to a close, I strongly encourage my colleagues from all parties to vote in favor of strengthening the cooperative and mutual sector. La motion M100.
Motion M100 can provide the necessary mandate for the department to fully explore the opportunities and synergies that could create a stable cooperative economy in all regions of Canada. As parliamentarians, we are elected by our fellow citizens to meet collective needs. When it comes to cooperatives and mutuals, they are never imposed on communities. They are born out of common needs and are democratically sensitive to their members. It's incumbent upon us to give a strong mandate to the public service from all members of Parliament to make this strategy a reality. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, thank you for having listened to this. I am eager to work with you to increase competitiveness and create jobs.
Questions and comments. We'll try and get 3 questions in if members will keep their interventions concise. The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank our honourable colleague from Brossard, St. Lambert, for putting forward this motion. I guess, Mr. Speaker, I am a bit confused in terms of the motion itself. Cooperatives from coast to coast to coast to coast deal with farmers and traders and producers, and indeed we've seen cooperatives that involve insurance and financial institutions, credit unions, housing. We have affordable and social housing cooperatives as well. In Western Canada, we have retail. I've also, in doing a quick research, there's Record Label that is involved as a cooperative. We've got Canadian Press is listed as a cooperative. We've got radio stations, and even a refinery that's listed as a cooperative. Mr. Speaker, cooperatives are successful because they are the masters of their own domain. They're in charge of moving forward. They are together to look after the producers and those that have subscribed to it. I guess through you, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking our honourable colleague, the scope and who she sees that would be involved in this, and why is there a need for a centralized overseeing group to manage, I guess, our national cooperative program?
The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Thank my colleague for the question. It's not actually, we're working with the cooperative movement to create this strategy. There's a need to regularize and standardize our rules and regulations around cooperatives. We won't touch the financial sector because that's under finance and it will remain there. But there lacks a clear path for the support that cooperatives need in terms of the legal framework and the financial framework they work with. And I'm working with them to bring this motion forward. I'm not working against cooperatives in any way, shape, or form. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I completely agree with the cooperative model. My family actually worked within the cooperative system for decades. I think this is a system that works very well, particularly in periods of economic instability and uncertainty. There are a lot of cooperative housing units in my riding and in Montreal, around Pierrefonds, and a lot of cooperative housing agreements are coming to an end soon. So I'd like to know, given the spirit of this bill, does the government intend to renew subsidies for housing for people who live in cooperative housing so that they don't have to spend more than 30% of their income on rent? The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I can't respond on behalf of the Minister because I'm not aware of the policies that will be announced soon, but I know that he is consulting on the subject about affordable housing and cooperative housing as part of that. So, like you, I certainly hope that these agreements will be renewed soon. Thank you very much.
Comments. The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member from Brossard-Saint-Lambert for her excellent presentation on M100. Let me get my number straight. My question is this. Can the member elaborate on how the renewable energy sector would thrive under a cooperative environment? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
I firmly believe, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question, that the cooperative model is extremely capable of reacting quickly to needs in communities and to create an economic development framework that would sustain, for example, the renewable energy sector. Right now, many of our communities are debating how to address all the climate change challenges that they're facing, and I think the cooperative movement can. Just in waste management, there have been examples of waste management that have been created through cooperatives that address the climate change issues very, very directly and very quickly. That is one example, but there are so many others that could be looked at. Thank you.
We got 3 questions in. This House is amazing. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly second that comment. It is a welcome opportunity to speak in this place on this motion today, and I would like to commend the member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert for putting this motion forward. And I'd like to take a few moments today, Mr. Speaker, to explain exactly why I think that this is such an important motion. In particular, I'd like to focus on credit unions. Obviously, in our Conservative caucus, we have a wide variety of backgrounds. To my left, Mr. Speaker, we have a former president and chair of a large credit union. We obviously have farmers. We have business men and women who have conducted large amount of work and business with credit unions. And so I'd like to focus on that end of the cooperative sphere today, Mr. Speaker. And in my riding of Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola, and my former riding as well of Okanagan, Coquihalla, credit unions are often the financial cornerstone of these regions. For many of my constituents, it was a community credit union that said yes to their first mortgage, to their first small business loan, to that line of credit. And when some of the larger financial institutions that have international presence, Mr. Speaker, said, and you are, now I don't mean to suggest anything negative against Canada's larger financial institutions, who are part of the cornerstone of what many feel is one of the best banking systems in the world. But the fact is, to many of my constituents, they got their first start, their first financial start, so to speak, because a credit union said yes to them. Now, even as I wrote this speech on last Friday night, news had just spread that Valley First Credit Union, which is part of First West, donated $150,000 towards the South Okanagan Medical Foundation. Now, this is the same credit union that sponsors many local important community events. Now, in Summerland, there is a credit union that sponsors many other local events and is considered to be one of the best run of all of British Columbia. And it is all of one, Mr. Speaker, a single branch. But for the people in Summerland, it has been their financial and fiscal lifeline. It has helped finance the growth of Summerland since it was first founded in 1944. In fact, a remarkable story, back in 1944, the Summerland Credit Union was founded when 10 local citizens pooled together less than $20. And the rest, as they say, Mr. Speaker, is history. So why am I raising credit unions today and speaking in support of this motion? Well, the short, simple answer is because credit unions need our help. And they're not asking for a zero-interest loan like our friends at Bombardier. The reality is that credit unions are drowning. They're drowning in regulatory red tape and one-size-fits-all Ottawa-imposed regulation. For starters, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you would know that common reporting standards and FinTrack alone are creating massive compliance costs onto credit unions. One small credit union alone tells me they spend $100,000 a year in compliance costs. Now, to a large financial institution, $100,000 is probably a drop in the advertising bucket. But for a small community credit union, it means you are literally hiring people not to serve customers, but rather to serve Ottawa, filling out the required paperwork. And it is a massive burden, Mr. Speaker. And now the Liberal government comes along and says, oh, wait, we're going to change mortgage regulations on you. Keep in mind, I'm not talking about the new stress tests. I'm talking about the punitive and unilateral decision to take away CMHC insurance on refinance mortgages. Now, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are a savvy bunch. We understand that accessing our home equity through a refinance mortgage is absolutely the most cost-effective way to invest in a small business, to finance home renovations, to consolidate debt, to survive a long labor lockout, to keep a family home after a divorce. Whatever the case may be, Mr. Speaker, refinancing a mortgage is a cost-effective way to invest in a local economy. And now with zero consultation, the Liberal government has taken that away. Now, what this means is small credit unions will have to allocate more funds to cover those mortgages, and in turn, it means that money is not available to flow into other sectors of the local community lending portfolio, and in turn means interest rates will need to be higher. All of this drives up costs on a credit union and ultimately, Mr. Speaker, its members. This is why credit unions are so greatly troubled by many of the measures that this government has put forward. In fact, on the mortgages, I go back, we have heard every single witness at the Finance Committee, including the witnesses put forward by the Liberals, all agreed these changes will have significant negative impacts on the industry and ultimately on Canadians. They also agreed there was zero consultation on why the Liberals are adamant on implementing these punitive changes. Now, we had bureaucrats at the Finance Committee, and while they could explain what or why the policy changes were, none of them could explain why this Liberal government wants to make these changes, Mr. Speaker. Now, I will even credit a few of my Liberal colleagues on the Finance Committee. When I put forward a motion to invite the Finance Minister so he could explain why he thinks these changes are good, they agreed with me and supported the motion. Now, for those of you less familiar with how the Finance Committee works, it's not every day that members of the government will agree to bring their own minister before the committee to explain himself. And so that brings me back to this motion. I could at length continue on the important roles that credit unions play in my riding, Mr. Speaker, and indeed I know many ridings throughout Canada, and that's why I'm pleased to support the motion. I can also state that since I've assumed the portfolio of Deputy Finance Critic, I have also heard at length from my credit unions on very serious struggles they are facing, all trying to keep up with Ottawa's imposed one-size-fits-all regulatory compliance-related red tape. And if we are to support this motion, and I'm hopeful, Mr. Speaker, that all parties and all members will be considered supportive of this motion, then by extension we must do more to recognize the value of cooperatives. We must ensure that we listen and that we make much-needed regulatory changes. These changes do not cost the taxpayer money, but they will help keep a more robust, a more diverse, and a more competitive fiscal sector in Canada, which is what we all believe needs to happen towards prosperity, Mr. Speaker. Now, before I close, I would like to briefly quote from the Desjardins Group, who made a presentation at the Finance Committee. And as Mr. Bernard Brun said it best, and I quote, "The rest of the country's financial cooperatives are an important and integral part of the Canadian financial system, and that the rules need to be adapted accordingly," end quote. I could not agree more, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I'm speaking in support of this motion today. And I do appreciate members' time to hear from my comments. And again, I'd like to thank the member who sponsored this motion, the member from Brossard Saint Lambert, for putting this forward. I believe it is a helpful reminder, Mr. Speaker, that we must be thinking of our local communities, and we must be thinking of them when we're in this place, and not necessarily allowing the dictates of the politics of today to push us in a direction. Mr. Speaker, all good things in life are upstream, and I appreciate this member suggesting this is one way that we can make things better for cooperatives, including credit unions, right across this great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So straight off, I'd like to say that I have a hard time understanding how an MP in this House could oppose this motion today, particularly if that MP were from Quebec. Or, well, let's say that the percentage of cooperatives, or the proportion of cooperatives, is much larger in Quebec than in other provinces and territories. Now, cooperatives affect us our whole life long. I could mention the Desjardins Credit Union, for example. And there's also what's called the caisse scolaire, which means that from elementary school onward, our children learn about the cooperative sector, and they learn about the economic sector through this sort of educational bank. And of course, back in the day, people could invest as little as a penny. We don't have pennies anymore, but it's something that allows them to invest small amounts of money and learn about banking. And we've seen many cooperatives over the years. There are even cooperative funeral homes. So we can see that they really affect us from cradle to grave. There are also academic cooperatives, agricultural cooperatives, health-related cooperatives. So really, in every sector of our economy, cooperatives play a role. And this is particularly true of the social economy. Cooperatives are really part of the social economy, and they've developed a number of important social initiatives. So it's important to support this motion. However, I think there is a small negative point here that I'd like to mention. If you've been around for a few years, you'll remember the excellent work that was done on this file by Maurice Bélanger. And there was also very significant work done by an NDP colleague, Hélène Leblanc, in the 41st Parliament, who worked on cooperatives as well. So the only negative point here is that we're only dealing with a motion today rather than a bill that would help us really apply some of these measures. So what does this motion actually say? Well, the text of the motion recommends that the federal government recognize the important role of cooperatives in the economy, and it encourages the government to promote their growth. It's hard to be against that. It also calls upon the government to develop a cooperative strategy with all provincial and territorial partners. And finally, it implores the government to publish periodic progress reports on pre-established goals and targets. Hard to be against any of that. All that we would like is for things to go a little bit faster. So I support the motion in principle, but I would say that the motions, or the recommendations rather, are quite vague and not very specific, so that their concrete impact on cooperatives will probably require a lot more political will from the Liberal government. Let's hope that that political will is there. I don't have any doubts about the content, the substance of the motion, but we'll have to see about the timeline. And we'll have to see if the Liberal government really sticks to its commitments. For those following the debate, I would remind you that cooperatives are organizations where the users are also the owners. There are many features of cooperatives, including the fact that the members have a democratic voice in its operations. Cooperatives also share some points with NDP values. The values of the cooperative movement are those that define our political action. In other words, a desire to work together to build equity between citizens and to build mutual trust. The NDP has always defended cooperatives because they are so resilient during periods of economic crisis. Cooperatives are resilient because their business decisions are directly linked both to the social and economic impact that they have on their local communities. According to a Quebec minister for economic development and innovation, cooperatives last almost twice as long as conventional businesses. As Brian Inglis, Vice President of the Agricultural section, said, because of this economic reality, we feel that cooperatives can play an important strategic economic role, given that cooperatives attempt to meet the needs of both their members and their communities, including economic and social needs. They are very well placed to carry out their missions in rural and urban communities. When the economic situation gets worse, people tend to find ways to cooperate so that they can find practical solutions. End of quote. Cooperatives are also at the heart of job creation. In Quebec, between 2000 and 2010, jobs in the cooperative sector increased by 25%. And that number was 10% lower for the rest of the economy. Across Canada, the cooperative movement also generates thousands of jobs. More than 155,000 people are actively involved in this movement. Furthermore, cooperatives often have important financial success. According to a federal government report, non-financial cooperatives had a total turnover of $39.6 billion in 2012, which represents an increase of 3% over 2011. The communities served by cooperatives enjoy the benefits of this good performance, even though there are only a minority of stakeholders who benefit directly. Quebec is really a champion of the cooperative movement, and I'm proud to be part of that movement. There's no doubt that the cooperative movement has shaped our history. For more than 20 years, the Quebec government has had a cooperative investment system that has helped establish and grow many cooperatives. This political will allowed more than $393 million in new investments in cooperatives. Today, more than a million Quebecers are a member of a cooperative, and the cooperative sector employs more than 43,000 people. So 1 out of 8 Quebecers directly participate in the growth of the cooperative sector. When we look at the cooperative sector in Quebec, I think it's essential to look at the Desjardins movement. Although, as I said, it's now present in all sectors. 70% of the Quebec population is a member of Desjardins, or a Desjardins credit union. It was founded in 1900 by Alphonse Desjardins, and this was at a time when traditional banks would only lend money to rich families, whereas the working class could only have access to moneylenders who had prohibitively expensive rates. In the end, Alphonse Desjardins created a structure where the working class could be their own bankers. We recognize the Desjardins movement as being a driving force in Quebec's economy.
Now, despite the relevance of cooperatives for the economy, the last time the federal government looked at the issue was in 2010 at a forum on cooperatives. And that's where the text of the motion came from. It calls on the government to recognize the contribution of cooperatives, as if that the importance needed to be demonstrated. What we're talking about here is concrete action required to ensure these services continue to be provided to communities. That is why we took a stand to urge the government to put in place returns, for example, to help the development of cooperatives. That is a concrete step that we could see incorporated into the coming budget, which would go along the lines of this motion, but take it even a step farther. In addition, to be as effective as possible, we're calling on the government to enhance access to information on cooperatives across the country. It's by adequately identifying needs that the federal government will know how to target this better. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that in the current Parliament, the Liberal Party tabled a motion calling for a study by a special committee on the importance of cooperatives. In 2012, this showed the importance of the issues, and unfortunately I won't have enough time to give you the quote and go into further detail, but in summary, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that I will be voting in favor of this motion, hoping that as early as possible we'll see the impact of these types of changes in various pieces of legislation brought forth by the government. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to thank the member from Brossard-Saint-Lambert for bringing this important motion forward. It's my pleasure to rise today as chair of the Multi-Party Co-op Caucus to highlight not only the economic benefits that cooperatives provide, but also the leadership on social issues and environmental challenges addressed by these innovative enterprises. The economic impact of cooperatives and mutuals is clear, with approximately 9,000 cooperatives and mutuals employing almost 190,000 Canadians. The cooperative sector remains a key segment of the Canadian economy. According to data collected by the Government of Canada in 2012, there are 8,000 non-financial cooperatives across Canada with a total business volume of almost $40 billion. It's clearly time to develop, in consultation with provincial and territorial governments, Indigenous peoples, the cooperative sector, and other governments, a federal and cooperative strategy to promote Canada's cooperative sector. Co-ops exist in a number of sectors of the economy, including wholesale and retail, agriculture, housing, construction, manufacturing, and fishing and hunting, to name a few. In 2012, Canada's cooperatives had almost 8 million memberships and have paid out $607 million in dividends to their members and to their communities. The cooperative model also places an emphasis on key values like democracy, equality, equity, and solidarity. I'm particularly proud to stand in support of this motion, as Guelph is home to almost 100 cooperatives, many of them incorporated federally. These include the Cooperators, Gay Foods, Organic Meadow, the Guelph Campus Co-op, just to name a few. The Cooperators is an excellent example of one of Guelph's leading businesses. They lead in economic activity with one of Guelph's leading employers and also leading in economic returns. But at the same time, they champion social and environmental sustainability. In fact, the Cooperators is registered as a B Corporation and has led the way for many other Guelph companies to become B Corps. Another great example is Organic Meadow Co-op, first opened in 1989 by 6 organic farmers. They began their co-op to create a totally new food system that would deliver high-quality, certified organic, local food to consumers. These organizations operate based on 7 internationally established principles, including concern for community, and are global leaders in accomplishing UN sustainability goals. Whether generating economic opportunities for new Canadians or providing employment opportunities for people with disabilities, cooperatives are addressing a number of complex social challenges. Mr. Speaker, perhaps nowhere is that social benefit more clear than in the area of affordable housing. According to a recently published study, more than 40% of all non-financial cooperatives operate in real estate, particularly as housing co-ops. It's estimated that some 2,300 housing co-ops across the country provide more than 96,000 housing units. This represents 250,000 Canadians who currently live in a cooperative home. Housing cooperatives, which can range from small buildings to large apartment complexes, are democratic communities where the residents decide how the co-ops operate. The mission of these cooperatives is simple: to help members find suitable and affordable housing. The cost of their housing will only increase when operating costs increase, which ensures low-income households living in co-ops continue to have access to affordable housing. That's why Budget 2016 introduced $574 million to renovate and undertake energy and water efficiency retrofits of the aging social housing stock, including cooperative housing. As of January 15th, more than 48,000 social housing units in some 1,000 co-op and nonprofit housing projects were slated to benefit from this funding. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that housing cooperatives play a central role in Canada. Let me now turn to another set of challenges the cooperative model is being used to address. That is the unique health and other social services needs that exist in our communities. It's estimated that more than 500 cooperatives across the country provide tailored health services, daycare, or home care. Healthcare co-ops can take a variety of forms, including those that are made up of healthcare providers or patients and community members, or a hybrid of the two. Whether providing home care to seniors and people with disabilities or employment opportunities for people that experience barriers to employment, co-ops are providing crucial health and social services. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to bring to your attention one such cooperative in Newfoundland. The North Shore Central Ambulance Cooperative provides ambulance services on the north shore of Trinity Bay. Through collective action and community ownership, this cooperative has been able to maintain high-quality ambulance services directly to the community. The cooperative model also presents a unique economic development opportunity for new Canadians. Indeed, co-ops provide them with networks in their community, training opportunities related to business skills, and leadership and a variety of professional development opportunities. Cooperatives that achieve these goals operate in a variety of sectors, and meet a variety of needs for newcomers, including education, healthcare, financial services, and the arts. Renewable energy co-ops are another great example of Canadians using the flexibility of the co-op model to achieve shared environmental objectives. These businesses integrate co-op principles such as democratic decision-making and collective outcomes, and direct them towards the creation of renewable energy. And we have a few of those in the hometown of Guelph as well, Mr. Speaker, and they're really doing well. While most of Canada's renewable energy co-ops are currently located in Ontario, it is a concept that's gaining popularity across the country due to their success. Mr. Speaker, I'd encourage all members of this House to support this motion. In conclusion, I'd like to thank my colleague for tabling this motion, which not only demonstrates the role cooperatives are playing in Canada's economy, but continues the work of our good friend, the late Morel Belanger, who was such a staunch advocate of the co-op movement, past chair of the caucus, and a champion for so many Canadians in so many ways. Mr. Speaker, I'd love to see this move forward and have success for the benefit of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to address the House of Commons today on such an important matter as this. As somebody who's spent time in the financial services sector, roughly 6.5 years in banking, I had the opportunity to work both with TD and RBC as well as with Meridian Credit Union, which is a cooperative being a credit union, and I was able to see that the products and the opportunities that are offered through the cooperative structure has a great help to consumers, and certainly provides competition, especially in the financial services sector, to what is mostly a closed industry. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Brossard-St. Lambert for bringing forward this motion today. I think it certainly is something that needs to be addressed going forward by this government and certainly by this House. And it's something that in the past governments have seen as very important. There were changes made by former Finance Minister Jim Flaherty with regards to the laws surrounding credit unions, allowing them to nationalize, allowing them to go cross-country and not just be stuck in each province. And those changes certainly were seeds that are sowing more competition in the financial sector. But one of the concerns that I have, Mr. Speaker, is that this originally actually came forward as a bill and then was retracted and brought forward as a motion, which is a non-binding motion, as you know. And, Mr. Speaker, I question that because from where I sit, it looks like perhaps the government may have intervened, that they didn't want to see this come forward as a binding bill that they would need to act on, and therefore wanted a non-binding motion that could be supported and pushed aside. And that's certainly not the approach that we were promised by the government when they were sworn into power. It's certainly not the approach that was communicated to us through the throne speech on December 4th, 2015. I'd like to take a couple excerpts, if you will, Mr. Speaker, out of that speech to show what was communicated to us in terms of the expectations for members of Parliament, specifically backbench MPs, and how their opinions would matter. The Governor-General, when he read it, said, quote, "I call on all parliamentarians to work together with a renewed spirit of innovation, openness, and collaboration. In this Parliament, all members will be honoured, respected, and heard wherever they sit, for here in these chambers, the voices of all Canadians matter. Let us not forget, however, that Canadians have been clear and unambiguous in their desire for real change. Canadians want their government to do things differently, and to do different things and to do things differently, and they want to be able to trust their government. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that we have a very important matter that I think would have been a very strong bill being brought forward to this House by a backbench MP on the government side, and it appears at this point that that was not in line with what the government wanted to do. And I commend this member for bringing forward this motion, bringing forward this very important issue, because it actually does speak to competition in many sectors across the country. In fact, I would say the cooperatives really are spread across each and every sector. And unfortunately, with this being a non-binding motion, it's not going to have the effect that I wish that it would. And it actually speaks to the fact that there's nothing coming forward concrete out of this government with regards to economic development, with regards to pushing industry down the road, with regards to our economy, which has seen very, very difficult times over the last year. We had some good numbers on Friday of last week, but besides that, we've seen very, very poor job growth numbers. And so what we've been asking for is a plan in this House from the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, and what used to be Industry Canada, and we haven't seen anything but 3 bills. The first bill was with regards to copyrighted works for persons with disabilities. We certainly supported it. We will always support that. But it doesn't have a wide-ranging effect on the economy. It doesn't show the plan that this government said they were going to come forward with. The second one was with regards to disclosure of boards and disclose and comply. And if you're not complying with the number of persons in terms of your board of directors and diversity on it, then you need to explain why. And as we're moving forward, there is another bill just tabled last week, which is yet to come to our Innovation Committee. But as we're moving forward, what we're seeing is a lack of a plan for the economy. And so when I see a member on the other side of the House bring forward a very strong motion, which I would rather have been a bill, again, because it was binding, you know, I sit here and I wonder why it is that the government or the member on the other side didn't proceed with the bill itself instead of something that is a non-binding motion, because we're actually not seeing anything with regards to the economy and a plan for the economy coming forward. And this is actually a meaningful piece that could have provided help and support, and certainly we would have wished that the minister took it and actually ran with it and worked with the member to ensure that this was a binding policy that they could take to the private sector and push very hard. You know, there was times when I was at Meridian where we had a lot of influence over what was happening in the economy. So as a credit union, as a cooperative, we were able to fill into sectors that perhaps the banks couldn't do. I know that there's been times where smaller businesses, they felt that they couldn't compete, so they come together, they work together, and through the process of creating a cooperative, they find savings in terms of sourcing products, they find opportunities in terms of selling their products. And so the cooperatives are very, very, very important, and I wish that we'd seen this in a full bill. Now, if I can go back, Mr. Speaker, to credit unions and cooperatives overall, you know, there's a number of insurance cooperatives, there's a number of financial institution cooperatives. When the previous government moved the motion to allow for cooperatives and credit unions to be able to go on a national level, there was certainly some concern over whether they would be able to compete with the high cost of doing so. And what we actually saw was out east, the provinces came together, the credit unions within the provinces came together, and were able to put forward a larger bank and credit union cooperative and provide savings to their members, as well as be able to provide more products to their clients who are one and the same. And what we saw out west was Van City and some other large credit unions looking at breaking out onto the national stage. And we also saw in Ontario, my former employer, Meridian Credit Union, look at a national perspective as well. There was talks of mergers, there was talks of all types of different opportunities. But what we've seen now in the last year is a couple of them actually take that step onto the national stage. Some of them are looking at online banks, some of them are looking at mergers still. But what that has done is it's created more competition in the financial services sector, and it has forced the bigger players, in terms of the banks, etc., to sharpen the pencil. So at the end of the day, this increased competition has resulted in better products for consumers, better rates for consumers, and all around a good move forward for Canada. So what I would like to see, Mr. Speaker, from this government, recognizing I only have about a minute left, is that this government will take concrete steps. Don't just stop with a non-binding motion. Encourage cooperatives, encourage credit unions, because what they're doing is they're actually saving dollars for consumers. They're creating jobs for Canadians, where we've seen abysmal job growth, and they are actually creating a better, more stable economy going forward through this type of diversity. So, Mr. Speaker, it's certainly been an honor to speak about this today, and I look forward to returning and certainly being able to address this again in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Winnipeg North, I'll let him know that there are only about 4 minutes remaining in the time provided for private members' business today, this afternoon now. But we'll get started just the same, and he'll have the remaining time, of course, when the House next resumes debate on the question. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and what a pleasure it is to rise and talk about a very important issue. I know, the late Maurice Boulanger was a very strong advocate for co-ops in every region of our country. I remember many days when we were in opposition where the member would always raise the issue of Canada's cooperative movement and just how important co-ops were for our country. And I don't believe that there was anyone that would ever challenge that thought within our caucus back then, Mr. Speaker. And I would suggest to you today that you'll have wonderful support coming from the government towards the whole cooperative movement as a whole. We understand and appreciate the valuable role that cooperatives play in everyday life for millions of Canadians, and it's done in many different ways. I was, shortly after leaving the Canadian Forces, got involved in the Weston Residents Association, and one of the things that we wanted to be able to do was to have an impact on housing in our community, and we initiated a housing co-op. And housing co-ops are just one of many different forms of co-ops that are out there, but it was an important one for community redevelopment. And this is something in which I believe is still viable today, that there are many communities virtually in every region of our country that would benefit by having housing co-ops getting more involved in our community developments. It's great for whether it's urban revitalization or it's just being a part of some of the suburbs that are there. And we are seeing that today. And I do believe that it is important for us to recognize that. Then, Mr. Speaker, if you are as familiar as I am with Winnipeg North, one of the things that you'll recognize is the importance of our credit unions and cooperatives, financial services, food services. We have the Red River Co-op, which is one of the busiest gas stations in the North End, because my constituents recognize the value of co-ops, Mr. Speaker, in a very different and a very real way. And that's one of the reasons why, when reviewing this particular motion, reflecting on my good friend, the late Maurice Boulanger, one cannot help but get excited about the potential that co-ops not only have into the future, but recognizing some of the wonderful things that they have done in the past, Mr. Speaker. The idea of having some sort of a strategy is a positive one. How we best come and put that into effect is something, no doubt, that this chamber will continue to debate over the next hour and a little bit, I guess, that second hour, and look forward to ultimately seeing it come to a vote. But suffice to say, from my perspective, I've had firsthand experience with co-ops. They've been wonderful experiences. I know through my constituents that co-ops and the cooperative movement is a positive thing. We have headquarters located in Winnipeg North. It has an impact, as I say, on the everyday millions, I would argue, of Canadians benefit by the cooperative movement, and I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that it will continue to grow into the future, and it is something in which, as government, we should be able to foster and support. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I believe my time has expired for today, but we'll get another opportunity in the future. Thank you.
Well, as the honourable member indicated, there will be 6 minutes remaining in his time for his comments on the motion when the House next resumes a debate on this question. The period
provided for the examination of private members' business is now expired. It is therefore dropped to the bottom of the order paper.
Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-30, Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement Implementation Act.
Debate, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's with great pleasure that I rise to speak to the Canada-European Union Free Trade Agreement. This is, of course, an outstanding initiative, many years in the making, and the reasons to support it are very simple. At the bottom line, when the study was done in advance of the commencement of negotiations on this Canada-Europe Free Trade Agreement, the study revealed that based on the assumptions they were looking at, an agreement of this nature would deliver an annual boost to the Canadian economy of some $12 billion. That's not small change. That's significant money. That'll make a big difference in people's lives. But what's also significant is that that is a study that was undertaken many, many years ago. And I can tell you that the likely benefits with the passage of time and the growth of economies are in fact much greater than that. But that is the cornerstone we look at, a $12 billion boost in the economy. And that means a real difference in the lives of ordinary people, of workers, and companies across Canada that would have the opportunity to benefit from that. I can tell you, when I became Canada's Trade Minister, this negotiation was underway, and I very quickly ensured that it became our #1 trade priority. The focus of our policy, the focus of our energies, because I saw in this potential trade agreement the ability for us to do great things, to really be able to benefit, and that it was in fact a tailor-made opportunity for Canada. And for Canada, we also benefited from the fact that it was a bit of a trial run in the negotiations for a later negotiation with the United States, but it also meant that we in Canada were in a kind of privileged position. By that I mean, from a trading perspective, a position better than any other country in the world. We had already, through Canada-U.S. free trade and then the North American Free Trade Agreement, tremendous access to our neighbours to the south, to the United States, the largest economy in the world, and the European Union represented, well, together the two of them are the two largest economies in the world. Should Canada get this agreement in place, we will be the only significant major developed economy in the world with free trade agreements in place with both the United States and the European Union, the two largest economies in the world. Now picture what potential and opportunity lies there. Suppose you are somewhere, anywhere in the world, and you say, I want to set up my manufacturing plant, I want to set up my business, I want to set up in a place where I can have access to the two biggest markets in the world. You'll look at the facts, you'll look at the agreements in place, and you'll come to an inescapable conclusion. There's one good place to do that. That place is Canada. That's why this agreement is so important. That's why this agreement will attract significant investment. When I was Trade Minister, as we were promoting this, I often spoke with potential investors, and they talked about the things that made Canada attractive. Some of those things are not as strong now as they were then. Things like our very significant low debt, which meant that taxes could stay low for the long term, and our low taxes. That meant that it would be very competitive to work in Canada. Some of that has eroded in the past year or so under the current government and the trajectory they're on. But that being said, we're still in a pretty good position there. And we had other advantages, the most skilled workforce in the world. But this additional piece of access to these two great markets is something that was going to make a tremendous difference to a lot of those investors, a reason why they were looking at investing in Canada, and that would mean jobs for Canadians. There are other reasons why I think that the straightforward calculus in a study of the potential benefit here underestimates the potential that Canada has. And that's because for Europe, we have such a significant population, a diaspora from every single country in the European Union, that we have the potential through those ties and linkages to really capitalize. We have ties of people, ties of language in this country. There are people that speak every single language in the European Union. We have ties of culture and even ties of family and ties of having done business in the past. Those linkages provide the structure on which we can build that transatlantic relationship of strong trade through those diaspora populations. It represents a real opportunity. For Canada, our trading relationship has benefited obviously enormously from the proximity of the United States and our cultural similarity there, and that's why that is such a strong trading relationship. But in some ways, it's been almost too easy for Canadian businesses and entrepreneurs to look and say, you know what, I'm just going to focus on the United States because it's there, it's easy, it's the same language, we watch the same television programs, I can talk to them about what happened on the Grammys last night, we'll all know what each other are talking about. And Canadians have chosen that route, sometimes to the exclusion of other opportunities in the world, all too often, simply because it is that easy. And it's hard to criticize people for doing that. But with the Canada-European Free Trade Agreement, we have an opportunity to do something a little bit different because of the nature of that diaspora population, because of the strong affection that the people from those countries that live here in Canada that have roots in those countries have, because of their desire to maintain those ties, and because I think of their recognition that in their understanding of linkage, in the ties that they have through family, through people, through knowing the culture, they recognize there is a real opportunity for them without having to go through many of the challenges of familiarizing themselves with the way of doing business in a new country. They already are halfway there, and that provides a tremendous opportunity for them. I can tell you, as Trade Minister, I worked extensively in putting together support for this agreement, which was near universal among those diaspora communities, among the chambers of commerce. And, you know, we had a chamber of commerce in this country, for example, Canada-Austria Chamber, Canada-Germany Chamber of Commerce. All these groups already existed, and a couple more formed, so that we had one for virtually every single country in the European Union that was looking to encourage those ties and prepare for the day when we would get this Canada-European Free Trade Agreement in place. And by orienting them to think that way, to get ready for it, to prepare to capitalize on the opportunities that will follow, Canada has the enormous potential to do that. That was one of those things that I was working on when Trade Minister, and about which I was very, very proud. I know that if we look at that potential for Canada, it is tremendous. The potential for this agreement is positive. All trade agreements, if done properly and negotiated well, and Canada has a tremendous track record, certainly our government did very, very well with the agreements that we negotiated, they all have the potential to be win-win situations in which a rising tide lifts all boats, in which people through through good agreements benefit from what each other have to offer. Now, of course, with Europe, there are other advantages, and that is that an agreement can be negotiated on good terms because we have similar high environmental standards, similar high labor standards, similar high standard of living. So you aren't looking at unusual disadvantages, and of course, similar cultural and legal roots and systems, all of which means that we can work well together and do business well together once that trade agreement is in place. But there are other very good reasons why this trade agreement offers opportunity for us, and it goes beyond the straightforward economic. I look at the Canada-European Union Free Trade Agreement in some ways as an extension of positive foreign policy for Canada. Canada, I think, is a model country to the world, but it is also an opportunity for us to continue what we certainly were doing in the previous government, and that is working to advance our Canadian values on the world stage. And we should be proud of what those Canadian values are, and we shouldn't be shy about advancing them on the world stage. Our support for human rights, the rule of law, democracy, and freedom. These are very important fundamental values. And you may think, of course, that when we're talking about Europe, these are all settled questions. But as, of course, we've seen through the scope of the past century, Europe has been wrought by conflict. And we significantly saw a period of half a century where Europe was divided between a Soviet-ruled, communist-dominated East and, of course, our free and democratic Western models. Economically, there was no contest, which is, of course, one of the reasons why ultimately the Soviet Union collapsed and those communist systems did collapse. And I'll speak a little bit more about that later. But we have an opportunity to provide, through a trade agreement and further ties, greater reinforcement and support for the development and democratization and stabilization process of those countries. And this is particularly the case in an era where we see somewhat more assertive Russia under the leadership of Putin, where they are looking to expand their sphere of influence, to try and have adverse influences on some of the countries around them. I think in particularly of the Baltic countries, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and of course you have all the other former communist countries that are there, Hungary, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Slovenia, Croatia, Poland, Bulgaria, and Romania. These are all part of the European Union, and it's important for us to strengthen those ties, those economic ties, so that we can indeed help to anchor all those countries more firmly into the West. So there is an economic dimension, but there is a very strong political dimension. It's a geostrategic dimension. All of those countries already have EU membership. NATO membership has been incredibly important to them, but this is an opportunity to layer on top of that, through trade agreements, further ties that are economic and people-oriented that help to anchor them in the West. And as I said, that is becoming increasingly important. There was a time when we thought the Cold War was over, that these were considerations we didn't need to concern ourselves with. Well, as we know, sadly, that has been changing. And it has been changing over time. And if one looks at some of the risks that exist from an aggressive Putin government, the first example, of course, was the intervention of the Russians in Georgia, when on the pretext of dealing with challenges in the Abkhazia and South Ossetia republics, which were restive republics, with a lot of Russian interference, it might be added. In fact, Russian occupation in the form of what were so-called peacekeepers and observers, but ultimately a conflict was provoked in a country, Georgia, which was under its leadership of Mikhail Saakashvili, pursuing a very strong policy of moving to the West, of moving to become part of NATO, of becoming part of the European Union. In fact, even though it wasn't part of the European Union, they had that flag flying. And of course, the objective of Putin was to try and stop them from turning to the West. And successfully, he did provoke a conflict which I think has had the very unfortunate after effect of making the balance of the NATO countries reluctant, particularly those in Europe, in taking on Georgia as a member of NATO, notwithstanding that that was their clear and has been their clear expressed preference. We have believed strongly in the Conservative Party that countries should have the freedom to choose their allies, that no other country, like Russia, should be able to impose a veto on that. But one of the lessons that was learned from that Georgia experience was that one of the critical decision points was the decision of the NATO members not to extend a membership action plan to Georgia, which seemed to be the event that triggered, just to say that ultimately one day it might happen, that seemed to be the event that shone the green light for Putin to move in there and create that instability. Similarly, we saw the same thing happen in Ukraine. It was following that Euromaidan rebellion, Euromaidan uprising to restore democracy and freedom there, and again a desire by the people to turn to the West that provided the provocation and the basis for, I say provocation, it's not really the right word, provided the excuse and the basis or the motivation for Putin to move into the annexation of Crimea and of course the occupation of parts of the Donbass region and the conflict that continues there and indeed may be escalating in recent days and weeks. That's why it is so important for us on another trade agreement to continue that process towards a trade agreement with Ukraine. It is, again, part of that process of anchoring them as their population overwhelmingly wants to be anchored to the West, to the European Union, to NATO. But the clear strategic objective of Putin is to try and prevent that from happening and to create a situation of military instability. Well, we have an opportunity within the European Union through this agreement to keep that from being repeated in places like Poland and the Baltics, where they have very genuinely well-based fears that this could happen. Countries like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, that are on the front lines against Russia, that had experienced that Soviet occupation in the past, we have an opportunity to, not just through our current efforts, we have a military deployment for which I congratulate the Liberal government, a very wise initiative they've undertaken to provide a deployment to Latvia to show that we, as Canada, are committed strongly to our NATO partners. We are showing resolve under Article 5 and sending a clear signal that should an effort be made to instigate an asymmetrical aggression or something like that in the Baltics, we would resist that. Well, we can, through our free trade agreement, also provide those strong linkages there. And it's important in the Baltics in particular, if we look at the geostrategic situation right now, because right across the border, they have what is called the 76th Air Guard Assault Division, the Pskov Battalion. And that is literally right across the border from the Baltics. And why should we be concerned about them? Well, these are the pointiest, most aggressive end of the Russian military. They were involved in the Chechen campaigns. They were there in the Georgian campaign. They've been there in the annexation of Crimea and the Donbass, and they conducted very aggressive military maneuvers on a continual basis on the borders and the near airspace of the Baltic countries. So for that reason, everything we can do to show our strong economic and trade ties to these people will help advance our foreign policy objectives for stability in that area. And there's also growth opportunities in these countries. When you do trade agreements, you want to have them with high growth economies. Where do you find high growth economies that are compatible? Well, I say to you, those former communist countries of the European Union, because they were held back for half a century, have been doing catch-up. And that catch-up means high economic growth, and that means great opportunity for trade agreements. And I'll show you by example, the European Union average economic growth in the decade or so from 2004 to 2015 was 1%. But listen to these numbers. Bulgaria, 2.8% over the same time, average economic growth annually. Czech, 2.4%. Estonia, 2.6%. Latvia, 2.7%. Lithuania, 3.1%. Poland, on fire, 3.8%. Romania, 2.9%. And Slovakia, 3.9%. These are tiger economies. I look at a country like Estonia, a real model tiger economy. They have a 10% of GDP, debt to GDP ratio, 10%. We're pretty proud in Canada of our 31%. The European Union averages 85%. Our 31%, I might add, was at the end of the Harper government, in contrast to the mid of the Chrétien government when they were at 64%, a number I think we're heading back to pretty quickly under the current government. But the fact is, that's a positive example of where there is economic growth. And this is a country with policies like 2 years fully paid maternity leave and low taxes, a flat tax rate. These are the kind of people that we want as our compatible trading partners. These are the people from whom we can benefit. These are high growth economies for the foreseeable future. And when you look at trade agreements around the world, the logical thing to do is look to those high growth economies. And because of the fact they were held back for 50 years, for half a century, that also means that their trading relationships are not as lengthy and established. So much in that Soviet era was, of course, to Moscow and back, to Russia and back. They, of course, want to turn more and more to the West, and that means we have more opportunity to create new economic ties, to benefit from that, and to help them benefit from those kind of economic ties. So I always made that one of my focuses as Trade Minister, to deal with those countries, to look at building those ties, to look for the opportunities that would exist there. country like Slovakia, tremendous auto parts industry. Well, we kind of have pretty good track record on auto parts and auto assembly ourselves. These are the kind of linkages we should be looking for throughout. Not just the old big companies that I know that people like to worry about, the Bombardiers and the SNC-Lavalins. We have an opportunity, though, through our diaspora communities and our smaller populations to get into those countries. And of course, their desire to do it in a free enterprise trading way is so strong because of that half a century of being left behind and what that did to their living standards, what that did for their thirst for freedom, their thirst for free enterprise, their thirst for opportunity to advance themselves. And that's why you will find that the support for the Canada-European Trade Agreement is not surprisingly strongest in exactly those countries. For them, they share with us those same political, geopolitical, strategic imperatives, and also that same desire for success and economic growth and opportunity and advancement. So I'm very proud to stand here in support of what I think is one of the proudest legacies of our Conservative government, that I'm very proud to see the current Liberal government continuing and ensuring it gets put in place to show to the world that Canada is a country proud of its free trading track record. At a time when there are forces of protectionism underway, we were lucky to have Stephen Harper at the helm in 2008 when the global economic downturn took place. If it was not for his forceful voice in the room, at meetings like the G20 meeting in Pennsylvania, at that critical time, we might have seen a wave of protectionism. But no, we didn't see that. We saw a commitment to keep borders open and keep trade strong. Well, those forces against that are still there, but Canada can and should remain a model of that, and we have willing partners to do that in this, the Canada-European Trade Agreement, and I encourage everyone in this House to support it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? La députée de Laurentides.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Writing is a writing built on trade, as most of our writings are. However, a lot of people in my writing have expressed doubt to me about the value of free trade, which is something I don't necessarily agree with them on. But I want to say, their perspective is not completely unreasonable. Our writing's main industry is forestry, and it's had a pretty rough ride in trade. So I'm wondering if my colleague from York Simcoe, I believe is his writing name, can tell us how free trade actually does help the middle class in this country. Thank you, Mr.
For York Simcoe.
Well, we saw the benefits of it after the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement and then the North American Free Trade Agreement. We saw unprecedented growth. And I remember that great debate in the 1988 election, and we heard how we were going to lose our culture industries, lose the CBC. That didn't work out that way. We were going to lose all that fine wine that we had, Baby Duck. And there was some crackling rosé or something like that. Anyhow, those wines somehow did get lost. But the replacement, for example, was an unbelievable high-quality wine industry, not just in places like the Okanagan, but in Niagara, and in fact, all across the country where we have seen that spread. It's an example of how the opponents of free trade always threw up these specters of the terrible things we'll lose. Guess what? We got even better things in terms of jobs, in terms of economic growth, in terms of prosperity. And I could go through sector after sector. Under the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, or NAFTA, we did far better, for example, with the auto industry than we did under the old Auto Pact. Another example of how we have succeeded. Canadians can compete. We can do well. We have the best workforce in the world. We have that ambition and drive. We just need to open the doors and encourage people to walk through those doors, and we'll see increased prosperity for Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech, and I will certainly like to thank him for his kind words about the Okanagan wine industry. That is an industry that has benefited from free trade. And I kind of wanted to ask this question of the Liberals today, but I see in the last day of debate on this very important bill, they're not putting up any speakers, it seems. So I'll ask the member here, and that is, well, we debated the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement last week, as you know, and the NDP are happy to support that agreement. We're very much in favor of trade agreements that benefit the people of Canada. But we have some strong concerns about CETA, and one of them is the fact that although we do 40 or more % of our European trade with Great Britain, we see now Great Britain, the UK is pulling out of the European Union, and we have no analysis of how that might affect Canada that has given concessions to the European Union for this agreement.
Member for York Simcoe.
Well, of course, the fact that we have an agreement already negotiated in place with which the UK is part of, provides a basis for them if they leave the European Union for us to continue on the same terms or to negotiate even better terms. So this is not something I consider a negative thing. This is something I consider a positive thing, an opportunity for us to already have a head start on negotiating a free trade agreement with the United Kingdom that, say, the United States simply doesn't have. Again, I talk about that privileged position that this agreement will give Canada compared with other potential locations for people to locate their investments in. We will be in a tremendous spot, and to be able to do that, even if we simply determine that what we will do is have the exact same terms of the Canada-European Union Free Trade Agreement continue with the UK. It's a potential negotiating approach. There are others as well, but I am not concerned that the UK will want to turn its back on Canada. I think that this gives us a head start on having such a free trade agreement, and that's good news for Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our honourable colleague from York Simcoe for his a very knowledgeable and very insightful speech. Mr. Speaker, through our Conservative government under the watchful eye and governance of Stephen Harper, our government also signed many trade agreements, but there was also many things that went into not just signing the agreements, but putting into place investments to ensure that our goods and our people could get to and benefit from the trade agreements that we're doing. And I'm wondering through you, Mr. Speaker, if our honourable colleague from York Simcoe can comment on maybe perhaps the Gateway program and the marketing programs that our government invested under Stephen Harper in making sure not just getting access to those markets was important, but being able to how to do that and teaching our small, medium enterprises on how to take advantage of such trade agreements.
Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
The honourable member does point out one of the most significant elements of not just our infrastructure program, but these gateways, Atlantic and Pacific, and were really good models of identifying what do you need to be good at trade? What kind of infrastructure do we need in place? How do we make our ports work as effectively as possible to ship containers through? How can we put ourselves in a position to, once we negotiate these trade agreements, be able to support the trade that will follow? You know, time is money in any kind of business, and particularly trade, where you're shipping goods, that's particularly important. So I'm very, very proud of the investments we made in our gateways that have put us in a position to capitalize from agreements like this. And I know that the next step, one, as I indicated, which has been a little bit more frustrating, has been to get Canadian businesses to then step up and take advantage of the opportunities. But that's why Canada-Europe is so important, because we already have the people-to-people ties. We have the infrastructure in place, we're putting the legal agreement in place, and then we can encourage the folks to take advantage of these people-to-people ties to capitalize on the potential for trade, and then, through doing that, give us economic growth, give us the job creation, give us the increased standard of living that will come from all of these things. Canada is a relatively small country. If we trade only with ourselves, we will be a very, very poor country. We depend on trade with the world. This is, I think, a tremendous signal to the rest of the world that you can indeed benefit from a trade agreement even at a time like now.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I concur with the member's remarks when he says Canada would be a very poor country if we didn't have the ability to be able to trade. And it's our trade that enables us to do as well as we do economically and ultimately socially, I would argue. And to that end, when we take a look at this particular trade agreement, there are many very visible benefits by it. One of the things that I think that is worthy of at least noting, and I'd be interested in the members' thoughts on it, is in regards to, given the current climate in terms of North America, and now that we have this trade agreement, that Canada can actually play a fairly important linchpin, if I can use that word, between that trade corridor of sorts from Europe going into North America. And I'm wondering if the member across the way might want to provide his thoughts in terms of just how important Canada is in terms of its positioning because of this agreement.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Well, it's less us as a corridor into the United States. I'm not sure that is the best avenue, but it's really us as a location for investment. I go back to that point that I made. Money is mobile. Factories move. This is why we are very concerned about things like a carbon tax other tax hikes that the Liberal government has been proposing, because those things hurt our competitiveness. And people can move wherever they want in the world. But one of the things that this agreement does for us is it tells, it gives people a location where they can invest and assure that they will have access to the United States and to Europe for their goods and products that they're going to be producing here. So you look where you're going to invest. Does it make sense to go and invest in a country in Europe if you don't necessarily have access to the United States and it's such a huge market? You're only going to have half the access you want. If you want to be able to be in both places, this is the place to be once you have that trade agreement in place, the Canada-Europe Free Trade Agreement. So that will bring jobs here, that will bring investment here, foreign investment, which is a positive thing. I know not all parties in this House have always felt this way, but we in the Conservative Party believe in that, because that kind of investment means jobs that help people in local communities, that help families have more prosperity for the future, to be able to have the rising standard of living that we as Canadians believe is so important for the future of our families. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to be able to rise today in the House to speak on this bill, Bill C-30, and also, obviously about the important role that trade plays in our Canadian economy. One of the few bills that I can, praise this government for, I suppose. It's something that I wish that I could do more often, but if they would maybe choose to follow the Conservative path, this is something where they've obviously picked up on the great work that we were doing as a government and been able to help carry it through. So maybe they can take some of those lessons on things like balancing a budget or lowering taxes, things like that. One can only hope, of course, Mr. Speaker, that maybe their understanding and recognition of the importance of trade will extend to other things that are important to our economy and to our fiscal situation in this country. But again, maybe that's me being an optimist, Mr. Speaker. So let me get to the heart of the matter that we're speaking to here today on this bill. Obviously, trade itself, and Canada is a trading nation, and trade really is the lifeblood of our economy. In fact, Mr. Speaker, 1 in 5 jobs in Canada and about 60% of our GDP are linked to exports. And so that's, you don't have to look very far or very hard to figure out how important trade is, in fact, to our economy and to opportunities for Canadians based on those statistics that I've just given. And history has really shown, Mr. Speaker, that trade is the best way to help us to be able to create jobs and growth and long-term prosperity here in Canada. And as trade increases, Mr. Speaker, so does our nation's economic success, which obviously then puts more money into the pockets of hard-working Canadians. And that's really what it's all about at the end of the day. To talk about a strong economy, to talk about opportunities, that's really what it all boils down to, is putting more money into the pockets of Canadians, to be able to help feed their families, to be able to help provide a better opportunities for their children. And that's really what we're speaking about when we talk about trade and we talk about economic prosperity, Mr. Speaker. And really, this is something that I think under our previous Conservative government, under the Stephen Harper government, clearly one of the key accomplishments there was that we really launched one of the most ambitious pro-trade plans in our country's history, probably the most, in fact, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to take just a moment while I'm on that point to just add a note of praise. I know I've heard others who spoke on this who have done the same, but I think it's important that it be said, because credit should be given where credit's due. And I looked to the minister for, or the member, pardon me, for Abbotsford, who was a former Minister of International Trade, the member for Battleford's Lloyd Minster, who was our Agriculture Minister, and the great and hard work that they put in. I mean, I know the travel schedules of those two individuals and others had to undertake to be able to accomplish some of the things that were accomplished under the Stephen Harper Conservative government and under the leadership of the Prime Minister Stephen Harper himself. Some great things were done, but it was a lot of hard work on the part of those members in particular. So I wanted to make note and pay attention to their legacy that they created, because I think that's important, Mr. Speaker. And they obviously, the two of them do remain here in the House and continue to work hard with the, in the opposition to try and encourage these kinds of things to continue. And under the leadership there of those individuals in particular, we were able to conclude free trade agreements, Mr. Speaker, with 38 countries. Examples being Colombia, the European Free Trade Association, countries like Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, Switzerland. Of course, also with the Honduras, Jordan, Panama, Peru, South Korea, and the 28 member states, of course, of the European Union. So some pretty significant advancement there, Mr. Speaker. We also concluded or signed or brought into force foreign investment protection and promotion agreements, FIPAs, with 24 countries. So that was more than any other government in Canadian history as well, Mr. Speaker. And one of our historic achievements was the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement. This was Canada's first free trade agreement in the Asia-Pacific region, which is one of the fastest growing regions in the world, Mr. Speaker. So South Korea is not only a major economic player and a key market for us in Canada, but it also serves as a gateway for Canadian businesses to the entire Asia-Pacific region. So this agreement is projected to increase Canadian merchandise exports to South Korea by 32%. And to boost Canada's economy by $1.7 billion dollars. Additionally, in November of 2013, Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government released the Global Markets Action Plan, which was our pro-jobs, pro-export plan that was aimed at creating new opportunities for Canadians through trade and investment by targeting emerging and established markets with broad Canadian interests. And so obviously, when you look at our record, Mr. Speaker, we strongly support international trade, and we support international trade initiatives that will generate increased economic activity, jobs, and a collaborative relationship between Canada and emerging economies. So Canada should also strive to maximize the benefits that we have as a free trading nation and the need to establish trading relationships beyond North America with these emerging markets. And so to that end, it is important that the government vigorously pursues the reduction of international trade barriers and tariffs. And that's why we supported Bill C-13, the Trade Facilitation Agreement, which was received royal assent not long ago. The Trade Facilitation Agreement will simplify customs procedures and will reduce red tape, expedite the release and the clearance of goods, reduce costs associated with processing, and make international trade more predictable for Canadians. And predictability is certainly a key thing. I mean, we see the effects of when we lack predictability, when we look at the current government and their never-ending and constant changes to the regulatory processes around energy project reviews. Those kinds of things, you can see the lack of certainty in what it creates, what it means when the chill it'll put on investment. So certainty is certainly a very key thing when you look at providing opportunities for businesses to help to grow the economy, Mr. Speaker. They need to have that certainty. So, Mr. Speaker, Canadian investors, importers, and exporters of goods will, including particularly, it's always important to think about our small and our medium-sized businesses. They will benefit certainly from the implementation of the TFA. Another trade agreement, Mr. Speaker, that was successfully negotiated by our previous Conservative government was the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. This agreement will continue to strengthen the Canada-Ukraine partnership in peace and in prosperity. Total bilateral merchandise trade between Canada and Ukraine averaged $289 million in 2011 to 2015, and it's expected to expand by 19%. As a result of the implementation of this trade. And with this agreement, Canada and Ukraine will eliminate duties on 99.9% and 86% of respective current imports, thereby benefiting both Canadian and Ukrainian exporters and consumers, Mr. Speaker. Our GDP will then increase by about $29.2 million under that agreement. And similarly, Ukraine's GDP will expand by about $18.6 million. Canada's exports to the Ukraine will then increase by about $41.2 million. So Canada's export gains will be broad-based
with exports of pork, machinery and equipment, transport equipment, other manufactured products, motor vehicles and parts, as well as chemical products that will be some of the leading industries. So our previous Conservative government also established market access for beef to Ukraine in July of 2015. Canada exported about $35.5 million worth of agriculture and agri-food and seafood products to Ukraine in 2014. But Mr. Speaker, these things are obviously to show some of the benefits of trade and trade agreements and what they can mean for Canada. But let me get to the trade agreement that we're here talking about today, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement. Negotiated, obviously, by our previous Conservative government, CETA is by far Canada's most ambitious trade initiative ever concluded. And once this agreement comes into force, Canada will be one of the few countries in the world to have preferential access to the world's two largest economies, the European Union and the United States. So the Conservative Party strongly supports international trade initiatives that will generate increased economic activity, drive prosperity and job creation, as well as foster greater cooperation between our democratic allies. A joint Canada-EU study concluded that a trade agreement with the EU could boost Canada's economy by about $12 billion annually and increase bilateral trade by 20%. It's always important to put some sense as to what that means for the average Canadian. What does that mean for Canadian families? And so if we put that in that way, this is the economic equivalent, Mr. Speaker, of adding about $1,000 to the average Canadian family's income, or about 80,000 new jobs to the Canadian economy, something that certainly this government across the way has failed at this point. So this will be something that can help to create some jobs and new opportunities for Canadian families and to increase their income and opportunities and put people to work. So when CETA comes into force, nearly 100% of all EU tariff lines on non-agricultural products will be duty-free, along with close to 94% for agricultural products, Mr. Speaker. The agreement will also give Canadian service suppliers the best market access the EU has ever granted to any of its trade partners, which is great news for the 13.8 million Canadians who are employed in the industry, which accounts for about 70% of our country's GDP. Under CETA, Canadian firms can bid on contracts to supply their goods and services to the three main EU-level institutions, the European Commission, the European Parliament, and the European Council, also to the EU member state governments, as well as thousands of regional and local government entities as well. So the Canada-EU trade agreement gives Canadian suppliers of goods and services better access to the EU's $3.3 trillion government procurement market, which will provide them with significant new export opportunities. Investment plays a key role in the Canadian economy, clearly, and CETA will provide Canadian and EU investors with greater stability and transparency for their investments. The stock of known foreign direct investment by Canadian companies in the EU totaled about $210 billion at the end of 2015, representing about 21% of Canadian direct investment abroad. And conversely, that same year, known foreign direct investment from European companies in Canada totaled more than $242 billion, representing 31% of total foreign investment in Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a landmark agreement. It's resulted from years of hard work, especially by our world-class trade negotiators who did all of the heavy lifting on this. But I'd like to focus in a little bit and speak now to the benefits that CETA will bring to my home province of Alberta. Because times are tough right now in Alberta, Mr. Speaker, and so when we hear any good news on the economic front, it's something that we can greatly appreciate. And Alberta does stand to benefit from the preferential access to the EU market, no question. The EU is already our province's fourth largest export destination and our third largest trading partner. So once enforced, CETA will eliminate tariffs on almost all of Alberta's exports and provide access to new market opportunities in the EU. CETA also includes provisions that will ease regulatory barriers, reinforce intellectual property rights, and ensure more transparent rules for market access. So Alberta exporters can benefit from all of these improved conditions, Mr. Speaker. And when you look at some of the opportunities there, the main merchandise exports from Alberta to the EU are agriculture and agri-food products, advanced manufacturing, metals and mineral products. And some of our other exports there include chemicals and plastics, fishing and fish products, forest products, and also information and communications technology, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to just take a minute or two to talk about one very specific opportunity that we've already seen open up as a result of this agreement. In 2014, when negotiations were had proven to be successful towards this agreement, there's a beef processing plant in my riding that had been opened up. It was a farmer-owned plant, and it had closed down in 2006, and had been sitting there vacant for some time, obviously since that point in time in 2006. And in 2014, I remember participating. We were able to announce that there'd been a buyer, Rich Vesta from the United States, who is well-known in the beef industry, who has really brought a lot of great opportunities in some of the businesses he's been involved with down in the States. Had decided to purchase this facility and bring it back online. And the reason he was choosing to do that was there was a large basis on this agreement. Was largely based on it because there was an opportunity that was seen there for specific cuts of beef to really work in some niche areas, niche markets that would be based around some of the trade agreements that we had been able to sign for Canada, and in particular, looking at the opportunities that CETA would create. So, even before being implemented, we already can see the benefits of these opportunities. And I look at that plant, having been sitting there dormant and closed since 2006. He's able to come in. I was able to tour it recently. They're nearing their opening. They expect to open, I think, later this month, in fact. And they, at the time when I toured it just a couple of months back, you could see it was really coming together, and I was able to hear about all the innovations and improvements they were making there. I mean, this is going to be an absolutely world-class facility. And the innovations that they're going to bring to Canada in terms of processing are amazing. And they're all based around the trade opportunities that are created by some of the trade agreements that we were able to see under the Conservative government, and some of the hope that was generated by this particular agreement as well. So I think that you can already see the success stories are there, and I'm sure they'll just continue, Mr. Speaker. So something that we're very excited about and very proud of in my home community of Airdrie and in Balzac and Rocky View County, where the facility is going to be located, and it'll create jobs for people in our area. Many people are struggling right now and try and find opportunities for work. This will create some opportunities for people. But not only that, it'll also help right on down the line, of course, with some of the opportunities that there will be, there for, increased buyers. Then, of course, for our cattle as well. So, the small cow-calf operations, they benefit right up through feedlots, etc., because this just creates opportunities for everyone. So we're really, really excited about that and what it will mean for our area. I'd also just take a minute, Mr. Speaker, to speak about some of the opportunities and the benefits that CETA brings to the forestry sector in Canada. As another example, the EU is actually the world's third largest importer of forest products, and in 2015 it accounted for about 14% of global forest product imports, about $46 billion. So while most Canadian forest products already enter the EU duty-free, when CETA comes into force, they will also enjoy quota-free market access. And this means that Canada will have a preferential trade advantage with the EU that many competitors won't have. So furthermore, as well, Mr. Speaker, bilateral dialogue on forest products will enhance Canada's ability to influence the development of EU measures, reducing the potential negative impacts of EU measures on Canadian exports, and to be able to help ensure continued access for Canadian forest products to the European Union. So that provides Canada with a really unique window into the regulatory development process in the EU, and Canada will then be able to raise industry concerns with proposed regulations at a very early stage, Mr. Speaker. So that will be of benefit to our forestry producers as well. And also looking at a new sanitary and phytosanitary measures joint management committee that will facilitate discussions between Canada and EU experts, and it will provide a venue for experts to resolve issues impeding trade before they can become major problems, Mr. Speaker. And so CETA will also establish a framework for cooperation on the full scope of animal health, plant health, and food safety provisions. And also, Mr. Speaker, tourism is an area that I focus on greatly. It's an area that's pretty important in my riding, and I know that we already have great links and ties between our two, between Canada and the European Union countries in terms of tourism. And I've often said tourism breeds trade, and trade breeds tourism. So it'll be opportunities that will be created by those links that are already there. This agreement just helps to build on all of those things, Mr. Speaker. And so, I stand today to obviously show my support for CETA and for the opportunities that we'll create. It will create the jobs it will create, and certainly for our small and medium-sized businesses in our country, but right on through. So I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, and speak in support.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate many of the words from the member across the way, but one of the things that I think is important for us to recognize is that the EU agreement, the legislation that we have before us today, is something that has been worked on for the last number of years. And it was great to see that sense of cooperation between the former Liberal minister responsible for actually getting everything signed off and getting us to the legislative point to try to give an impression that it was a done deal is somewhat stretching it, I suspect, Mr. Speaker. But equally important, it's for us to recognize that there was a great deal of work that was in fact done prior to this particular government. My question to the member is related because he made reference to other trade agreements. In particular, he made reference to the Ukraine, our Ukraine agreement, and that is something in which we just passed on Friday. And that was a very positive step forward, seeing that legislation pass. Maybe if the member can draw what he believes is the comparison between Ukraine trade agreement versus the EU trade agreement, and how Canada's middle class will in fact benefit by both.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, I think first of all, Mr. Speaker, I would concur with the statement that there was work done. Obviously, both by the previous Conservative government, a lot of hard work, a lot of heavy lifting done to get us to basically the goal line. I would certainly acknowledge that the work of their government was able to push it across, and something that is a positive thing. We're glad to see that the Liberal government has taken up work on something that we believe was so important for the economy, and something that I really hope that they, as I said during my speech, Mr. Speaker, I certainly would hope that their government would seek to do that more often. That they would seek to build on the important record and important work that was done by our Conservative government. I mean, I think in particular when, as I mentioned earlier, looking at balancing a budget. I mean, he talks about building on some of the work that we did, and we left them in such a great position in terms of the fiscal situation with a balanced budget, and then they just blew it, just absolutely blew it in less than a year, and certainly. One would have hoped that they maybe would have chosen to follow some of that example and some of that work in some of those areas as well, balancing the budget, lowering taxes, things like that. But at the very least, we can give some credit where it's due. At least on one area of our economy, they've been able to follow some of the work that we've done, on some of these trade deals. And so that's a huge benefit. I just hope that they maybe pick up on some of that.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Banff Airdrie for his speech. He mentioned, as did the other member, about the Canada-Ukraine free trade agreement that we debated last week. And again, that was a trade agreement the NDP could get behind. But we have some serious reservations about CETA, one of it being the investor-state dispute mechanisms that will allow international corporations to sue Canadian governments outside the normal court system. And also the fact that it will raise prices of prescription drugs, making it not only more expensive for Canadians to remain healthy, but make it more expensive for provincial and federal governments to bring in much-needed universal pharmacare system that Canadians have been calling for. I wonder if he could comment on that.
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, it certainly was one thing that I heard the member say that was new and novel, which that was a trade agreement that the NDP could get behind. Well, nice to see that at least there's there's always hope, right? There's always hope, Mr. Speaker, and I guess at least in one instance, the NDP chose to see something that was good for the economy, good for Canadian businesses, good for Canadian workers, and support it. But certainly not something that we often see from them, and that's unfortunate because obviously with Canada being a trading nation, it is so important to make sure that there's opportunities for free trade with as much of the world market as possible. Diversity in markets that we can trade with is key to a country like Canada that does rely so heavily upon our trade with other countries. And in an increasingly global world, there is no question that is such a key thing. And really quite unfortunate that the NDP doesn't really see it fit to support more of our Canadian businesses and Canadian workers through the importance of trade, and I think that they should really try to focus in on some of that and think about the jobs and the opportunities that it creates for businesses and for Canadian families. I talked about some of the benefits during my speech, if the member was listening, about both the Ukraine agreement and also the EU agreement in terms of what it'll mean. When we talk about the European Union agreement, I said it's about $1,000 for the average Canadian family, about 80,000 jobs created for Canadians. Is that not important to the NDP?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
I'd like to thank the member for his contributions to this debate. And one of the concerns I have, and I want to get his comments on this, is when we look at CETA and a lot of the free trade agreements that come before this House for ratification, a lot of this work was done by a previous government. And I'm always looking forward to the next opportunities for Canada, next opportunities for my home province, the province we both come from, Alberta, in terms of new markets that we could trade with. And in the minister's mandate letter, Minister of International Trade, really it talks about modernization of two agreements with Israel and Chile, and it talks about the potential for China and India's future agreements could potentially be signed. But there's so many other smaller states that Canada could find an opportunity to export, for an export market for importation of goods. And I just hear the members comment perhaps on this concern that I have, at least I hope he shares it, that potentially this Liberal government has really no plans for future free trade agreements, and this might be it. We may not see any agreement signed or ratified before this House by 2019.
Honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, I think actually the member does raise a very key point. I mean, it's I've given credit where it's due that the Liberal government had in fact picked up on the work that we were already doing, and was largely completed for them, and been able to finish that, and that's certainly good to give them credit where it's due. But I really do agree with the member that I think they do seem to sort of lack any kind of ambitious agenda of their own in this regard. I mean, it seems to fall in line with their view of the economy in general. I don't really get a sense that they really have any plans that would really help to grow our economy, to really build our economy. Trade is certainly one example there is, as the member mentioned, there is all kinds of opportunities for Canada to build on the record of the Stephen Harper government, of the Conservative government. And I don't get a sense that there's any kind of ambition there on the part of this government to really try and build upon that beyond what we're seeing here. But that really does just seem to line up with how they view the economy in general. I mean, it's to me, I think their tendency is to try and grow government rather than to have the private sector be able to grow and develop and create jobs in the private sector to be able to see Canadians get back to work. Their focus seems to be more on growing government and putting money into the pockets of their Liberal friends.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe the member is quite wrong in his assessment. We have seen a government take a very proactive approach on trade. We don't necessarily need to take lessons from the Harper administration, a Harper government that inherited a multi-billion-dollar trade surplus, turned it into a multi-billion-dollar trade deficit. We now have an administration that has proactively dealt with important issues right in the prairies. For myself, the canola oil, the canola issue, I should say, the pork industry. We've seen benefits in terms of the beef industry in the prairies, Mr. Speaker, all through the Minister of International Trade, all of which was done through this particular administration. My question is to the member is, would he not at the very least recognize that by having a proactive, aggressive agenda on trade, that in fact the biggest benefactors are indeed Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, and at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is to give more stability and more growth within that middle class, thereby giving the economy greater strength. A healthy middle class, a healthy economy. Would the member not agree?
Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, I would certainly agree that trade is a very key part of creating opportunities, and that's why our Conservative government was so ambitious in terms of our trade agreement. But as I was just saying, where's this government? What are they doing? I don't see any new trade initiatives being undertaken. What are they? I didn't hear the member mention one single initiative, one single country that they're working towards an agreement with. It just, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, it falls in line with the typical approach of this Liberal government. They sort of want to talk in generalities and in platitudes about things being important, but when it really comes right down to it, what do they do? Nothing, Mr. Speaker. And what are we seeing as a result? We're seeing an economy. We see, look at my province in Alberta. We've got people out of work, thousands and thousands of people out of work. People are looking for opportunities. They're looking for hope. They're getting nothing from this government. What they're getting instead is huge deficits, huge new tax increases in terms of carbon taxes and other taxes. That is not the way that they're going to grow the economy. They need to get to work and do some of the things like creating opportunities. Here.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I will be splitting my time with the member from Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. So today we're here to talk about this important bill, Bill C-30, and I'm glad to have a second opportunity to speak on this, the Economic and Trade Agreement with European Union, commonly known as CETA. This bill is now on its third reading, having been studied by the Standing Committee on International Trade. This will probably be my last opportunity to speak on this important bill. Mr. Speaker, in January, I completed a series of town halls, 11 in total, that I did on seniors' issues. And just so that the House understands, when I asked the people of my riding what the most important issue was for them, by far, seniors' issues was the #1 issue. And so I took the opportunity to travel around the riding and go to larger communities and smaller communities to really hear the stories from the seniors and to the people who support and love the people in their lives that are seniors, and just hear about the specific challenges that they face on a daily basis. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it was actually a very sad series of town halls. What I heard from my constituents was stories about having to make decisions between medication, between heating their homes, between feeding themselves. I heard again and again of seniors who had no access to the guaranteed income supplement because the process in getting that guaranteed income supplement was a challenge for them. And when I come down to the core, the biggest issue was around medication and the cost of medication for the seniors in my riding. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that this is not an issue that is exclusive to North Island Powell River. This is an issue that is all over this country, where seniors are falling more and more behind. The last time I spoke on this bill, I raised a few issues. One for which, as you can tell, Mr. Speaker, I care for profoundly, and that's prescription drugs. I mentioned that the provisions in CETA, consequently, this bill will change intellectual property rules for pharmaceuticals. Under this agreement, consumers, including our seniors on fixed incomes, can expect to have their drug costs increase by more than $850 million annually. You know, Mr. Speaker, in the senior town halls, I had a lot of constituents come up afterwards and share stories with me, and also share stories during the town halls themselves. And I remember in particular one woman that came and shared with me that her and her husband are in good health right now. They are recent retirees. Life feels pretty good. But when they look at the future, they realize they have to plan ahead for a future where they're not going to be healthy. And unfortunately, part of their plan included the time where they would have to legally separate to deal with the fact that the cost of living would become so high due to medication, due to having to put somebody in a care facility. And she just said to me, you know, I worked hard my whole life. I'm seeing the increasing cost of pharmaceuticals. I'm seeing the increasing cost of living, and I just don't know how we're going to make it. Even though we saved, we had good paying jobs, we've got a good pension, the reality of seniors today is one that is leading to more and more poverty. While in opposition, the Liberals demanded that the Conservatives present a study on the financial impacts on provincial and territorial health care systems and prescription drug costs. In government now, they are telling us they are telling provinces and territories they will cut healthcare transfers while pursuing agreements that risk increasing drug costs for provinces and territories. I'm very concerned about this. The reality on the ground is that people will go into serious health issues. We're going to see more people having to go into emergency because they're not taking their medications. I remember one doctor sharing with me the reality that seniors are not able to afford medication, so they're going into emergency every day to get refills. So every day, think of the expense that has. So if we're going to see the costs go up, the implications are going to be devastating on our health system. I was glad that our great trade critic, the member from Essex, brought up this important issue in the committee. The NDP brought forward amendments to make certain that an analysis of the impact of CETA on pharmaceutical drug costs would get done. What happened? This is an important issue, and our constituents and Canadians deserve to know. There will be little to no debate on our amendments, and they were all just rejected, showing no interest in fixing the deal's flaws or addressing Canadians' serious concerns. Jim Keon, president of Canadian Generic Pharmaceutical Association, said during the committee that, from a cost perspective, as I've said, generics on average now are selling at something like 20 to 25% of the price of an equivalent brand name product. If you delay for 2 years, you're paying an extra 75 to 80% on that product for an extra 2 years. That affects provincial drug program budget, it affects employee plans, and it affects people who pay out of pocket, and those costs are very significant. I think that our seniors and all Canadians deserve better. Mr. Speaker, the former Minister of International Trade and now Global Affairs Minister was honest why Liberals have decided to rush this agreement through Parliament. For them, this deal symbolizes an open Canada in light of rising protectionism. I'm sorry, but trade with Europe is just too important to get wrong. Canadians expect a good deal, and they deserve a good deal. We need to be talking about some of the serious concerns with CETA so that we can make a better deal for Canadians. Because this is about healthcare costs. This is about medication. And you know, I've heard too many stories from healthcare providers talking about seniors and other people splitting their medication in half, not taking the full dosage. If the costs go up, this means people will not be getting the medication that they need to take care of themselves. I support deepening the Canada-EU trade relationship in order to diversify our markets, but there remain some significant concerns that need addressing. Once again, when in opposition back in 2014, Liberals decried the limited time to study this agreement. In their dissenting report on page 47, they wrote, "The brevity with which this committee has dealt with this agreement should be of concern to anyone interested in, let alone concerned about the CETA." So where is that language now? Why aren't we taking the opportunity to do that very important work of just looking at the parts that we should seriously be concerned with, the parts that are going to have huge ramifications on Canadians? Maud Barlow said, and I quote, "Given the process could take another 5 years in Europe, what's the rush here other than another photo op?" Is this the reality? I don't know, but Canadians deserve a good approach, not just a fast one. The biggest roadblocks to CETA's ratification by all the EU members are a referendum in the Netherlands, opposition from Bundesrat in Germany, and the European Court of Justice, ECJ, examination of CETA. So let's take the time to figure out the issues and mitigate them and just get it right. I'm afraid the Liberals don't see this reality, and for them it's like a big show. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to close in saying, I saw and heard some shocking truths for the seniors of North Island Powell River. And these are not truths that are unheard of across Canada, where seniors are facing multiple challenges. And it is a great honor for me to have the new role as critic of seniors' issues. And I'm really proud of the work that the communities that I represent have done in educating me about what those particular concerns are around seniors' challenges. And right now, we're not seeing that follow-up with the funding for home care so that seniors can stay in their home and get the support that they need desperately. It saves money. It's good for the health and well-being of people who built this country. And now we're seeing CETA, which is going to have huge impacts on their health care, on getting the medication that they so desperately need. I think that Canada really has to take a moment and ask this government, why is it okay for seniors to be put in a position where they don't get the medication that they need, where they can't afford the medication they need, and where they're making choices between household expenses like food, like power and heat, and medication? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? La députée Alfred.
The Honourable Member for Alfred-Bellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm trying to understand the NDP position. It doesn't seem very clear. If you look at the history of the NDP, they've opposed the majority of free trade agreements, with a few exceptions, such as the one with Jordan, for instance. But why oppose an agreement that will allow for trade with the European Union, the second largest economy in the world? Don't they want Canadian businesses to be able to increase sales and create jobs? Moreover, this would be thanks to an agreement that would provide for a progressive new program, thanks to chapters on environmental protection, sustainable development, and labor. Thank you.
North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for this very important question. And it's very important that we take a moment to reflect on the fact that there are serious concerns. We're not saying absolute no. We're saying, why aren't we taking the time to look at these real concerns and make sure that we're doing it right? This trade agreement is so important. We need to get it right. We need to make sure that we are looking at the parts of it that should make us all think about it seriously. So making sure that the pharmacare, making sure that there's an opportunity for pharmaceuticals to be less expensive, making sure that we are looking at the investor state provisions. We know in NAFTA we were the most sued country of the three. These are serious issues because that is money that the taxpayer pays going to address these issues. So this is about really digging deep. It's about making sure that we do it right. It's making sure that we take the time to do it right, and that when we sign an agreement, it's something that brings the opportunities but doesn't sell away too many things for Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Appreciate the chance to speak again on the Canada-European Trade Agreement. I always find it really interesting, the NDP, when they come in and they talk about, if you did more consultations, if you talked to us more, if you did this, if you did that, and then at the end of the day you do all that and they still are not in favor of the deal. So the reality is they will never be in favor of a deal like CETA. They'd look at all the negatives in it. And even though every province is comfortable with the farmer side of things, even though in NAFTA we had $5.3 trillion worth of investment and only $140 million in ISDS payouts, they'd still see that as a negative. So it doesn't matter what we say. They just viewed CETA or any trade agreement as negative. So my question to her is, what would it take for for the NDP to actually say, yeah, this is a good deal? What would it take? Because they never will answer that question.
Honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Oh, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for this important question. I think I said it very clearly in the speech. We need to make sure that we're looking at the realities. So many people are falling behind, and when you are increasing the cost of medicine, that's a real big issue for the people that we serve across this country. And so, we need to look at that. And his argument is that the provinces are fine. Well, constituents of mine don't know how they're going to make ends meet. So we really need to be talking to the people that have that physical impact. The other reality is we need to look at the investor state provisions. We need to make sure that we fix some of these. This is not about being anti-trade. We've demonstrated repeatedly and supported trade agreements. But what we want is to make sure this is the best trade agreement for Canadians that it possibly can be. And that means you take the time to do it right. And we're just encouraging this government to do that. The reality is 28 EU member states have to ratify this. So what's the rush? Why can't we have the discussion? I don't see what the rush is. Let's make sure that we look after Canadians and we take the time.
We have time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from North Island, Powell River, for her speech, especially her new elevation as the NDP seniors critic, and really underlining the effects that increased pharmaceutical costs will have on our low-income seniors. My question is concerned with Canada's dairy sector. The previous government offered Canada's dairy farmers $4.3 billion in compensation, but the Liberals have changed this to a paltry $250 million over 5 years. Now, we are both lucky enough to call Vancouver Island as home, and a lot of our constituents there have great concerns over food security and food sovereignty, and we do have some small-scale cheese producers. So I was just wondering what she can tell this House about what the impact of that very little compensation will have on the small-scale cheese producers in Vancouver Island. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for this question. And this is a very important question, and I have the privilege of having not only cheese and yogurt producers, but actually dairy farms in my riding. And they definitely came to me with this and talked about their specific concerns. Again, the reality is these industries create good paying jobs in our communities. They're small but vigorous, and they work hard every day. So it's unfortunate and very hard on these industries when we see the lack of funding and support there for them. So I'll continue to work with them, but this is another issue where this government really needs to take some accountability and realize that, we need to keep these businesses strong. They mean a lot in our small communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yes, thank you very much. Thank my colleague. And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased and honoured to rise in the House to talk about this important bill. This is a bill that deals with a very significant free trade agreement with the European Union. And we know that sometimes it can appear natural for Canada to have stronger, more direct trade ties with the European Union. Why, Mr. Speaker? Well, for several reasons. That's a natural trading partner for us, historically and culturally, but also because the European Union and many European countries have laws that are similar to ours, sometimes even better than ours. So this is laws that deal with environmental protection, collective bargaining, labor rights, the role of unions in the economy, and so on. So it seems natural. We think, well, of course, we should have a free trade agreement with the European Union. We should formalize our trade relationship with them. Fine. But, Mr. Speaker, it's so important to do this right. We can't accept just any old deal that's been pushed through under pressure simply because the Prime Minister or members of his cabinet want to have a nice photo op where they're shaking hands, and then they want to publish that photo on their website. This is a much more important issue than that, Mr. Speaker. And as my colleague said, this is why we should have taken the time to study this free trade agreement properly. I would remind you that this agreement was negotiated secretly under the previous Conservative government. And this was a process that was very criticized by the Liberals at the time. But now that the Liberals are in power, they've turned their code, so to speak. So it's very important to do this properly. And I'll give you a recent example of this. So, Mr. Speaker, last Friday, I was in my colleague's riding of Montmagny-Lillet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. What a long riding name. And near Rimouski, we visited a small company called Utopia. It's a small company with about 30 employees, and they make downhill skis and snowboards. Now, I didn't know how you would make a ski or a snowboard, so I was very interested to learn, and they're all handmade with real wood. And this company's main competitors are in Austria and in China. There are only two companies in Canada that make handmade skis. One is in Whistler and one is here in Quebec. So it's important for them to have access to markets, including the American market and foreign markets. And I just use this example to show that in all of our communities, there are small producers who are really innovative and who need the opportunity to export their products to foreign markets. And we want them to be able to do that. We want them to be able to sell their skis to the US and Europe and anywhere in the world, at least anywhere where there's snow. So that's why it's important to have a really good free trade agreement and not a botched one like the Liberals are trying to push through. The Liberals have this amazing ability to say one thing and then do the other. So the Conservative free trade agreement that was negotiated by the previous Conservative government, well, the Liberals are just copying it now that they're in power. It's essentially the same free trade agreement. And then, poof, all of a sudden they call it a progressive agreement. It's exactly the same thing, but now they're calling it liberal and progressive, as though it's changed by magic. So it's pretty amazing. I wish I could just transform things like that at home. But it's really the same agreement as before. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, it's dangerous for a whole range of companies in different sectors, including our cheese producers. They are going to see 17,000 tons of European cheese flood the Canadian market. And the compensation they'll receive is practically nothing compared to that. Now, another visit I did was to Saguenay last December, and we visited the Blackburn Cheese Company there. This is a family cheese farm. They started out as a dairy farm, and now they make cheese. And their cheese has won prizes in Europe. And they are currently growing, but their growth might be cut off by this massive arrival of all this European cheese if we don't protect them and help them financially the way we should be doing. So how can we leave our cheese producers by the wayside, including the ones who are growing and doing really well in Quebec? 30 years ago, we only made cheddar, and that was about it. There was no special cheese except for the cheddar you put on your morning toast. But now there are very interesting cheese producers all across Canada, and particularly in Quebec. So why is the Liberal government letting them fall by the wayside and giving them only peanuts in compensation? My colleague also said earlier that another thing that's concerning with this European free trade agreement is intellectual property rights and the definitions of intellectual property. That is going to have an impact on the price of medication, for example, Mr. Speaker. With this so-called progressive agreement, we will have generic medications on the market 2 or even 3 years later than planned. Well, the big pharmaceutical companies really like that. But that is going to affect people's pocketbooks, people who need to buy those drugs. The assessments of the increase in drug prices in Canada is between $850 million and $2 billion a year. That's a huge number. That's very important for people who constantly need medication and who don't have a good private insurance plan for that. If they don't have that private insurance plan, they're going to be paying that out of their own pockets when they're already having a hard time making ends meet and paying their bills. The Liberal government seems totally unaware of the fact that this is benefiting large pharmaceutical companies and it's hurting our disabled persons and elderly persons. And that needs to be said, Mr. Speaker. Another thing. So another element that's worrying in this agreement is the following. So we talk about medication prices, we've talked about trade, but there's a mechanism in this agreement that is extremely dangerous. It's dangerous for, I would say, the quality of our democratic institutions. This is from Chapter 11 of the agreement. And I don't understand how a so-called progressive agreement can provide for a company to sue a government, a provincial or a federal government, over regulations that might threaten its future profits. So this is really unbelievable. If you're planning on making investments, or if a government makes decisions that reflect the desire of the people and that aim to protect public health, public safety, or the environment, well, then these private companies have the option of suing those states before a trade tribunal. And they can be compensated for anticipated losses or anticipated loss of profits. So that gives a huge power to big corporations and big companies, and it harms the democratic decisions that are made by democratically elected officials. So that seriously harms democracy through this trade dispute resolution mechanism. And we will always be against that, we of the NDP. We will not agree to give that power to big companies. We saw that under NAFTA, Canada was sued several times, and it cost us millions of dollars. We don't want to make the same mistake with the European Union. And Mr. Speaker, we're not alone. In the European Union, there are people who are concerned about these same issues. In Germany, in the Netherlands, and obviously in Belgium, where the Wallonian Parliament stood up and set new conditions before they would accept the Canada-EU Free Trade Agreement. There are people like José Bové who are concerned as well. They're concerned that this agreement will lower environmental and social protections on both continents. Here in Canada, in terms of the production of pork and beef, and also in Europe, in terms of accepting products coming in, like products like oil, which contribute to greenhouse gas emissions and which don't reflect their philosophy right now. So this is a dangerous agreement, and they should have taken the time to study it carefully. That's why we at the NDP are going to oppose C30, even as we know that a good agreement with Europe would be in our best interest, but we can't accept it in its current form under the Liberal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Pierrefonds Dollard.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague concerning the extension of pharmaceutical patents. You mentioned that they might be extended by 3 or 3.5 years, I think, and I had understood it was 2 years. So I'd just like a clarification. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, perhaps we can check that information. The information that we had was that it was 3 to 3.5 years for changing the definition of intellectual property. So even if it was 2 years, that would still have an impact on drug prices. So that's why we're concerned. And I'll just take advantage of this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to say that when the Liberals were in opposition, they had asked the Conservative government to provide an impact assessment of the cost of rising drugs for the provinces. I would hope that they would still have the same position and that they would still call for that impact assessment.
Some comments? The
Honourable Member for Alfred Pellerin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just trying to understand the NDP's position. It doesn't seem very clear to me. Why be against an agreement that will allow for trade with the European Union? wouldn't you want Canada's companies to be able to increase their turnover and create new jobs? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, Mr. Speaker, yes, we want our companies to be able to grow, to be able to export, to be able to create jobs, and we want to diversify our exports because we're too dependent on our neighbors to the south. But we don't want to do it any old time, and we don't want to accept a trade resolution dispute resolution mechanism that will disadvantage us, because we're giving too much power to companies, and that's going to harm citizens and our democratically elected officials and governments. That is a serious problem. And I wonder what my colleague would say to the Quebec cheese producers who are going to see 17 million tons of European cheese arrive on the market and be harmed by that. The Europeans have around 200 controlled names for their cheeses, and in Canada we have 0. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague talked about the investor state provisions under Chapter 11 of this agreement. Now, this is something that we saw under NAFTA. An American company that wants to build a company in Mexico then the government would do an impact assessment study and realize that there would be pollution from the factory. But because of Chapter 11, because of this trade resolution mechanism, the government wouldn't win the case, even though there would be public water that would be contaminated. And the company would win that case because the company would be losing profits. So this means that governments are not able to protect their citizens. They're not able to protect their water supply. And so big companies can harm the environment because of this type of provision in an agreement, in this case, the agreement with Europe. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for Hochelaga for her comment and her question. And she's completely right. This is a fundamental problem with some of these free trade agreements that give so much power to big companies at the expense of our citizens and our neighbors. I think the example that she gave about that factory in Mexico is a very important one. There's also an American company suing the Canadian government for $250 million simply because the Quebec government put a moratorium on exploring fossil fuels in the St. Lawrence. And that company is now suing our governments, and we are going to have to pay. Canadian taxpayers are potentially going to have to pay simply because we don't want that pollution in the St. Lawrence River. And that is exactly why we in the NDP are against this and why we're going to oppose C-30. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-30 to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union and its member states. Before I start, I'd like to pass my thanks on to my colleague from Abbotsford, as well as the member from Lloydminster Battleford, as well as previous Prime Minister Harper for their hard work in bringing this about. I want to start with the obvious. Trade is good. Trade makes markets better. Trade lowers prices for consumers and gives them more options. Trade doesn't make life better for just wealthy Canadians. It makes life better for all Canadians. I'm always proud to stand in this House and defend agreements and legislation that makes life better for Canadians. I spoke to Bill C-30 at second reading back in November. In that speech, I spoke to 4 points about why I'm supporting this agreement, and I want to expand on a few of them today. First, as I mentioned, trade is good for Canada. A more competitive market means Canadians have access to the best products at the best prices. Lowering or eliminating tariffs on goods that we don't or that we import for our own consumption means that the price we pay for these goods will drop. Again, I'll always stand up and defend policies that lower prices for my constituents and for all Canadians. Trade agreements help Canadians from both perspectives. Consumers benefit when we have lower prices. Producers benefit when they can have greatly expanded markets to sell their goods. Farmers in Alberta can now sell their products to not only people in Ontario, Quebec, and BC, but once CETA passes, basically duty-free to Belgians, Germans, the French, and every other country signatory to this agreement. The EU represents some 500 million people with almost $20 trillion in economic activity. The EU's imports alone are worth more than our entire GDP. If we want our producers to grow, we must ensure that they can access newer, bigger, and hungrier markets. And when our producers have more customers, they need more workers to fill that demand. I don't think I have to remind members in this House that we could use a few extra jobs in Alberta right now. CETA is projected to add $12 billion annual increase to our economy. Now, I know $12 billion is a bit abstracted number, but a $12 billion increase is equivalent to adding $1,000 to the average family income each and every year, or 80,000 jobs. Repeat that again, 80,000 jobs. Some of those jobs will help my constituents in Edmonton West and the constituents of colleagues across Alberta. CETA will help Alberta grow, access new markets for our goods, and will help Albertans access products at lower prices. For our producers, the EU is already Alberta's fourth largest export destination and our third largest trading partner. The EU currently imports over $2 trillion annually, of which Alberta makes up $1.4 billion. So we have just 0.07% of the European market, so we have plenty of room to grow. Alberta's main exports to the EU include high-value items as well as resources, like nickel, turbo propellers and other machinery, cereals, medical instruments, cobalt, electrical machinery, mineral fuel and oil, services, wood pulp, inorganic chemicals, meat, animal feed, grain, seed and fruit, plastic, vehicles, pharmaceuticals, beverages, iron and steel products, animal products. For our consumers, nearly 100% of non-agricultural products will be duty-free, and nearly 94% of all agricultural products will be duty-free. Once enforced, CETA will eliminate tariffs on almost all of Alberta's exports and enable Alberta's job creators to access new market opportunities in the EU. Eliminating tariffs on almost all of our exports means we'll have more competitive pricing to offer more than 500 million new customers. It's like moving your lemonade stand from the neighborhood street corner to Times Square. The potential for us is enormous. CETA will also provide Alberta exporters with a competitive advantage over exporters from other countries that don't have a free trade agreement with the EU. That's like moving your lemonade stand from the neighborhood street corner to Times Square, where your competitor is stuck in a location with no traffic and higher costs. On the day CETA's provisions enter force, 98% of Canadian goods will be duty-free. For agriculture and agri-food products, almost 94% of EU tariffs on Canadian goods will be eliminated, rising to 95% once all phase-outs are complete. This duty-free access will give Canadian agricultural goods, including beef, pork, and bison, preferential access to the European market. I know some of my colleagues have this stereotypical image that Albertans are all ranchers and cowboys, and I hate to play into that stereotype, but I can't pass up this opportunity to remind the House how important beef is to the Alberta economy and what CETA means to this. That's right. According to the CBC, because of CETA, Canada is poised to supply about 1% of all the beef needs in Europe under this new pact. That would mean $600 million for Alberta, $600 million in new business, $600 million in new jobs. As well, the following industries in Alberta will benefit: metals and minerals. Alberta's metal and mineral sectors include natural gas, conventional oil, coal, minerals, and the oil sands. More specifically, Alberta's metal refinery and mineral sector is foundational industry that allows for infrastructure development as well as energy and natural resource production in Alberta. It generated 28% of our province's total GDP in 2011 and employs more than 181,000 Albertans, creating employment opportunities that provide some of the highest earnings in Alberta in the Alberta economy. Exports of metals and minerals currently face tariffs as high as 10%. Agriculture and agri-food. Alberta has more than 50,000 farms with crop and livestock production. We produce an abundant supply of world-class agricultural commodities. The agriculture and agri-food sector employs nearly 76,000 Albertans and contributes 2.5% to our GDP. Between 2010 and 2012, our exports of ag products to the EU suffered tariffs of over $35 million. That's $35 million now that can be reinvested in our economy, in jobs, and productivity improvement. Forest products. The forest products sector employs nearly 19,000 Albertans and represents a significant component of our economy. We export forest products to the EU average $62 million, and we face a 10%, up to a 10% tariff right now. These barriers will be eliminated under CETA. Advanced manufacturing. Alberta's advanced manufacturing industry employs more than 28,000 people. Between 2010 and 2012, we exported to the EU an average of $250 million of advanced manufacturing products, which face tariffs as high as 22%. Industrial machinery, one of our key advanced manufacturing exports to the EU, faces tariffs up to 8%. Chemicals and plastics. We're a major producer of chemicals and plastics. We employ 11,000 Albertans, an important part of our exports to the EU, with exports averaging just under $100 million a year. These exports currently face tariffs up to 6.5%. Again, these will be eliminated. In addition to beef and egg products, CETA also provides for increases in eligible trade for products with high sugar content. The stipulation enables a company like PepsiCo, which has large bottling in Edmonton, West End, as well as other parts of Alberta, to continue to ship their products abroad and find new customers and new markets duty-free. The stipulation for sugary products also helps local Edmonton startups, such as Jasek Chocolate Couture, which opened in Sherwood Park. Last year has now expanded into Canmore, as well as downtown Edmonton. It will help them hire new employees and reach a massive new market base. It will open up markets for our burgeoning alcoholic beverage companies, of whose products are very well known to members of the Alberta Conservative Caucus. We have over 50 breweries in Alberta, including favorites Big Rock, Alley Cat, and Yellowhead. We have distilleries like Eau Claire Distillery that makes gin and vodka from only local Alberta grains, and Park Distillers based in Banff that makes a vodka with glacial waters from the Rockies. Closer to my home in Edmonton, we have Red Cup Distilling in Vegreville. I'm wearing the button today for supporting Vegreville. They have the Big Rig Craft Distillery. There's also the Big Craft Distillery in Nisku by Edmonton Airport, where you can get a Brum, which is basically a rum made with sugar beets instead of sugar cane. I want to note it's called a Brum and not a rum, so not to run afoul of the rum lobby. If the all-powerful rum lobby is watching on CPAC today, please note I did call it a Brum, not a rum. Edmonton is home to many head offices of world-class companies that are set to grow, compete, and win with access to this huge new market. PCL Construction, which just finished Rogers Place in downtown Edmonton, the finest hockey and event arena in the entire world. Stantec Engineering, Booster Juice, Weatherford International, all based in Edmonton. We're also renowned for our startup culture, and many of our new enterprises will benefit from increased access to markets and added IP protection. Tapcar, a rideshare company that has gained ground by working with municipal governments rather than circumventing local laws. Drizzly, an app that arranges liquor deliveries. Should they expand to the Parliament Hill area, I'm sure sales will spike massively. My wife's personal favorite, Poppy Barley Shoes, which has grown from a small shared office space downtown Edmonton, has expanded to famous White Avenue with pop-ups in Toronto. Edmonton also boasts 3 of the top 15 startup companies in Canada, as named by MetaBridge. Lodge & Radius, which does customer analytics, serving over 1,000 businesses worldwide. Mover, a company that handles cloud file migration. And Shobi, which is helping teachers, schools, and students get connected across technology platforms. And of course, our bread and butter business, oil and gas sector, stands to benefit tremendously from CETA by increasing market access to our oil and gas products. I know the Prime Minister wants to phase out oil and gas, but CETA represents a grand opportunity for Canada's job-creating and economic driving industry to capitalize on new customers. Supplier diversification is one of the European Union's top energy priorities. Currently, Russia has 31% of EU's oil and gas import market share, making them first. Canada has just 1% of the market share, placing us 26th. It's well known that Russian President Putin uses his country's oil and gas reserves as a weapon. And given that Russia supplies almost a third of the EU's oil and gas, his position is strong. The EU needs to diversify, wants to diversify, and Alberta has plenty to offer. Not only will this create wealth and jobs in Alberta and the rest of Canada, but will help free Europe from the bullying and blackmail of the Russian president and deprive him of his desperately needed revenues that he uses to threaten our democratic allies. The Right Honourable Stephen Harper famously told Putin to get out of Ukraine. Well, CETA will help us get him out of Europe's oil and gas business. As CETA reduces and eliminates tariffs across the board for oil and gas products, Canada and Alberta are well poised to fill the gap and become a crucial energy ally. This is an opportunity we should not and frankly cannot pass up. Maybe one day this government will support Energy East and we can ship Alberta oil to Quebec and New Brunswick for refining and stop sending jobs and billions of dollars to despotic regimes like Saudi Arabia. Beyond energy, though, free trade helps foster greater cooperation between our democratic allies. We strongly support international trade initiatives that strengthen the bonds with friendly countries, increase economic productivity, and drive prosperity and job creation. The world is full of uncertainty, and prior champions of trade and cooperation are retreating. This comes as an unfortunate time for Canada. Our country is the fastest growing population in the OECD, and the West has the fastest growing and youngest population in Canada. We have products, we have workers, and we have the businesses. We will continue to have more people and more products over the next few years, and we need places to sell these goods. CETA is an opportunity for us to secure access to the largest single market in the world at a time when other countries are retreating. Not only will this agreement help our job creators secure access to growing and demanding markets, but it will give Canadians a competitive advantage over our competitors who are content retreating from the global marketplace. Now, even after all these items I've talked about, all these benefits, CETA's detractors argue the costs outweigh the benefits. They'll say that CETA gives too much power to corporations and will allow them to sue governments for compensation if they change policies. The argument is callously thrown around as a holistic and negative point, which is an assertion. According to the summary in the Globe and Mail, CETA opens up a new process called the Investment Court System, or ICS. It essentially acts as a permanent tribunal to handle complaints brought by businesses. Canada and the EU have hailed the ICS as a breakthrough, offering a high level of protection for investors while fully preserving the right of governments to regulate and pursue legitimate public policy objectives, such as the protection of health, safety, and our environment. It's perfectly legitimate for businesses to act in good faith and set up shop in new countries because of a trade agreement to be able to protect themselves from arbitrary changes by the host government. If governments agree to and sign a trade agreement, they agree to be bound by the provisions of that trade agreement, with some exceptions. It's unreasonable to make governments the sole power holder in this arrangement. We expect companies to come to Canada to do business in Canada and create work for Canadians and create wealth for our country. We must be able to guarantee them some modicum of stability and predictability, or at least grant them some recourse if a future government makes arbitrary changes that violates the provisions of that trade agreement. It's a two-way street, and businesses don't deserve less protection just because they are creating jobs, making investments, and earning profits. At the same time, it's also important that governments are able to react to changing circumstances and create legislation that is good for Canadians in the event that exceptional circumstances arise. This is why CETA has built-in provisions to help protect both businesses and government. I want to note here that Canadian investment in the EU was almost $250 billion as of 2014. That is Canadian investment that will also be protected by the winds of changing political landscape in Europe. The Consider Canada Alliance is a partnership of 12 of our largest cities. These cities represent 63% of Canada's GDP and 57% of our population. They work to increase investment in Canada and grow trade opportunities. Our own highly respected Edmonton Economic Development Corps is part of this coalition. Michael Dart, president of the CCCA, states, "We see Canada moving toward creating the largest trading investment bloc in the world. The cities that comprise the Consider Canada City Alliance account for 63% of Canada's GDP and fully understand that our economic prosperity is built on global trade and investment." He goes on that modern commerce is much more than moving goods across the borders. It's about financial and knowledge-based consulting services, digital commerce and entertainment, and the freedom of movement for skilled workers who are creating the 21st century global economy. CETA addresses these and many more opportunities, he continues. Canada is demonstrating leadership in building the agreements necessary to protect our economic future and guarantee access to prosperity for all Canadians. The Consider Canada Alliance has listed its top 5 reasons for supporting CETA. Number 1, dollars and cents. It will increase Canada-EU trade by 20% and boost Canada's economy by $12 billion. Number 2, unparalleled market access. Once CETA comes into force, investors in Canada will have assured preferential access to both NAFTA and the EU, with nearly 1 billion customers combined and GDP of over $35 trillion. Number 3, enhanced investor protection, as I just mentioned. CETA will provide Canadian and EU investors with greater certainty, transparency, and protection for their investments. And again, I note, Canadians have invested in the EU $250 billion. That is Canadian investment that will be protected from the whims of a changing landscape in Europe. Number 4, the easing of investment restrictions. The net benefit review threshold under the Investment Canada Act will be raised from the current $600 million to $1.5 billion following CETA's entry into force. And number 5, it signals open trade, not closed borders. While populist movements in some developed countries appear to be antagonistic to expanding trade agreements, Canadian cities are welcoming aggressive investment interests from across Europe and around the world during investment missions conducted in partnership with federal and provincial colleagues. Mr. Speaker, again I repeat, trade is good. Trade lowers prices and enables competitive and valued Canadian businesses to expand, hire new employees, and prosper in a globalized world. Trade helps strengthen ties with our allies. We'll always support international initiatives that nurture greater cooperation between Canada and our friends overseas. Free trade allows billions of dollars in Canadian exports to reach new markets and ensures that European goods flow into Canada at competitive prices for our consumers. Free trade will help Alberta's businesses grow and prosper at a time when Alberta needs it most. I'm proud to support this agreement that will help Alberta's small and large businesses, Albertan consumers, Canadian industry, Canadian producers, and will deepen our long-standing ties between Canada and Europe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, with the rising protectionism, I wonder what my colleague opposite, how he would respond to what impact not ratifying CETA at this time might have on our economic stability as a country, as well as jobs across Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I think it would be disastrous if we stepped away from this right now. We all see what's going on with the U.S., with Brexit, with countries throwing up borders, walls. I don't want to exaggerate issues, but this is the exact issue that helped cause the first depression, the major one, countries immediately throwing up protectionist walls. If we make a stance and say protectionism is good and open borders and open trade is bad, we are going to drive this country into a ditch that is going to be decades before we can recover.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I just wanted to ask him why we need to have investor-state dispute mechanisms in these trade agreements, when clearly, certainly in this agreement, there are several countries in the EU that are against these provisions that allow foreign corporations to sue Canadian governments, whether they be federal government, provincial government, municipal governments, and really affect our sovereignty over our own laws and country when we want to help improve our environment and our social well-being. Thank you.
For Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, we need a dispute resolution to protect companies that are investing in Canada, to send a strong signal that Canada is a safe place to invest. We've seen it in Alberta where the current NDP government is changing rules on long-term investments and it's driving companies out. Some of our largest job creators have said they're not going to invest in Alberta anymore. They're moving to Texas because of arbitrary government changes to laws. Canadians have invested $250 billion. This is Canadian wealth in the EU. Our money, our investments in Europe have to be protected from the whims of government changes just as much as we need to protect investors' money in Canada who are making jobs for Canadians, investing in our infrastructure, investing in our communities.
We have time to just fit one more question and response in. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, very briefly, to my friend from Edmonton West, he appears unaware of the litany of cases that Canada has lost where the motivations for taking action were to protect public health, protect the environment, such as regulating against a toxic gasoline additive. I don't know why anyone would want to see foreign corporations have superior rights to domestic ones.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
When I listen to my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands, it reminds me of Will Rogers' comment about never meeting a gentleman he didn't like. I think this member has never met a job-creating item that she liked or a trade agreement that she liked. Not everything is perfect, but this could open up trillions and trillions of dollars of added economic activity at a time of slow growth. We need the jobs in Alberta, we need the jobs in Canada, and we need it now. Thank you.
There will be 6.5 minutes remaining in the time for questions and comments directed towards the honourable member for Edmonton West when the House next resumes debate on the question. But now we're going to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Mission, Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, access to clean drinking water is a fundamental right for all Canadians. That is why on December the 10th, I was proud to stand alongside my provincial and municipal colleagues to announce the completion of the state-of-the-art $4.2 million Canal Lake water treatment plant. Thanks to $3 million from our government gas tax fund and $1.2 million from the District of Mission and City of Abbotsford. Over 200,000 residents of the Central Fraser Valley can now rest assured knowing they have access to safe and higher quality drinking water. This is an example of our government's commitment to modernizing infrastructure, ensuring Canada's quality of life continues to serve as an example to the world. And that should be a great source of pride for all members of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We in Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte are proud of the beautiful Lake Simcoe. Lake Simcoe is a popular recreation area that generates millions of dollars per year in tourism, is a great agricultural hub, and supplies clean drinking water to 8 municipalities. The prospects of Lake Simcoe were not always so bright, with high phosphates, diminishing fish population, and a reduced number of species. Those of us who are lucky enough to work, live, and play around Lake Simcoe benefited from the previous Conservative government's successful investments with local not-for-profits to clean up the lake through the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund. The fund invested over $60 million into revitalizing Lake Simcoe watershed and southeastern Georgian Bay. That funding is set to expire this year. Continued investment will ensure that future generations can enjoy the same clean lake and beautiful waterfront community that residents and tourists enjoy today. I want to call upon the current government to renew the Lake Simcoe and southeastern Georgian Bay Cleanup Fund in their coming budget.
Honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand in the House in solidarity with all our Muslim brothers and sisters to mourn the victims of terrorist attack on the Islamic Cultural Center of Quebec City. We must move forward by addressing the hate speech that incites violence against innocent Canadians because of their faith, ethnicity, place of birth, sexuality, or gender. We have shown the world that Canada is a tolerant country, but this doesn't mean we have made the hate go away. Instead, we must all pull together to continue to be a welcoming and thoughtful nation. I encourage Canadians to visit a mosque, a church, a temple, a synagogue, or any other place of worship, learn more about our fellow Canadians. Only through active engagement we can continue to thrive together and continue to be true north, strong and free. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, climate change is one of the greatest threats affecting humanity today. We need to reduce our dependency on fossil fuels, and we need to increase our public and private sector investment in renewable energy. However, Mr. Speaker, we have to do this in a way that's ethical. So local communities that are affected by new projects have to have consent to these projects, especially Indigenous communities, and energy projects also have to benefit low-income communities. So the challenge for all countries is to develop clean and ethical energy policy. Canada only has 18% of our energy coming from renewable sources, Mr. Speaker. That applies, that's opposed to Iceland, where it's 88%, and Norway and Sweden, where it's 45%. This government has been approving unclean and unethical projects such as the Kinder Morgan pipeline and clean projects that are unfortunately unethical, like the Site C Dam. I call on this government to support clean and ethical energy policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 24th, CLICS, the Laval Centre for Integration and Social Cohesion, will be organizing a symposium to underscore the first year of the arrival of Syrian refugees. I'm very proud to take part in this activity that will allow stakeholders and citizens to evaluate and analyze the work accomplished so far. It will also be an opportunity to discuss the way to welcome and accompany these new Laval citizens. Canada continues to be a welcoming land for refugees fleeing war. These are people who have survived unimaginable persecution and violence and who now have to completely restart their lives in a new country. Thanks to organizations like the Laval CLICS, their integration is easier. I thank all those who warmly welcome refugees and who make Canada the country that is open to diversity that we are so proud of. Alanwan Salan fi Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize some of the great programs in Perth Wellington that celebrate our natural heritage and conservation efforts. For over 100 years, Perth Wellington has been home to some important environmental stewardship activities. And recently, a forestry consultant determined that the Monteith Farm in Perth County is home to the oldest tree plantation in Ontario. This proud history is today reflected in such tree planting programs as West Perth's Canada 150 Plant a Tree program, Trees for Minto, and the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority's Trees on Private Lands program. In Wellington County, the Green Legacy program has planted more than 1 million trees since 2004, making it the largest municipal tree planting program in North America. These programs have contributed to improving air quality, preventing soil erosion, creating natural windbreaks and snow fences, and enhancing our region's natural beauty. I look forward to more tree planting this spring across Perth Wellington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to rise today to pay tribute to the Honourable Robert Stanbury, who passed away this past Friday morning in Burlington. Bob, as he was known, was first elected in 1965 in the riding of York-Scarborough and represented his constituents with distinction until 1977. Under Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau, he served as Minister responsible for Citizenship and Information, and then later as Minister of Communications, and finally as Minister of National Revenue. A dedicated public servant, lawyer, and father, Bob was also a force for Canada's North. He served as President of the Canadian Council for Native Business and was a founding member of the Nunavut Arbitration Board. His good nature, wisdom, and support will be missed by many, including the Minister of Democratic Institutions, for whom I know served as a mentor to her. I take comfort knowing that he enriched the lives of many through his strength, compassion, and leadership. We join Bob's family and friends in mourning his loss. We thank you, Bob, knowing that Canada is a better society for your contributions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, scientists around the world marked International Day of Women and Girls in Science. This prestigious day was formally adopted by the UN in December 2015 as a way to demonstrate the continuing resolve of member states, including Canada, to eliminate gender inequality in the sciences. Right now, only 22% of people working in STEM fields are women. STEM stands for science, technology, engineering, and math. We can and must do better. Our government is committed to improving that number. The Minister of Science has taken a series of concrete actions that address gender imbalance in research, including reinstating the University College Academic Survey, making changes to the Canada Excellence Research Chairs program to increase equity provisions, and launching an advertising campaign to encourage women and girls to pursue STEM careers. The Minister's actions build on our government's commitment to diversity, to equality, and to providing opportunities for all.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-les-Rats. Mr. Speaker, all my colleagues know that I'm committed in the Free the Beer campaign by my colleague for Foothills. In Mégantic-les-Rats, anyone who thinks of beer thinks of Maurice Legendre, the best independent beer agent in Quebec. He left us recently at the age of 90. He was born in Lac-Mégantic in 1926 and started out in Thetford Mines at 19 as a representative for Boswell beer. In 1952, he became the first seller of Dow beer in Quebec. In 1969, Dow and O'Keeffe merged, and this was success for Maurice. In 1983, he sold 600,000 cases of beer, 90% of the market in bars and hotels. And yet, apparently, he never let beer touch his lips. He was very involved in his community, especially in sports development. Maurice taught me how to shake hands, and I think, without being partisan, I can say that he contributed to making me successful in politics. I hope there's beer in heaven for Maurice, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, last week I was in St. John, New Brunswick, as part of the study by the HUMA Committee on poverty reduction strategies. I took part in public hearings and visited many organizations that help the most vulnerable. I was touched to discover an organization called Elementary Literacy that accompanies young readers who are having difficulty in either official language. I thank my colleague for St. John Rothsay, the committee staff, and all the local stakeholders for these meetings. Let's also point out the efforts of the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, who's just announced 2 important initiatives linked to the Canadian Poverty Reduction Strategy. I'm confident that the National Advisory Process and the Ministerial Advisory Committee on Poverty launched today.
Southwest.
Mr. le Président, il me fait plaisir aujourd'hui.
I'm very pleased today to underscore Black History Month.
It's one of the earliest black settlements. Established in 1806 by black loyalists, settlers were promised freedom in exchange for their loyalty to the British Crown. Like many other loyalists who arrived in New Brunswick, they were given land grants and supplies, and Elm Hill became a thriving farm community. Despite their past and ongoing struggles, Elm Hill residents are a living reminder of Canada's proud history of freedom, tolerance, and openness. Elm Hill's story is an incredibly rich gold mine of oral and anecdotal history. As the member of New Brunswick Southwest, I'm honored to play a part in its sharing and preservation. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to bring to your attention in this House the plight of the Kurds who are indigenous to the western parts of Iran. The Democratic Party of Iranian Kurdistan is an official Kurdish political party dedicated to finding a peaceful solution to coexist with Iran and which advocates for the political rights of the Kurds. Kurds are subject to systemic and targeted persecution by the Iranian regime, which includes economic, political, and cultural discrimination, as well as the gross violation of human rights. Kurdish children are prevented from learning their language. Kurds are refused government jobs when they apply for failing to adhere to strict Shiite doctrines. And Kurdish prisoners are jailed for extended periods of time without trial, are subject to extrajudicial killing and executions without due process. This Liberal government keeps talking about rewarding Iran with an embassy, but instead, Canada should hold Iran accountable and stand in solidarity with our allies, the Kurds of Eastern Kurdistan, against the persecution they continue to endure.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, when our minister responsible for youth launched the concept of riding-based youth councils, he unleashed an incredible force that's energizing communities right across Canada. Our youth council in Fleetwood Port Kells is a team of overachievers, and I'll bet we can say that about most of these councils. I want to check in with you, see how your donut and pizza budgets are holding up. Under the leadership of Kyle Boutillier, they've been digging into the big issues, informing their perspectives and visions, and getting ready to lead the country. For example, our Youth Council will be joining with others across Canada on the 3% Project, an initiative to involve 3% of Canadians, about 1 million young people, in a dialogue on climate change. We need this discussion for the sake of our future, and we need these people involved in it. It's inspiring to see these youth councils at work, and I just want to say that our Fleetwood Port Kells Council, I'm very proud of the work you're doing, your energy, your leadership, and your drive to be the engaged citizen our country needs.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
This weekend, over 100 residents gathered in the city of Nelson, in my riding, and thousands more across Canada to send a message that they want the government to keep its word on democratic reform.
Hear, hear.
Following the Prime Minister's announcement that he is breaking his promise to Canadians to end the first-past-the-post system, I received a large number of letters and calls from constituents telling me they feel betrayed, saddened, and angry, and asking me to keep up the fight. Here are the facts. 2/3 of Canadians voted for parties promising electoral reform in the last election. During committee hearings, almost 90% of experts and 80% of public testimony called for the government to adopt a proportional voting system.
Yes, they
and
did.
during my own democratic reform tour last year, I heard overwhelmingly from voters that they are ready for change. Change will happen in Canada. It will take hard work and political courage, but we can do it, and we must, because that is what Canadians are demanding that we do.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Portage Liskeard.
Mr. Speaker, on July 30th, 2008, 22-year-old Tim McLean was on a Greyhound bus bound for home. He didn't make it home. Just outside of Portage La Prairie, Tim was murdered by a sick and deranged man. The details of what occurred that day are public. It is among the most shocking crimes in Canadian history. Today, Tim McLean's murderer walks free. This individual was granted the right to change his name. He has no limitations on his freedom. There are a lot of people talking about this. There's a lot of outrage because the system isn't working and something needs to change. But let us never forget about the victim, Tim McLean. Tim wasn't the only victim. His family continues to deal with what happened on that day. Tim leaves a son who will never know his dad. So today we stand with Tim's family, particularly his mom, Carol. Carol is one of my constituents, an amazing mom and grandmother who has fought so hard for justice and for what's right. We stand with you, Carol, and with your family. May Tim rest in peace.
Honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quebec is mobilizing this week with Hooked on School Days, which has been celebrated for 7 years now, to support young people in their effort to succeed in school. This is a movement that was initiated by Partenaires pour la Réussite Scolaire, an organization in the Laurentians, whose remarkable work I wish to underscore under the direction of Annie Grand-Mourcel. By proudly wearing the green and white Hooked on School Days ribbon, we are making a symbolic gesture that is important because 1 in 5 youth leave school before getting a high school diploma. We have to counter this in order to build a more inclusive society. I urge all my colleagues to mobilize around young people to talk to them about effort, perseverance, the risk of dropping out, and the advantage of a diploma, because academic perseverance is everybody's business.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in 2008, Tim McLean was murdered on a Greyhound bus. His murderer, Vince Lee, is now a free man with an absolute discharge, while Tim's mother will continue to live with this hell for the rest of her life. That just doesn't seem right. But now we also learn that the Prime Minister wants to eliminate mandatory jail time for crimes. So, Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister put the rights of victims ahead of the rights of criminals?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly our hearts go out to the McLean family. I want to be clear that the parole or the review boards of the provinces and territories have a specific jurisdiction on whether or not an absolute discharge is provided to persons who are held not criminally responsible. And with regard to the broader criminal justice system review, we are certainly conducting a review, including mandatory minimums, to ensure that we are in compliance with the Constitution and moving forward to improve the efficiencies, effectiveness, and to ensure that public safety remains paramount.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the issue, though, is bigger than that, because we know that the Prime Minister voted against our legislation that was triggered by Tim McLean's death that would make sure that people like Vince Lee would not be allowed out. Right. So when the Minister and the Prime Minister looks at reforming the justice system, it's not about the rights of criminals that we're concerned about on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. We think if people do this, they lose a lot of their rights. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know, what the minister plans on doing to make sure that the victims' rights come first.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, again, our government, and in terms of the review that we're doing of the criminal justice system, hold public safety, the rights of victims. A comprehensive approach is needed to ensure that victims' rights, as well as the realities of the Constitution, are held foremost in our minds. We are conducting a broad review of the criminal justice system, including sentencing reform, over the last 10 years to ensure that the sentencing provisions are in compliance. The courts have spoken quite clearly in terms of the constitutionality of mandatory minimum penalties, and we are going to be proceeding in a concerted way that ensures that the safety and
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, beyond travelling to Washington, there are concrete actions that the Prime Minister could be taking to protect Canadian jobs from heading south. He could shelve his carbon tax that will increase the cost of energy and goods that we sell to the United States, and he could stop raising taxes on families. Does the Prime Minister understand that it's actually his decisions here in Canada that are going to make it easier for Trump to steal our jobs?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, there's been some improvement in recent job numbers, but the global economy continues to be fragile. That's why it's important that our government continues to focus on the middle class, to lower the taxes of the middle class, to introduce a Canada Child benefit that will lift 300,000 kids out of poverty, to invest in infrastructure, to invest in communities, to invest in innovation. Mr. Speaker, the real question is, why are the Conservatives opposed to those investments that are clearly necessary to grow the Canadian economy, to attract investment and help the middle class?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, nearly 75% of Canadian exports go to the U.S. Our companies are concerned not only because of the election of a new president, but because of the uncertainty created by this Liberal government. They were nonchalant about the softwood lumber file, the diafiltered milk file. They went back on their promise to lower taxes for SMEs, and they've imposed a carbon tax that will sap the competitiveness of Canadian businesses. Will the Liberal government finally understand that the party's over, that they need to get down to business to create jobs here in Canada? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. This is exactly what we're doing. Let's talk about today's meeting between our Prime Minister and the American President, where they will be talking about the solid partnerships that our countries enjoy. It's based on a shared history, a shared culture, and values. And what our Prime Minister is doing today is exactly what Canadians want, Mr. Speaker. They want to have a constructive relationship with our neighbours to the south. And I think that all Canadians are proud of their Prime Minister today, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, this government has already broken several promises. I want to reach out to the government, as the Leader of the Opposition did today, by making some suggestions. They could be proactive and lower the tax burden on businesses. They could eliminate tariff barriers between provinces. They could abandon their carbon tax, which will cost the middle class thousands of jobs. Mr. Speaker, together we can take the lead and create jobs here in Canada. What will the government choose? To sit and watch as our jobs disappear, or to take action and create jobs for the middle class? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, there have been improvements in economic growth and job creation recently. But the global economy is still fragile. We need to continue to make significant investments in the middle class to help families and children, and we need to invest in infrastructure. The Conservatives want to cut investments in families and infrastructure. We are listening to Canadians, and we will continue to invest in the middle class to promote economic growth.
Vancouver East.
And the Safe Third Country Agreement with the U.S. Immigration lawyers are now saying many refugee applications have to be rejected because of this agreement. The minister continues to turn a blind eye and be complicit to the reality these refugees are facing. On Friday in this House, the Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety admitted that, quote, obviously a number of these issues are emerging. If the government admits there's a problem, why won't they do anything about it?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, our country has been recognized as having one of the most compassionate refugee systems in the world. The U.S. Safe Third Country Agreement between Canada and the United States is crucial to the handling of asylum claimants in both countries. We have no indication whatsoever that the U.S. executive order has had any impact on the Safe Third Country Agreement. We continue to welcome newcomers into our country. All refugee claimants get fair access to a fair hearing, and all claims and cases are judged on their merits.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has again told us that they don't have any proof that the recent executive order is having an impact on our refugees. Well, here's some news. All across the country, like in Emerson, Manitoba, and in Hemmingford in the Eastern Townships, there are people braving the winter weather and the snow to seek refuge in Canada. And we can't just turn away these people, given the current circumstances. So what is the government waiting for to suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member knows that the Safe Third Country Agreement applies to asylum claimants. It has no bearing on refugees resettled from abroad, which is what the executive order is about. She knows that. Having said that, we're proud to have a compassionate refugee system in Canada. All refugee claimants get a fair hearing at the Immigration Refugee Board, and all cases are judged on their merits.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, this morning my colleagues, the NDP leader and the member for Sherbrooke, met Mr. Yassine Aber. This 19-year-old Quebecer was turned away at the U.S. border last week as he was going to Boston for a competition, a sports competition. This young man still doesn't understand why he was refused entry to the U.S. What does this government intend to do to ensure that Canadian citizens are not at a risk of being turned away at the U.S. border without any valid reason? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her question. Obviously, we share her concern about the situation she just described. We are constantly striving to ensure that when Canadians travel abroad, that they are treated appropriately and fairly. But we have to recognize that all countries have the right to decide at their border which people they will allow entry to. We encourage people who have concerns to get in touch with the minister.
Last week, another Canadian came forward about being turned away at the U.S. border. Immediately following Trump's discriminatory ban, the Liberal government promised no Canadians would be affected. This is clearly not the case. Canadians are being stopped, interrogated, and turned away at the U.S. border, even though they have valid Canadian passports. Let's just call it for what it is: racial profiling, and it's outrageous. What is the minister doing to guarantee that Canadians are not being treated this way at the U.S. border?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we share that member's concern with respect to this situation. The government constantly works to ensure that Canadians receive fair and proper treatment when they travel abroad. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I think we must recognize that every country makes its own decisions as to whom they admit on their territory. I would encourage anyone who has concerns about treatment like that to take the necessary measures with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security to bring this matter to their attention as well.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
A proposal by leaders in Congress to impose a 20% border-adjusted tax could kill hundreds of thousands of Canadian jobs. 1/5 of our economy is exports to the U.S., so it would be a 20% foreign tax on 1/5 of our economy. Yet our foreign minister reportedly told the author of the proposal, House Speaker Paul Ryan, that the Government of Canada has no position on the border-adjusted tax. Did the Prime Minister make the same mistake, or did he stand up against the tax when he met with the President?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When in Washington, the Minister met with Secretary of State Rex Tillerson, House Speaker Paul Ryan, Senators John McCain, Bob Corker, and Ben Cardin, The minister made it clear that Canada is strongly opposed to any imposition of a new tariff between Canada and the United States. I'm sure that every member of this House agrees with us on that point, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Well, the question was on the tax, not the tariff, but another question I asked through access to information was on the impact of the new carbon tax. The government blacked out the data, relying on Section 18D of the Access Act, which allows them to withhold information, quote, that could, quote, reasonably be expected to be materially injurious to the financial interests of the government institution or to the ability of the Government of Canada to manage the economy. If mere public knowledge of the effects of the carbon tax is so damaging that it needs to be hidden, what does that say about the tax itself?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always happy to speak to the opposition about the merits of putting a price on pollution. It's actually a free market solution to something we don't want, which is pollution, and actually will do what we do want, which is create good jobs, clean growth, and innovation. But once again, don't take it from our party and from leading economists and from job makers. Let's talk about former MP Patrick Brown, Ontario Conservative leader. A price on carbon is coming, and it's going to come everywhere. Conservatives can't run from the debate on the environment.
Order.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Liberal government is acting like a company that is on the verge of bankruptcy. It's like you had a successful company whose wealthy owner passed the torch to a new administration, and that new administration is now spending recklessly. To be clear, Mr. Speaker, the former owner in this case was Stephen Harper, who left the country with a surplus of more than $1 billion. And the new one, you guessed it, is our current Prime Minister, who doesn't have a plan. Mr. Speaker, can this Liberal government take action, create wealth, create permanent jobs, and give hope back to Canadian families? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we inherited a sluggish economy after 10 years of Conservative governance. And at the same time, we didn't inherit a surplus. In fact, we created a deficit because the Conservatives fabricated a surplus before the election, but it's clear that there wasn't a surplus. It's very clear that for us, the important thing is to invest in the middle class, invest in infrastructure, and create economic growth. And that's exactly what we'll continue to do. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to support Canadian workers who get up every morning and work hard to provide for their families. We need to allow them to accumulate wealth so that they can have a certain financial freedom. This government is not allowing Canadian families to have more money in their pockets. It gives with one hand and takes with the other. This Liberal government is not telling the truth. Canadians now have less money to spend. Can this government stop taking money out of taxpayers' pockets and commit to not cancel any more tax credits like the one for the seniors' pension plan or for RESPs for our Canadian families? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's our government, Mr. Speaker, who is committed to help the middle class and to help those who are working hard to join the middle class. It is our government that has reduced taxes for the middle class, and they voted against it. It's our government that introduced the Canada Child Benefit. Again, Mr. Speaker, the government across the way voted against it. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan, and we have a plan to support the middle class. Thank you.
For Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have broken their promise of supporting the middle class. They have run multi-billion-dollar deficits with no end in sight, removed income splitting, canceled tax credits for children's fitness, arts courses, textbooks, and education, lowered the contribution limit for tax-free savings accounts, and to top it off, introduced a national carbon tax. These Liberal tax increases are costing struggling Canadian families substantially more. Will the Prime Minister quit falsely claiming to support the middle class and reverse these aggressive tax increases?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and once again I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I have to remind the House once again, Mr. Speaker, that it's this government that is committed to supporting the middle class and those that are working so hard to join it. It is this government, Mr. Speaker, that has lowered the taxes for middle-class Canadians, that has actually helped thousands and thousands and thousands of Canadians. It's this government, Mr. Speaker, that has introduced the Canada Child Benefit Program that has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, our government supports the middle class. We have a plan, and we are moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Kathleen Wynne and the Prime Minister seem to have a lot in common, judging from the hugs, and that's bad news for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Wynne has already destroyed Ontario business by driving the price of hydro sky high and implementing the "it won't help the planet, just the liberal pocketbook cap and trade system." Her buddy, the Prime Minister, is following the same instruction manual and driving the cost of living up. Well, Mr. Speaker, this plan is messed up and my constituents are fed up. When will the Prime Minister learn from the mistakes of the Wynne Liberals and quit repeating them?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we aren't going to do is repeat the mistakes of the previous Conservative government, where they did nothing on the environmental front. We are committed to taking serious action to tackle climate change, not just because we care about our children and grandchildren, but also because it makes economic sense. We're going to make sure that we invest in clean jobs and innovation, and we're going to be a leader, and we're going to attract jobs and investment, because that is the right thing to do, and that's what Canadians expect us to do.
Order. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Last week, Ontario joined Quebec in calling for federal loan guarantees for softwood lumber producers, which would provide certainty to forestry workers who fear their jobs will be lost when the U.S. imposes duties. Canadians expect the Prime Minister will convey to President Trump the importance of protecting hundreds of thousands of jobs in both countries that depend on a strong Canada-U.S. relationship. Will this government assure Canadians that protecting jobs will be their #1 priority, and will they provide loan guarantees to protect Canadian softwood lumber jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we're preparing for any situation and will continue working on a good deal for our Canadian forestry industry. Our government takes very seriously the challenges ahead for the sector, and we are working hard with our provincial partners to protect forestry jobs across Canada. We will continue to work with lumber producers, workers, provinces and territories to find a solution that works for our forest industry.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, it's nice to hear the same thing over and over, but we really want concrete actions. Last week, Quebec and Ontario both took the same position on the softwood lumber file. Today, the Prime Minister is meeting the American President, and we hope that he will be able to defend our interests. In the meantime, the threat of customs tariffs on exports to the U.S. looms over the industry. The government needs to create a loan guarantee program for lumber producers. Will the minister hear the calls from Quebec and Ontario about the urgency of creating a Plan B? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
How important the forestry sector is for Canadians, particularly in certain parts of the country. We know that the industry is dependent on exports, particularly to the United States, and that's why we are in constant touch with my counterparts at the deputy ministerial level. We will be prepared for every eventuality, and our primary interest is to protect those good jobs in the forestry sector wherever they are across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Speaker, Canadians were shocked last week by the release of Vincent Lee with no conditions or monitoring and was even legally allowed to change his name to Will Baker. This is the man who brutally murdered Tim McLean on a bus in 2008, to the horror of all those on board and indeed to the entire country, Mr. Speaker. Now, Tim's family is left to deal with this latest ordeal and outrage. Can the minister please tell Canadians why the rights of the McLean family and the public are secondary to this vicious murderer?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, certainly our hearts go out to the McLean family. The public safety of Canadians is always of utmost concern to our government, and we are committed to ensuring that our criminal justice system provides the greatest protection possible. I want to be clear. The review board of the province or territory makes the decision to grant an absolute discharge in terms of not criminally responsible, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment further. But again, our hearts go out to the McLean family, and in terms of the work that we're doing around criminal justice reform, we are moving forward to ensure safety and protection for victims.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals have a problem with mandatory jail sentences for criminals. Now, is it the mandatory jail time for selling drugs around a school, or child pornography, or for kidnapping a child, or maybe it's the mandatory jail time from drive-by shootings or premeditated murder? Mr. Speaker, which criminals does the Minister of Justice believe need a break?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to stand up again to speak about the comprehensive review that our government is undertaking in terms of the criminal justice system, including sentencing reform, and I am pursuing that with vigor. I want to actually say, with respect to mandatory minimum penalties, which is included in this review, the courts have spoken out quite clearly in terms of the constitutionality of these provisions. And our government believes that it is important to ensure that the laws, including mandatory minimums, are effective at meeting their objectives, the efficiency and promoting public safety, and most importantly, ensuring their compliance with the Constitution.
Member for Niagara Falls.
Speaker, the minister doesn't want to be specific because the Liberals have a problem with prison sentences. I'm proud of the fact that under our Conservative government, anyone who brings drugs into this country for the purpose of selling to our children will go to jail. I'm proud of that, Mr. Speaker. Why wouldn't the Liberals concentrate on filling judicial appointments and not be worried about mandatory sentences?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, again, I'm happy to rise to speak about the comprehensive review of the criminal justice system that we are undertaking, including sentencing reform, and this includes looking at all of the mandatory minimums that are now contained within the criminal code. As I said, the courts have spoken out in terms of the constitutionality of many of these provisions, and it is in that regard that we are reviewing them. I firmly believe that we must inject discretion back to judges to be able to administer an appropriate sentence based on the individual that is before them. We are doing this in a thoughtful way and ensuring that we engage with many stakeholders, provinces and territories as we reform these mandatory minimums.
The
Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, for some time now, we've seen the Liberal Party becoming laxer and being more and more inclined to reduce sentences for criminals. This Liberal government's priority clearly seems to be giving criminals lighter sentences, as with their Bill C-38. It seems like they care more about criminals than they do about the victims and their families. When will this Prime Minister stand up for victims of crime?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, I thank the member for the multi-pronged question, and again, we are pleased to be doing a comprehensive review of the criminal justice system, including sentencing reform, to ensure that we provide a way forward that is comprehensive, that speaks to what we have heard from stakeholders, from provinces and territories, and what we're hearing from judges, in order to ensure that the judges have the necessary discretion in order to administer the appropriate sentence based on the individual that presents before them. And in terms of Bill C-38, I was pleased to introduce that bill to combat human trafficking and to provide protection to vulnerable people in this country.
The
honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister must defend Canadians from attacks on privacy by President Trump. We have very serious concerns with respect to Bill C-23. Americans on Canadian soil will be armed, can conduct strip searches, will be able to hold Canadians and question them.
Document just released between the Prime Minister and the President, instead of standing up for Canadians, they decided to double down on information sharing and measures like this that go against Canadians' rights. Can the Minister stand up and confirm that he will, in the clearest of terms, that they will stand up for Canadians' rights once and for all?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly for this government making sure the balance
of protecting Canadian rights and furthering our economy is at the foremost of our consideration. And when we take a look at that, pre-clearing has already happening in 8 locations. It's more than 12 million passengers every year using this, that it facilitates the movement of goods and services, it increases security, and it makes sure that Canadians can travel directly to locations they otherwise would not be able to in the United States. Let me say as clearly as I can that absolutely and without question, U.S. officials in Canada require at all times to comply with Canadian law and to the Canadian Charter.
The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend, another 21 refugees looking for safety walked for hours through snowy fields to get to Canada through Emerson, Manitoba. Repeated calls on the government to take concrete, immediate actions like suspending the Safe Third Country Agreement continue to go unanswered, while these individuals are literally risking life and limb. If some poor farmer were to find a refugee family laying in his field, would the Minister of Immigration continue to repeat the same lame non-answer we've heard for weeks? Would he have the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans repeat them for him? Will the Minister finally suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement now? What's it going to take, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by thanking the people of Emerson for their generosity in welcoming those who are seeking protection in difficult circumstances. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad for the member opposite to ask me the question because my department moved very, very quickly to engage with CBSA, RCMP, and the town of Emerson this weekend after the arrival of 21 asylum claimants. We worked with the Manitoba Interfaith Immigration Council and the local resettlement organization to provide transportation to asylum seekers from Emerson to Winnipeg, and the settlement organization has offered asylum claimants a place to stay if needed.
Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Monsieur le Président, on February 2nd, the Minister of Natural Resources led an official visit and trade mission to Mexico. Included in the delegation were 37 Canadian business leaders from mining, energy, and clean technology sectors, making the trip one of the Natural Resource Canada's biggest ever. Also, for the first time, Indigenous representatives were part of the delegation. Can the Minister of Natural Resources please give more information about his trip to Mexico and how it positions Canada to continue a strong relationship with an important continental partner?
Excellent. Minister.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Etobicoke Lakeshore for his question. Promoting Canadian business around the world is an important priority for my department, and I have just returned from a very productive mission to Mexico, where I discussed collaboration on energy and mineral development with my counterparts, as well as with local communities and Indigenous peoples. Our countries signed a memorandum of understanding on collaboration in sustainable mining that will lay the foundation for greater trade opportunities, stronger growth, and job creation for years to come.
Honourable member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, NAFTA has been a successful agreement for Canada, but the Prime Minister has offered it up for renegotiation. Since it came into force, we have gained over $5 trillion in direct investment and millions of high-paying jobs. Now the Liberal government is putting all of this on the table. Canadians want to know, when the Prime Minister committed to renegotiating NAFTA, what specific elements of the existing agreement did he believe were problematic?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians need to know first and foremost that no negotiations have begun yet. Last week, when the Minister of Foreign Affairs was in Washington, she met with Secretary of State Rex Tillerson, along with House Speaker Paul Ryan, Senators John McCain, Bob Corker, and Ben Cardin. The minister underlined how integrated our economies are and how they support millions of jobs on both sides of the border. We always have Canada's best interests in mind in our conversations internationally, and I'm sure no one in this House would want us to reveal our hand prematurely.
Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
The Foreign Affairs Minister met with U.S. House Speaker Paul Ryan. He stated that he had a really productive conversation about improving dairy market access, and the minister herself called it a successful visit. We can assume he wasn't talking about more Canadian dairy products flowing into Wisconsin. How much dairy access did the minister offer to the Americans at this meeting?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's important to point out that there are not any negotiations that have begun with our counterparts in the United States. The minister met Paul Ryan and other members from U.S. We point out that the integration of the economy is important because it supports millions of dollars on jobs on both sides of the border, and we always have the interests of Canadians at heart in our conversations. I'm convinced that no one here would want our position to be compromised prematurely. Honourable Member for Les Billeaux-Binières. Mr. Speaker, everything appears to indicate that the upcoming negotiations on NAFTA will affect the agricultural sector. More specifically, sources are reporting that supply management will be an integral part of the negotiations. Mr. Speaker, out of respect for Canadian farmers, can the Liberal government tell us what will be on the table during the negotiations and if the supply management system will be included?
Mr. of Agriculture.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My colleagues' question, it gives me an opportunity to say again that Canada's supply management system is a model of stability worldwide. I think my honourable colleague is well aware this is the party that fought hard to put supply management in place. This is the party that will work hard to make sure that supply management remains in place. And my honourable colleague is well aware, Mr. Speaker, that we worked with the supply management system since we came into government and adjusted a number of things that needed to be adjusted, and we are also in favour.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, twice the Prime Minister has gone to the United States and he's met with two different presidents and their administrations. But both times he has left the Minister of Natural Resources here at home. When it comes to our resources, the United States is our biggest customer, but also our largest competitor. Now, had the Minister of Natural Resources had the opportunity to go to Washington, he may have been able to talk about some fairly important issues. Softwood lumber, Keystone XL, Canadian jobs. Mr. Speaker, either the Prime Minister has no confidence in this minister, or Canada's natural resources sector is not a priority for this Liberal government. Which is it?
Order. It's good to wait till the minister's introduced. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Since I'm here, Mr. Speaker, I'll talk about our government's accomplishments in the natural resource sector, particularly the 24,000 jobs that we've created by approving pipelines. Or I'll talk about the hundreds of millions of dollars that we have committed to infrastructure in the province of Alberta. Or I'll talk about the commitment of this government to make sure that the economy and energy and the environment go hand in hand, and we're going to prove that through accomplishments, not idle chatter and naysaying.
For Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, 2 months ago, the Indigenous Affairs Minister announced the Manitoba First Nations school system, with those schools set to receive federal funding education. In this agreement, barely 1/3 of the schools in Manitoba are included. To this day, most reserve schools across Canada are not being funded equally with public schools. After decades of poor funding, will the minister fund all of the First Nations schools and give all First Nations children the best education?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it was indeed a terrific announcement that we were able to make with the First Nations in Manitoba, who choose to work together on developing a school system where they can develop their own curriculum, develop their own on-the-land programming, their own professional development. This is a very, very historic day. This is an opt-in process separate from the funding in the classroom, where communities who want to work together to develop their own school system come together with separate funding to do just that. We're very proud of that initiative.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is Have a Hard Day on Parliament Hill. The purpose of the day is to ensure that all children have the services they need and that they are entitled to. But this government was found guilty by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal of systemic discrimination against First Nations children. When will the minister turn words into action and put an end to this discrimination? With another young 12-year-old who committed suicide on the weekend, how do they sleep at night? The Honourable Minister.
President.
Mr. Speaker, We have committed to reviewing all services to children and families for Indigenous peoples. To make up for the offset in funding, we are investing more than $1 billion over the next 5 years. We are determined to work hard with First Nations, the provinces, and agencies in order to reform the situation.
Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, in 2014, before our troops were ever deployed to Kuwait, our Conservative government ensured that they'd be entitled to full danger pay. If the Defence Minister doesn't believe me, he can check Finance Canada's website. The first cuts by the Liberals were done on September 1st of 2016. If the minister doesn't take action now, a lot more troops on other missions will be impacted in June. It's unjust for the Liberals to take away $1,800 each month from each of our troops who are in harm's way. Will the minister stop funding the Prime Minister's out-of-control spending on the backs of our troops?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Member, for your question. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we always take care to ensure the well-being of our troops. During a meeting in the region, the minister noted the situation, asked the CDS to take a look at it. An interdepartmental team is looking at it. Measures are in place. We are advancing this file and are working with the relevant organizations based on all recommendations.
Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals were caught with their pants down cutting benefits to our soldiers deployed to fight ISIL. This is crass, it's wrong, it lacks class, and it's really Liberal. In order to cover their incompetence, they're blaming the previous government that had nonetheless allocated to these benefits, and that's disgusting. Now, when something goes wrong, you don't ask a subordinate to fix it. Will the minister rectify this affront to our troops?
Oh my God.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is trying to play petty politics at the expense of our soldiers. The previous government didn't hesitate in the past to reduce expenditures to defence. They didn't hesitate to do so at the expense of our soldiers, veterans, and their families. So we have no lessons to learn from them with respect to support that we are providing to members of the Canadian Forces.
Member for Calgary, Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Development admitted on a Sirius XM radio show that Canadians' international aid tax dollars could end up in the hands of ISIS fighters in the Middle East. Her excuse was that Canada must respect aid neutrality. We should never be neutral about mass slaughter of those who use rape as a weapon and those who pose the greatest threat to Canadian security. Organizations that assist ISIS should never receive Canadian taxpayer funding.
Exactly.
Instead of making excuses, will the minister do her job and cut funding to aid groups that are directly supporting ISIS fighters in the field?
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my mandate is clear. It is to focus international assistance on people who are the poorest and most vulnerable. I can assure you that our department ensures that all contracts granted, all funding given to our international partners is consistent with rules. We ensure that all our partners are experienced partners and that funds are used for the purposes they are designed to be used for.
For Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, this past Friday, I was pleased to visit Standard Aero in my riding to see the work they are doing to maintain engines for the CP-140 Auroras and CC-130H Hercules aircraft. Standard Aero and the aerospace industry are an important employer of good middle-class jobs in my riding. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement inform this House about recent investments in the aerospace industry in support of our Canadian Armed Forces?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
More good news, Mr. Speaker, for our men and women in uniform. We're committed to providing them with the equipment they need to do the job and to provide good-paying jobs in Manitoba and across Canada. Our government is proud to announce the award of contracts totaling $90 million for the maintenance and repair of engines for our military. These contracts in the West and in Ontario will not only help maintain the Royal Canadian Air Force's fleet of aircraft, but will also create and maintain 175 good-paying jobs in Canada's aerospace sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, in November, the Chief Electoral Officer said that there is no way to restrict or prevent foreigners or foreign organizations from trying to influence Canadian elections, that there's no restrictions on unlimited third-party spending for things like polling, phone banking, or election websites. At committee, the minister claimed that she's committed to ensuring that there's no foreign influence in our elections. However, actions speak louder than words. So if the Liberals are truly committed to preventing foreign interference in Canadian elections, will they commit today to closing these loopholes?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question and also for his interest in the safety and protection of our democracy. Canada has one of the most comprehensive political financing systems in the world that restricts foreign influence in Canadian elections. International entities cannot give money to political parties or candidates. Offences and penalties are in place for contravening these rules. Transparency is a key aspect of the Canadian political financing regime. Political parties, candidates, and third parties all file reports with the Chief Electoral Officer on their contributions and expenses, and I look forward to working with all members to ensure the integrity of our democratic system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Naimo Ladysmith.
Every year, 5,500 cases of sexual assault are reported to police, but 1 in 5 are deemed to be unfounded. We need to create a culture that takes victims of sexual assault seriously, especially when 90% of sexual assaults are never reported. But we also need to call out misogyny and sexual harassment wherever it occurs, from the office to the Oval Office. How could the Prime Minister possibly sit down and discuss women in the workforce with President Trump without first denouncing his misogynistic comments?
The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, we can all agree that women are important contributors to our economy domestically, but also globally, and that when all citizens are included in the economy, we all benefit. The fact that this is a priority at the first official meeting between our Prime Minister and the President is a reflection of how much we value innovation, promoting and advancing gender equality, and growing the economy. Our government's committed to increasing women's participation in the workforce. Having more women participating is good for economy and society.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of sitting on the Human Resources Committee, which has been studying poverty reduction, traveling to communities across Canada, including my own riding of Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, to explore innovative ways our government can tackle poverty. Could the Minister please inform this House on its plans to implement a national poverty reduction strategy?
Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, for his great work on behalf of his constituents and as a member of the Human Resources Parliamentary Committee. Our government is committed to enhance the economic well-being of all Canadian families. Today, we launched 2 initiatives to support the development of our poverty reduction strategy. First, a nationwide consultation process. Second, the selection process for an advisory committee on poverty. We want to hear the views of all Canadians on how to help more Canadians join and grow the middle class.
Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister made a unilateral decision to ban Arctic oil and gas drilling in the Northwest Territories and Nunavut without consulting the premiers. Just 2 hours before telling the public, he had the courtesy to inform the premiers about his unilateral decision. With such significant implications for territorial governments and Northerners, what possible reason could justify not consulting with the premiers?
Exactly. Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
We had a very good meeting in the North last week with both the Premier Taptuna as well as Premier McLeod. As you know, there's no active drilling occurring in the Beaufort Sea. The measures announced by the Prime Ministers in the Joint Arctic Leaders Statement, including establishing Canadian Arctic waters as indefinitely off limits to new oil and gas licenses, to be informed every 5 years by science-based reviews. Canada will consult with existing license holders in the Beaufort Sea on their interests and their future plans.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, revelations by the new head of Canadian diplomacy have appalled media in Belgium. Headlines included crocodile tears to mislead Wallonia. Quite a performance by the minister. Fake tears to make Walloons feel guilty. Tactics to create guilt, hypocrisy, crocodile tears. You'd think it was the 1995 Love-In in the downtown Montreal, Mr. Speaker. Is that how the Liberals have decided to conduct Canada's diplomacy from now on?
Secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, Canada appreciates its relationships with other countries and international governments across the world. We are always in conversation with the diplomats and counterparts at an international level, and we're proud of the role that Canada plays across the world. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety stated last week, and I quote, adequate and fair treatment of all Canadians seeking to enter the United States is a priority for the current government. One heck of a priority. 5 days later, a Quebec athlete from Sherbrooke, who's accustomed to competitions abroad, was stopped at the border. How many Quebecers will have to be turned back at the border because of the color of their skin, the sound of their voice, or the God they believe in, or because they look suspicious? Will there have to be before the government starts to take some action? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share the concerns raised by my honourable colleague opposite on this situation. We are working very hard to ensure that all Canadians are treated fairly, equitably, when they travel abroad. At the same time, each country makes its own decisions regarding eligibility for entry. Any person who has been denied access or entry at the border, I would encourage to raise the issue. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, apart from the rhetoric and great principles or grand principles that don't change anything, what we want to know is what specific steps have been taken to ensure that all Quebecers, regardless of their faith, are not unfairly targeted at the Canada-U.S. border. What we want to know was or is who the minister talked to, what demands were made, what commitments were made, and whether he can ensure that all citizens will no longer be victims of discrimination at the border. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member opposite for his question. This is a priority for Canada. It's a priority to ensure that Canadians can travel. Without facing problems. So if there are problems at the borders, I would encourage them to speak to the U.S. authorities. That concludes question period today.
Order. Order. I ask members to take their conversations out into the lobbies. I have a point of order from the Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm noticing that we're developing a bit of a bad habit in this hallowed place. Right after question period, we tend to take a lot of time chattering and visiting, and I think in respect for this place, we should take our talk immediately after question period outside of the chamber so that we can proceed immediately to orders of the day. So I know you're doing an excellent job, and you can only get as much order as we give you. So I think, though, that if you would be willing to immediately call this place to order, that would send a strong signal, and I would encourage all of my colleagues immediately when question period is over to leave the chamber if you need to chat, or else sit and give this place the respect that it deserves and listen to what's going on next.
I thank the Opposition House Leader for her intervention, and it seems to have had salutary effect already. The tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, it's my honour to table in both official languages the government's response to the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts regarding pharmaceutical benefits for Veterans Affairs.
Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts' 16th report entitled Report 4, Drug Benefits, Veteran Affairs Canada, of the Spring 2016 reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Thank you.
In first reading of Senate public bills, motions, presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you. I have a petition in support of free prescription birth control. And as I'm sure you know, Mr. Speaker, Canadians, 24% of Canadians don't have access to subsidized drug plans, meaning that they have to pay out of pocket for medications like contraception. 15% of sexually active Canadians don't use contraception at all. And it has been proven that subsidized contraceptives have been cost beneficial in a number of jurisdictions, including the U.S. and Great Britain, and reduce the cost of unintended pregnancy. And with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, these petitioners call on the Government of Canada to support the NDP motion M65 that calls on the federal government to work with the provinces to cover the full cost of prescribed contraceptives.
Okay. My apologies, we missed presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the two following reports from the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Report 3, the Government Council Appointments Process in Administrative Tribunals of the Spring 2016 Reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Et le 20e rapport
the 20th report entitled Special Examination Report, Atlantic Pilotage Authority of the Fall 2016 Reports of the Auditor General of Canada.
Déclaration.
Chacun de ces deux rapports. Merci beaucoup.
Report de délégations.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Private members' bills, first reading of Senate public bills, motions, presenting petitions.
Or York Simcoe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Commemorative medals have been issued by the Government of Canada on significant milestones in our country's history to recognize the contributions of everyday Canadians to their communities, contributions that mean so much to many but too often go unnoticed and unrecognized. A medal was issued for our Confederation in 1867, the Diamond Jubilee of Confederation in 1927, the Centennial in 1967, and the 125th anniversary of Confederation in 1992. But as part of the Liberal War on History, there will be no medal honoring the country-building contributions of Canadians on the 150th anniversary of Confederation. Tradition is being ignored and community-leading Canadians are being forgotten. The petitioners from across Canada call upon the Government of Canada to respect tradition and recognize deserving Canadians and reverse its decision to cancel the commemorative medal for the 150th anniversary of Confederation.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present two petitions today. The first is from constituents primarily in the area of the Toronto area, calling for mandatory labeling of any consumer products, including genetically modified organisms. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents of Vancouver Island, hoping that the House of Commons assembled will put together a plan to confront the crisis of homelessness. The petitioners in particular point to the National Affordable Housing Program as envisioned by the Canadian Federation of Municipalities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Davenport. For Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to present a petition that was organized, prepared by a constituent, Joan Howard. The petition asks that Parliament create and support a national program for helping loved ones of murder victims, fund and promote programming that diverts young people away from gangs and crime, and take steps to ensure equal access to opportunities for young people across Canada, and strengthen and enhance the Canada Border Service Agency's ability to stop gun smuggling. Joan Howard has been a tireless advocate on these issues since she lost her son, Kempton Howard, to gun violence on December 13, 2003. I would like to thank her for her work on this petition and her advocacy.
Deputy Drummond.
Honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in the House to present dozens of signatures on various petitions. For some time now, Health Canada has agreed to the sale of genetically modified salmon, and that has created outrage in the riding of Drummond, among others. People want compulsory labeling of GMOs. That's what they're asking for. And I will be organizing a conference on February 28th, together with my colleague, the member for Sherbrooke, at a hotel in my riding. Everyone is invited at the Dauphin Hotel at 7 o'clock regarding compulsory labeling of GMOs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If a supplementary response to question 674, originally tabled on January the 30th, 2017, could be made into an order for return, that return would be tabled immediately.
Pleasure of the House, the aforementioned question be made in order for return and that it be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Furthermore, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, too, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons, resuming debate at third reading stage of Bill C-30, Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement Implementation Act.
Resuming debate. There are 6.5 minutes resuming, and questions and comments from the Honourable Member, the speech, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I'm sure the member across the way is very much aware, is that with this government we have seen a very proactive government dealing with trade. Whether it's been dealing with issues such as pork to canola to official trade agreements, whether it's Ukraine or what we're debating today, the World Organization of Trade. Trade has been on the forefront in good part in terms of what this government has been pushing forward on, because we do believe by expanding trade opportunities, we're going to be expanding our middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, Mr. Speaker. And my question to the member opposite is, would he not agree that trade equals, in many ways, good quality jobs into the future, and this is the type of thing in which we should continue to pursue in the best way we can?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Yes, obviously. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening intently on my colleagues, my seatmates' speech on CETA. And one thing I have noticed from the Liberal government is I'm concerned that in the coming years, by 2019, we won't see any new free trade agreements come before this House. to be debated and ratified. I'm concerned that we'll stop at CETA, and this government is not very ambitious when it comes to finding new markets. They talk about India and China, and the Minister of International Trade's mandate letter only talks about modernizing 2 agreements and just a little bit about potentially maybe Japan. So I'd like to ask the member, can he comment on that? Does he share the same concern I have, that actually we won't see a single new free trade agreement between now and 2019?
Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He is right. We just heard the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader talk about the encouragement of trade, and we agree that more trade equals better jobs for the middle class, the people living in poverty. Well, it helps all Canadians, but we haven't seen a lot of action from this government. We've seen CETA move forward, which was 99% done under the previous government. We've seen the TPP, which again was mostly brought by the previous government, that obviously we're having problems with the U.S. right now, but instead of taking the ball and approaching Japan, New Zealand, our other allies overseas, they've just backed away from it entirely. We've seen them drop the ball on the softwood lumber. There's no vision put forward by this government. These trade deals take years and years and years. We don't even see a seed planted for the future. No vision, zero for the future. We're a trading nation. We need to trade more, grow more, and we need a lot more action from this government on that front. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I just I guess would ask the member if he could just take the opportunity to elaborate just a little bit, because I know I've heard him speak in response to some others, about his concern going forward. We see no plan from this Liberal government. But I think I'd like to give him the opportunity just to do a little contrast, because I think he could talk a little bit and just elaborate for some of the people on the other side of the House possibly as to what would be a good approach going forward. I mean, based on the past record of the Conservative government, I would like to just hear his thoughts and comments on that.
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question as well, and very good comments in his speech earlier. I think going forward, this government has to make it very clear that we support trade. We have to be very strong and forthright with the U.S., that trade benefits the U.S., that trade benefits Canada. But on that point, we also need to reach out to our allies who are part of the TPP and restart the program there. I believe eventually the U.S. will come around to a pro-trade pattern, and we'll pursue the TPP as a balance against the burgeoning issue of China. We need to trade more with Japan and our allies overseas who share our same democratic values. The government needs to make very clear that they support free trade and be a lot more vocal on it, work stronger in the U.S. to protect our interests within NAFTA, but also make it very clear we support trade with other countries, and we will go ahead with TPP with our allies, with or without the U.S. Thank you.
Here. Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for an excellent speech. I know he's doing great work representing the people of his riding in the greater Sherwood Park area. I wonder if he can speak more just about the current climate we're in internationally. There are a lot of critics of trade, people coming from different parts of the spectrum who are critical of the very idea of trade. And we know that trade brings about economic prosperity, but we also know that trade helps build community among nations, and also that it really flows from the freedom that we all expect, the right to buy products and services that we want from other countries. How can Canada, and what role should Canada play making that argument in the kind of international climate we find ourselves?
I get the impression the honourable member means by the greater Sherwood Park area of the city of Edmonton. Perhaps. I'll leave that to him when he gets up in a couple of minutes. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I'm very pleased to be part of the 28 Conservative MPs who are part of the Greater Sherwood Park Collective. Some people may also refer to in the past as Alberta, but now as the Greater Sherwood Park Collective. He's very right on a lot of the trade issues. It's affecting Alberta right now. We need to very strongly move forward on our trade initiatives, whether it's CETA, falling with other countries. Canada, we know, is very clearly a trading nation. 60% of our GDP is wrapped up with trade. I see I'm running out of time. I spend too much time on the Greater Sherwood Park area. I'll sit down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as much as I would love to spend the next 20 minutes clarifying that point, we better get on to discussing the Canada-EU free trade deal. I think this will be my last opportunity in this House to address this important agreement. And even my colleagues are happy about that, that fact. But this really is a very important trade deal, Mr. Speaker. It's important for Canada's prosperity. It's important for the prosperity of the European Union, but it also comes at an important time in terms of the broader international conversations that we're having about trade. Now, just to review the basic facts, that this is a trade agreement that could bring a 20% boost in bilateral trade between Canada and the EU, a $12 billion annual increase in Canada's economy. And that's the economic equivalent of adding $1,000 to the average Canadian family's income, or almost 80,000 new jobs to the Canadian economy. So that's a very significant, very direct impact for people watching at home to know that we're talking about $1,000 to the average family's income, possibly resulting from the expansions of economic activity that will result from this trade deal. And that's the clear benefit in terms of prosperity that flows from this trade deal. But there are other benefits. Mr. Speaker, what I want to do for the first part of my speech, at least, before I go on to discussing some of the positives in terms of trade, is I want to respond to some of the arguments that I've heard in this House throughout this debate on this particular agreement, but also on other agreements. What are people saying against this trade deal, and what can be said or should be said in response to that? And we hear 5 principal criticisms of trade coming from different parties in this House and other directions as well. We've heard concerns raised about investor-state provisions. We've heard some people say that we shouldn't be signing these big multilateral trade deals, that they'd prefer instead that Canada focused on bilateral trade deals. That's what the NDP is talking about. We've heard people say that there's a risk to jobs from this. We've heard people talk about trade balance. And then we've heard this argument about fair trade. Well, trade is fine, but it has to be fair. And so I want to speak to each of these, they're not quite maybe criticisms, but arguments that come generally from those that are more critical of trade. So first, Mr. Speaker, on this question of investor-state provisions, the criticism is raised by some people that trade deals, they involve a process inevitably of adjudication when a company or an individual feels that the commitments made in a trade deal are not being followed. And there's an adjudication process, and this allows then the critics of trade to come out and say that trade deals allow private companies to sue the government, and that is sort of held up as a big red flag. But let's put this criticism of trade deals in context. We know that a key hallmark of a free society is that governments, as well as all of us, are bound by law. That law isn't simply the means by which the state controls the rest of society. Rather, law is a thing that binds every actor, governmental and non-governmental, within a society. And that there is a fixed process by which that law is changed, and that the process as well must be honored by the government. And this idea of the rule of law, it structures our life in every way outside of even trade deals. It has its roots in our a very ancient constitutional tradition, as well as theories of natural law, that government is bound by law as well. So even in the absence of trade deals, there is an opportunity for individuals, for companies, for civil society groups to bring legal action against the government, to hold the government accountable to the law. That is part of the rule of law. That is central to a good society, that the government is bound by law. So in the context of trade deals, of course, these trade deals impose certain requirements on government. Governments make commitments to abide by certain provisions with respect to these trade deals. And then it is necessary that if you're going to have a trade deal that has force, that has meaning, that there is a mechanism by which those who feel they are negatively affected when governments don't follow provisions of the trade deal, that they can, in fact, bring forward actions, legal actions, to challenge the behavior of governments that are not following through on the commitments that are in these deals. And that speaks to why you have to have some kind of an adjudication process as part of trade deals. And you have to have an ability for companies, individuals, civil society groups to bring action against governments if those individuals, companies, civil society groups are negatively impacted by the government's failure to adhere to the provisions of the deal. And that's why trade deals have these kinds of provisions that allow the bringing forward of action against governments. It is because governments have to be bound by their commitments in trade deals or elsewhere, that governments, like the rest of us, have to follow the law. And I would understand if some people object and say they don't like this or that or the other provision of a particular trade deal, although I think on balance this trade deal is very good. But it's one thing to say you don't like specific aspects of a trade deal, but it doesn't make much sense to me to say we shouldn't have an adjudication process to hold governments up to the standards set by the trade deal. If you're going to have a meaningful trade deal, you have to have some kind of process of adjudication against that deal to ensure that the commitments made in the deal are actually followed through on. Again, that's why these investor state provisions are important. And I think that point needs to be understood and appreciated by some members of the House and elsewhere who have focused their criticisms on this particular aspect of the different trade deals that we've seen here and seen debated elsewhere. Now, the second criticism that we've heard, and this one we've heard from the NDP, is that they have said that they are willing to support certain bilateral trade deals, but generally been suspicious of or critical of trade deals that are undertaken on a more multilateral basis. I know that they supported Canada-Korea. They're supportive at this stage, at least, of the Canada-Ukraine free trade deal. And they've made the point in questions and comments, well, these are bilateral trade deals, not multilateral trade deals. And I scratch my head when I hear that point in terms of trying to understand what the actual difference is. I mean, of course, there's the obvious difference that one involves more countries than another, but really philosophically, multilateral trade deals move us faster forward in terms of getting trade access to more countries. They allow us to advance our desire to access more markets and give more economic freedom to Canadians more quickly. And the negotiation process can be more elongated and more complex, but there's no fundamental reason to support bilateral trade deals and not multilateral trade deals. But I would also make the point, Mr. Speaker, that if you are not keen on multilateral trade deals, effectively you shut out the possibility of trade with certain blocks of countries who are already entered into trading arrangements which preclude any individual country from within that arrangement from making individual bilateral agreements. Within the European Union, of course, as we're discussing today, an individual country in the EU cannot go out and sign a bilateral trade deal with Canada because the conditions of the union are such that countries that the union as a collective must sign these new trade deals to move forward. So the position of the NDP in saying bilateral trade deals but not multilateral trade deals is effectively to shut off the possibility of trade with large regional blocs. And I would just add that as we see the emergence of more of these regional trade blocs, that position would effectively really limit Canada's ability to expand its economic relationships with other countries. I think we should hope for trade deals that bring in as many countries as possible, that expand the sphere of prosperity and of freedom, and cast that net really as wide as we can. Now, the third criticism that we've heard throughout this debate is people that say a trade deal is going to put jobs at risk. And usually it's actually not phrased like that. They say that, well, in this particular sector, we're going to expose jobs to competition, so we're going to lose those jobs. And it, of course, does not follow that when you open up the possibility of exchange and competition, you're necessarily going to lose those jobs. You may well create the conditions for improvements in that sector, for the expansion of jobs here, and for improvements in technology and other things through competition that is beneficial to consumers. But what's the alternative to open trade? Protectionism, and one can understand maybe the allure of protectionism, that you put up trade walls, you prevent your industry from needing to compete against other industries. But in the long run, protectionism does not create jobs, it kills jobs. Because when you limit the market access of your industry, investments that might otherwise get made here get made in other places. In the long run, we don't see the new investments in a protectionist environment that will actually create jobs for the future. And on this side of the House, as a Conservative party, we are thinking not only about the businesses and the jobs that exist today, but the businesses and the jobs that don't yet exist, but could exist under the right conditions. And when we move forward with a robust trade agenda, it is with an eye, yes, to benefiting consumers, to benefiting existing businesses, giving them access to new markets, but also opening up the opportunity for businesses which don't yet exist to come into existence. With this trade deal, Canada will be extremely well positioned to encourage the creation of new business. We will have preferential trade access to the United States and to the European Union. And I might add, we have an opportunity, if the government proceeds in this direction, to pursue deeper trading relationships with major economies and like-minded democracies within the Asia-Pacific region. We have a real opportunity. Now, on the other hand, when we open ourselves up to competition through trade, it's important that we don't take steps that undermine the competitiveness of our industry. And I worry that this government is doing things that are going to, in fact, undermine our competitiveness. The new taxes they're imposing, the carbon tax, the increase to the payroll tax, the elimination of the small business hiring credit, the effective increase on small businesses. So, yes, there is a squeeze on the taxation side that's coming from the government that is putting our economy at risk and is hurting our competitiveness. But nonetheless, in general terms, we see that opening ourselves up to competition, to the benefits that come from exchange, will benefit us and create jobs in the long run. The strategy of building up protectionist walls does not encourage investment. It's not a job creation strategy. Protectionism is a job-killing strategy. Now, one of the other points we hear from those that are critical of trade are those that talk a lot about the need to be hypersensitive around the issue of a trade balance, that we can't be running a trade deficit, that we should always be trying to export more than we import. And let's be very clear about what the objective of trade is. Fundamentally, the objective of trade is to increase the standard of living and the quality of life for Canadians. And some people still think about trade in this kind of 17th century mercantilist economic mode where it's all about exports over imports. And we've heard this criticism, in fact, from the government, saying that we've got a trade deficit and that's a sort of, somehow catastrophic. But the reality is that a trade deficit, unlike a budget deficit, is not something that has to be paid off. And in any normal economic exchange system, there's going to be times when you import more than you export, or vice versa. Now, I want to finally talk about this issue of fair trade. And this is a frequent talking point around the trade issue. Yes, free trade, but what about fair trade? When governments enter into trade negotiations, they are not themselves determining what goods will be traded. They're not determining the prices or the terms of trade between countries. Rather, they are undertaking negotiations to open up the space for trade to occur between private actors in individual countries. And it is up to those private actors, of course, to make trades, make exchanges that they regard as being in their own interests. People don't make exchanges if they're not mutually beneficial. That is, I think, fairly clear in any normal interaction. When in the international trade discussion, people are often asking, is it fair? Who's winning in that trade deal? And I've made this point before, Mr. Speaker. When I go to the grocery store, who's winning, me or the store? Actually, we're both winning. The store is getting my money, and I'm getting groceries which I need. Mutually beneficial exchange is not about someone winning or losing. It's about everyone being better off. So what governments do when they undertake trade negotiations is they open up the possibility for mutually beneficial exchange to occur between individuals in these different countries. And there might be certain conditions where, in the absence of proper environmental protections, proper labor rights protections, that there would be an unfairness that would result from that. But generally speaking, there's no creation of sort of compulsory trade as a result of these agreements. So there isn't a need to worry that there'll be some unfairness that emerges in trade, for instance, in an agreement between Canada and the EU, because what we're doing is we're giving people the freedom to enter into trading relationships, private individuals, private companies, to enter into trading relationships that are beneficial for them, for their customers, and for the people that they are exchanging things with. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, that for those of members of other parties that are listening, that this addresses many of the principal criticisms we see of trade deals that are out there, that it addresses the criticisms around investor-state provisions, around multilateral versus bilateral trade deals, around jobs, around trade balance, and around questions of fairness. Now, if I can, just briefly in the time I have, make some comments about the future of our trade agenda. And I commend the government on moving forward to implement a number of trade initiatives that were begun, and in the case of this deal, signed by the previous government. It's a credit to them that they move forward with a trade deal that was put on their desk. On the other hand, we had the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which was put on their desk, and they dragged their feet and dragged their feet and dragged their feet, and it's still there. Of course, the signals we're getting from the American administration put a big question mark beside that. But in whatever form, it is critical that this government lead on trade in the Asia-Pacific region. There is huge opportunity for Canada to expand its economic activity in the Asia-Pacific. I think the basic logic of emphasizing our relationships in the Pacific is still very much there. And it's important because we need to make trading agreements with like-minded democratic countries, countries like Japan, countries like Australia, New Zealand, countries that share our values, and use those agreements to set the terms of trade in a way that is consistent with the rule of law in that region. And that is an opportunity that we have, and we need to lead and speak clearly about the value of that trade. We need to work with the Americans to have the Americans continue to engage with freer trade in the Asia-Pacific region as well. I was always a big supporter of the Trans-Pacific Partnership and would continue to be. And in whatever form we move forward, I would encourage the government to not just move forward with some of the agreements that we signed, but to undertake new trade initiatives that reflect new challenges and new realities, and especially to consider that opportunity, that need in the context of the Asia-Pacific region. We know, again, as I said at the beginning of my remarks, the benefits that come from free trade and from this deal in particular. Again, estimates tell us that this could bring in a $12 billion annual increase to Canada's economy. That's the equivalent of adding $1,000 to the average family's income and almost 80,000 new jobs to the Canadian economy. And that involves exposing existing industry to competition. It involves giving consumers the benefit of a much wider degree of trade access, and it creates an opportunity for not one side to win or lose, but for Canada and Europe to prosper and to strengthen ourselves together. And I hope we move forward with this, and I hope we see the continuing development of new trade initiatives that will allow us to achieve shared prosperity with other countries as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments, many of the comments from the member across the way. I've indicated and I've had the opportunity to emphasize the importance of trade is to Canada. And what I want to pick up on is the member made reference to the whole idea of protecting investors. And that is incorporated into this particular agreement, and it is a reciprocal thing between the EU and Canada that in essence allows for companies to invest with confidence. And I'm wondering if the member could just expand on that particular point. If you are an investor or a potential investor in the EU and you're looking at investing a significant amount of resources into Canada, that in fact the design and the inclusion of that particular aspect of the CETA is to provide that assurances. And at the end of the day, by doing that, we believe that there will be more opportunities for Canada to export things and for to see more investment coming into Canada. And if the member would provide some further comments in regards to the benefits of that.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my friend is quite right to point out that there is a connection between these things. I spoke specifically about investor-state provisions as sort of part of the normal functioning of a rule of law society in which, yes, businesses, private individuals, civil society groups can bring actions against the government when those actions of government don't conform to its commitments as defined in law. But he's quite right to point out there's a connection between that and investor confidence. When you have mechanisms for investors who have been wrong to seek the appropriate review and remediation of that wrong, that obviously gives them a greater confidence and a greater willingness to invest. Absolutely.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his speech. I was especially interested in the part of his speech that dealt with the rule of law. Because in my mind, when we think about the rule of law, I think there are three basic constituent elements to the rule of law: legality, democracy, and human rights. So we know that the bills passed in this House of Commons eventually become law. That's the legality part. Democracy comes in. This House is democratically accountable to the people of Canada, so therefore we have the authority to bring forth laws for the good of the nation. And human rights, in that all of our laws are subject to the Constitution of Canada and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So my question to the member centers around, the investor-state dispute resolution system, which has now been changed to the investor court system. Yes, the language has been watered down a bit, but it still comes to this fundamental philosophical question. If we have some kind of a dispute resolution system, which I would argue does not have any democratic accountability, how does he mesh that with his explanation about the rule of law? Where is that missing key component to the rule of law, the democratic accountability? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an interesting and I think an important question that my friend asks. But I think it's important for him to acknowledge that democratic accountability does not preclude the exercise of real power by adjudicative bodies that are not themselves democratic. We don't elect judges, and I don't think that the NDP supports or has ever supported the idea of electing judges. And I think it's because they appreciate the fact that you have democracy take place in terms of setting law in place. But then you also, typically in a rule of law society, you have the adjudication of individual claims that take place underneath that legal framework, and that adjudication takes place in a context that is more independent. And My point would be to the member just that there is a continuity between that process as it happens in the context of domestic law and these investor-state type of provisions where you have an adjudication of commitments that have been made by democratic governments, have been ratified and passed and supported by democratic legislatures. We've made the commitments, but then the enforcement of that law has to be done. The enforcement of those commitments is done through independent adjudicative bodies. And the member might not like that in this case, but I think he would have to acknowledge that that is consistent with how rule of law systems practice these kinds of things across the board.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Speaking on the House on free trade. So one of the things I've been asking today for members both from the government side and on our side is what their thoughts are from now until 2019. And this is one of the last free trade agreements that was negotiated mostly by a previous government and finalized by this government. But we don't see much new agenda. There's not much in the way of kind of the new impulse. Where are the new markets going to be? What are the new negotiations going to be? The previous government left off some early kind of discussions with Mercosur and other very few countries, but we haven't heard really anything. And the minister's mandate later, the Minister of International Trade, has some mention of India and China and this hopeful statement about Japan, but it's very, very brief. So I'd like to hear from this member whether he shares my concern, which is that we very much may not see a single new free trade agreement brought before this House for consideration for ratification if it's a good free trade agreement. And I'd like to just see if he agrees with me that this is an issue of concern between now and 2019.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me just reassure the member that if not a lot happens between now and 2019, certainly we'll resume a robust trade agenda after 2019. But the question of where we should be going next is an important one because through the work of Brian Mulroney, Conservative government, we had free trade with our partners here in North America. And now, thanks to the hard work undertaken by the Harper Conservative government, we're moving forward with trade with Europe. But the next step, I think, is and the member alluded to this, is to really expand trade with, I would suggest, like-minded democracies within Asia. And, of course, there's a lot of economic growth happening there, and there's some real opportunities. Our government began the process of seeking free trade with India. Given the strong people-to-people ties we have with India and the economic opportunities that exist there, this certainly is very important. But I think we should pursue multilateral trade arrangements within Asia as well. The government has talked about seeking bilateral free trade with China, but I would suggest that if we focus on working with like-minded democracies, that we have an opportunity to establish the terms of trade along rule of law lines that respect human rights, that respect labor rights, environmental concerns, and other issues, that we can do that through the kind of partnership that TPP is. And that will be a good basis on which to explore subsequent trade with China and other powers. But the first step, I think, is to establish those partnerships with countries like Australia, New Zealand, Japan, India, the Philippines, and others with whom we have clearly relatively similar systems of government and ideas about the rule of law and democracy.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, dismissed concerns about the investor-state provisions of CETA by saying that provisions of trade agreements need to be subject to some sort of adjudication. So I wonder if he would agree with investor rights being subject to the same dispute resolution process as the rest of the agreement. Certainly what the NDP is concerned about is not having an adjudication process, but creating an entirely separate adjudication process just for investor rights, which privileges them over many other rights and considerations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's encouraging to hear that member at least say that he's supportive of the principle of adjudication in the context of trade agreements. I don't know if that's the case of all the critics of these provisions who have raised them. Now, of course, investors state that the specific mechanism for adjudication has to be one that's negotiated in the context of trade agreements, and it has to therefore involve a mechanism that's identified that is invested with the kind of trust by both countries. But look, I don't agree at all with the suggestion that this somehow puts on the back burner other rights, especially since this and other trade deals are designed very much to ensure the protection of other kinds of rights. And this is something important to underline about the trade deals that we undertake, that they are not just about looking at the economic dimension, but always there is discussions of these other important dimensions of life, and trade deals are designed to ensure the protection of those things. So it's not at all correct to say that other rights are somehow pushed to the side. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and what an opportunity it is again to rise in this House and talk about the Canada-European trade agreement, one that I've spoke on a number of times. And, again, Mr. Speaker, anytime that we have the opportunity to stand in the House to speak about Canada's opportunities on the world stage and promotion of Canada on the world stage, it always brings me back to the opportunities and the experiences that I had in promotion to Canada for over 20 years and working in aviation and trade and indeed brings back some great memories, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to focus my speech on a couple different areas. Obviously, we have heard a lot of speeches over the last over this debate, and indeed earlier versions of this agreements debate. I'm going to talk about a little bit about why Canada, and then get into the agreement as it sits today, and then I want to talk a little bit about beyond the trade agreements and what we need to do and what the government needs to do to make sure that we can capitalize on the opportunities that trade agreements actually bring. Mr. Speaker, I guess the question we always have is, with respect to trade agreements and as we move forward, is making sure it's the right deal for Canadians, making sure that Canadian jobs are always promoted and first and foremost to the top of mind. And I think that for, I know our government, our previous government under Prime Minister Stephen Harper, that was first and foremost of critical importance, creating an environment that I guess precipitated investment, precipitated and also furthered trade, was one that Prime Minister Harper and his strong team of ministers focused on. And again, I think we should always be mindful of making sure that we pay kudos to or give kudos to the honourable colleague, a member from Abbotsford, who moved this agreement to where we are today. And then as well, we had former Minister of Trade from York Simcoe as well, too, that did considerable work in moving agreements such as this. And Mr. Speaker, I think, if I remember correctly, our former Conservative government got over 40-plus agreements in place, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reason why we got over 40 agreements done and in place is because we had a focused government that understood that Canada, number one, first and foremost, is indeed a trading nation. That we understood that our economy is predicated on the commodities that we produce. That 1 in 5 Canadian jobs is directly or indirectly linked to trade. That trade allows us to secure and be the drivers of our own prosperity. Mr. Speaker, for every $1 billion in exports, it generates as many as 11,000 new jobs. This agreement, the Canada-EU agreement, will be one of the largest agreements that we have, second to NAFTA, since NAFTA. The history of our Canada-EU relations goes back to, the 1400s, Mr. Speaker, 1497, when John Cabot landed looking for spices, and instead he found fish, lots of it, cod at the time. And then subsequently from there, Mr. Speaker, lots of boats from Europe came and got our cod because Canadians produce some of the best Atlantic cod or North Atlantic cod, and they were dried and they were salted and they were shipped over to Europe. But that expanded into the fur trade, Mr. Speaker, with our First Nations. And then also further into the Hudson's Bay Company. We've got long history of trade with Europe, Mr. Speaker. Long history. As I said earlier, the Canada-Europe Trade Agreement is a landmark agreement. It has been mentioned in this House that it really is a gold-plated agreement. It is one of the, it sets the standard for agreements. Mr. Speaker, this agreement connects producers to over 500 million consumers. It connects our producers to the largest economy, the world's largest economy. And indeed, that the EU represents 500 million people and an annual economic activity of almost $20 trillion. Mr. Speaker, the day that this agreement comes into place, it is said that this agreement could see, or Canada could experience, a 20% boost in bilateral trade. And then I believe it's been mentioned time and again that we could experience $12 billion annual increase to our Canadian economy. Mr. Speaker, that's not chump change. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of jobs, Mr. Speaker. That represents over 80,000 new jobs, new Canadian jobs. You know, Mr. Speaker, on the day that it comes into force, nearly 100% of all EU tariff lines on non-agricultural products will be duty-free, along with close to 94% of all EU tariff lines on agricultural products. The Canada-EU agreement also gives Canadian service providers, which employs more than 13.8 million Canadians and account for 70% of Canada's total GDP, the best market access the EU has ever granted to any of its free trade agreement partners. This agreement also gives Canadian suppliers of goods and services secure, preferential access to the world's largest procurement market. The EU's $3.3 trillion government procurement market will provide our industry and our service providers with the most significant new export opportunities that they've seen in decades. Mr. Speaker, we've talked a lot about what CETA brings, and we've talked a lot about when it comes into force. I always like to bring it back to what it means for my province of British Columbia. And, Mr. Speaker, we've talked a lot about, I'm the first to stand up and say how proud I am to be from British Columbia and be one of the MPs from there and about my region. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, the EU is already BC's 5th largest export destination, and it is our 4th largest trading partner. British Columbia stands to benefit significantly from the preferential access to EU market. Once enforced, CETA will eliminate tariffs on almost all of BC's exports and provide access to new market opportunities in the EU. The provision of CETA will help erase regulatory barriers, reinforce intellectual property rights, and ensure more transparent rules for market access. BC will be positioned to have a competitive advantage over exporters from other countries that do not have free trade agreement with the EU. Mr. Speaker, I said this before, and I'll say it again. We have one of the most business-ready and most competitive business environments and supportive climates in BC. Our province consistently receives AAA credit ratings. We have vast resources, low tax rates, stable and well-regulated financial system, and a fiscally responsible government that attracts investment from around the world. Mr. Speaker, Canada used to have that as well. In the previous government, we had a government that understood that to be competitive on the world stage, you had to create a business environment, an investment environment with low taxes, quality jobs, quality tradespeople. Our government understood that. Mr. Speaker, BC's at the crossroads, commercial crossroads, Asia, Pacific, and North America. We're also equidistant in terms of flights between Asia and their European markets. Our fish and seafood exporters are going to benefit from CETA. I've said this before. The seafood industry has gone through many transitions and indeed faces uncertain futures. We are just studying or finishing up our study of the Fisheries Act review, and we studied the northern cod study as well. And indeed, we're seeing that the resources, that fishery is yet to rebound. And we've studied our Atlantic salmon fisheries as well, Mr. Speaker. And we know that our fishery communities, our fishing communities on the East Coast are hurting, but there are incredible opportunities for them. When CETA comes into force, almost 96% of EU tariff lines for fish and seafood products will be duty-free, and 7%, 100% of the products will be duty-free, Mr. Speaker. It's hugely important because the EU is the world's largest importer of fish and seafood products. EU tariffs for fish and seafood average 11%, can be as high as 25%. Mr. Speaker, it comes down to a competitive advantage, and Canada has it, Mr. Speaker. Once the deal comes into force, Canada can be even greater, even more competitive on the world stage. Talked a lot about what CETA will do, what it will bring. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to focus on getting agreements in place and what that means and how we go about doing that. We've got strong familial ties with Europe that, there's a large Canadian diaspora or European diaspora in Canada, and making sure that we can connect with those Canadians. Getting trade access is about more than just formal agreements. It's not enough to just sign the agreement. We have to make sure that we have resources, that we're doing everything in our power to build the capacity to take advantage of these opportunities. Whether it is a strategy that looks at our ports and airport strategy. Our government understood that. The Conservative government understood that, Mr. Speaker. We invested in our trade commissioners. We invested in making sure that our air policy was there to support our trade and agreements. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about that because, again, as we said, getting the agreements across the finish line is just one thing, but we need to make sure that we have a strategy that leverages all of our advantages, our geographic advantages, both at home and abroad. So whether it's our trade commissioners, whether it is making available marketing dollars or export investment dollars. Mr. Speaker, it's always so critically important that there's a whole holistic program that backs up any trade agreement. Mr. Speaker, access to markets and trade promotion is futile if we don't and can't move our goods, the goods we produce, faster and more efficiently than our competitors. Our former Conservative government invested $14.5 billion in our Gateway program. That's into our ports and our airports and our transportation networks. We have a world-class multimodal system that competes with none other. We are well positioned to take advantage of our geographic positioning. In 2006, under Prime Minister Harper, we launched the Asia-Pacific Gateway Program, and in 2007, we started a 2007 or the National Policy Framework for Strategic Gateways and Corridors. Mr. Speaker, on that, I'd like to get into a little bit about our gateway system, because I think it's incumbent that we talk about this, because, again, signing the agreements is just one part of it. We have to be able to make sure that we can move our goods and move the people faster and more efficiently than others before. I've spoken about the Port of Prince Rupert time and again, the fastest and closest marine port to Asia than any other Western seaport. It allows us the competitive advantage that if our goods can arrive 1 to 2 days closer and faster than any other West Coast port. And as I said this before, it means that products shipped from and to North America arrive at their destination quicker with less fuel, less risk. We also have the fastest and greenest road and rail networks into the U.S. Midwest, running right straight through our Canada and into the heartlands of the U.S. I mentioned it before about the Prince George Airport, my home airport, that has the third longest runway in Canada, an investment that our government did so that we could compete on the world stage. Mr. Speaker, that's just in my riding. Port Metro Vancouver, North America's most diversified port. It trades $75 billion worth of good, with more than 160 trading economies annually. The port-related activity alone has an economic impact of $9.7 billion a year and continues to grow. These are all great investments that our government put in. And again, it's about making sure that once you get that agreement in place, that you can capture those opportunities, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about, again, the gateways. We have three major gateways in Canada. That's the Asia-Pacific Gateway. We have the Ontario-Quebec, the Continental Gateway that our government invested huge amounts of money to make sure that whether it's a center port in Winnipeg or other trade corridor, supply chain logistics investments and marketing, that we were able to capture that movement into the U.S. heartlands, or the Atlantic Canada Gateway program that took place in 2007, Mr. Speaker, that capitalizing on over centuries and centuries of background in terms of using Atlantic Canada as a springboard into the U.S. for trading. You know, our government understood that investments go beyond just signing that agreement, Mr. Speaker. You know, we looked at investing in our trade corridors, whether it was the third largest container port, Halifax, or investing in the North America's most efficient Class 1 rail carrier, double-stack container service, both on the East Coast and the West Coast, Mr. Speaker. Our government understood that it takes more than just signing agreements to get this to the next, to be able to allow our consumers and both our producers to be able to capitalize on this. Mr. Speaker, trade is such a complex file. There are many things that you have to look at, and we talked about the umbrella, making sure that you've got a bit of a strategy, holistic approach to this. You know, I go back to the agreement that was done in 2007, where our government recognized where we were moving with our trade agreements and where we wanted to go. And in December of 2009, we signed a comprehensive air transport agreement, which then allowed Canada and Canadian carriers access into 27 other markets, and as well reciprocated that agreement where those member states had access into the Canadian market. You know, Mr. Speaker, Atlantic Canada is situated right on the flight path in one of the very first airports in North America. Gander Airport takes incredible amounts of tech stop traffic over from Europe in the Trans-Pacific or Transatlantic cargo network, and it was all through the investments that our government did. And you know, we looked at our air policy, making sure that our air cargo policy and it was mirrored what our trade, I guess, where we wanted to go. Our aspirations were matching what we were doing. You know, our aspirations were in place with our regulatory and our policy framework. Mr. Speaker, we invested in information and technology to make sure that we were in tune with some of our largest trading partners, whether it was to the U.S., to the south of us, our largest trading partner, or even the EU. Mr. Speaker, we wanted to be in line with what information and technology that they had, that we had a secure supply chain as we move forward. Mr. Speaker, I talk a lot about trade gateways and the promotion of Canada because I did it, Mr. Speaker. I was on the front line of promoting Canada. And when we always ask why Canada, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to be in Europe just this past fall. I boarded a bus with my Canadian pin. And Mr. Speaker, there was a handful of people that wanted my Canadian pin. People want to trade with Canada. People want to be associated with Canada. Why? Because we have the rule of law, because we have one of the most safe and secure countries. We have a political system that rivals any out there, Mr. Speaker. And we have, for the most part, up until the last, 18 months, we have had a secure business environment, Mr. Speaker. We weren't in large debt that creates political unrest and uncertainty with our investors, that we had a principled and pragmatic leadership that saw where Canada wanted to go, that looked at our policies, whether it was our air policy, our regulations, and our framework, that recognized that we had investments also in making sure that small, medium enterprises could then take that opportunity and invest and expand and see the benefits of that of trade agreements, Mr. Speaker. Whether it was our Go Global Fund that helped with funding and marketing their product, Mr. Speaker, signing an agreement is just one part, and we celebrate and congratulate the government across the way for getting CETA to the finish line. But there is a whole host of things that needs to be done accompanied with that. Our government set them up very well, and we hope to see this. We hope that they recognize it and see it through and continue some of the programs that we did. We funded a number of different initiatives because under Prime Minister Harper, Mr. Speaker, we understood that Canada was a trading nation first and foremost, and Canadian jobs and Canadian prosperity depended on trade. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his wonderful speech that focused on the importance of trade here in Canada. And this trade is going to allow us to export products, which is very important, and it's good for the manufacturing sector. In my riding, there's a lot of research and development that's taking place, and through the innovation, I have 3 post-secondary institutions in my riding, and I'm very proud of the research they are coming up with that ultimately leads to the creation of products and makes Canada sought by the world in terms of having these products brought to their markets. And the member did comment on how this agreement will impact jobs. I'd like to hear maybe a little bit more about that in terms of areas like research and development and how this agreement will lead to job creation for Canadians, which is one thing that we know our government has been very focused on.
The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, trade benefits of trade agreements is that Canadian products, Canadian producers, we have some of the best and the brightest innovative technological companies in the world are right here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. And being able to access new markets, being able to access the largest market, the world's largest economy, is only going to create more jobs. And Mr. Speaker, I'll bring it back to the comment that I made at the last speaking of this, that third grader in my riding that asked, what does trade agreements do? Well, if that third grader can only manufacture widgets and sell them within his small community that's only got a couple hundred, it is not going to create jobs, and slowly but surely his product is not going to have any more market. If we can open it up to the communities and the countries that are around us, all of a sudden, wow, that product can get to all of the largest economies in our world, Mr. Speaker, whether it's the U.S., whether it is the EU, or I hope that we're moving towards an Asia-Pacific Pact or the TPP. Mr. Speaker, trade is good, and trade creates jobs, makes sure that our best and our brightest are showcased on the world stage, and that's so important.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The labour mobility provisions of CETA will allow European companies to bring their own workers into Canada without having to go through our immigration system. The deal will also allow vessels flagged in ports of convenience like Malta and Cyprus to operate in Canadian waters despite atrocious labour standards on board. I wonder if the member for Cariboo Prince George shares our concerns about CETA's effective expansion of the temporary foreign worker program.
The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Look, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting coming from the NDP, another poking a hole in something, or another, I guess a witch hunt on trade. They want to say that they're standing up for Canadians, and they'll find every excuse to go against a trade agreement, Mr. Speaker. And the bottom line is, this agreement is going to benefit Canadians. It is going to benefit our economy in times with uncertain times, is what we're seeing with our largest trading partners south of the border. We need to make sure that we're not putting all of our eggs in one basket, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what CETA will bring. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for an insightful set of remarks. And of course, Canada's economic interests in Europe are twofold because, of course, a prosperous Europe contributes to global prosperity, and CETA represents a wonderful opening to a market of more than 500 million people. Many of the remarks from our NDP colleagues focus on the uncertain voices that we hear from some quarters of the European Union, but they have very little to say about the enthusiasm from the vast majority of the EU membership, particularly in Eastern Europe, where Latvia, for example, has praised CETA as the most progressive trade agreement ever negotiated by the EU. So I wonder if my colleague could speak to the fact that perhaps all members of this House should be a little less restrained and voice their enthusiasm as our new impending European trade partners are so enthusiastically voicing their enthusiasm for CETA.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, I think it's, and I thank our honourable colleague for his question, Mr. Speaker. I think we have to look at trade agreements, have a principled look. I think it's always important that we're making sure that we're looking at the details of trade agreements. But, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned it in my speech. The Canada-EU relationship goes back centuries. We have strong familial ties in Canada. We have a large European diaspora here in Canada as well, too. This agreement will not only connect families together, grow our relations together, but also, as our honourable colleague mentioned, help those countries that are looking for other markets, Mr. Speaker, that also are in need of helping other markets to boost their own economy as well, too. Mr. Speaker, trade agreements are good. Reciprocal trade agreements are even better. Making sure that our agreement has benefits flowing on each side. I think we're going to see only benefits coming from this. And to my honourable colleague, as he mentioned, Latvia has said this is one of the best agreements that they've seen in decades. It is indeed an agreement that, while we do have some naysayers in the House, that I think that all members of Parliament will agree that, given the uncertain times that we're seeing south of the border and the increasing protectionist rhetoric that we're seeing south of the border, that everything that we can do to create new opportunities for Canadians and Canadian producers is something that we should all celebrate.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, and we've had a great deal of debate on this issue over the last while in regards to the benefits of the CETA agreement. And I think one of the things that does need to be emphasized, maybe the member can also provide comment on it, is that these agreements don't happen overnight. And, you know, whether it's our current minister or a former minister or the minister responsible from the Conservative government, that there is an incredibly intelligent, articulate, dedicated group of civil servants that have negotiated on our behalf. And I think that we need to recognize that Canada, as a nation, we have some incredible levels of expertise that are brought to the table to ensure that Canada will do well under these agreements. You know, I listen to many of the New Democratic Party's comments, and they'll raise issues here, raise issues there. There's always going to be issues. But at the end of the day, the net benefit for CETA is overwhelmingly positive from my perspective, and I wanted to extend congratulations to all of those that have been involved in making this particular agreement possible, and maybe the member might want to provide some comments of a similar nature.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, I think we should give credit where credit is due, Mr. Speaker, and I think that we have an incredible group at Global Affairs Canada that had 10 years of great policy framework and some great investments in ports and airports and our transportation, our gateway programs, also in terms of our commissioner programs, our trade commissioners at home and abroad, and our export marketing programs, whether it's Global Global Canada now, and I believe I said that wrong, maybe Go Global, which is what we had. It's now Can Export, I believe, new name, and our policy framework. Mr. Speaker, Canada's got some of the best at the table, in terms of our global affairs group that are there, and they were led by, a strong member, and our member from, honourable member from Abbotsford, our honourable colleague from Abbotsford in the last tenure, or last government. And Mr. Speaker, everything that we can do to make sure that we are celebrating where we're going, making sure that we give kudos where it is due. But by and large, Mr. Speaker, I would agree with our honourable colleague that we should be celebrating our agreements and celebrating those who get it across the line. And I know that there was a considerable amount of work and effort and investment from our previous government, Prime Minister Stephen Harper as well, and his foresight in making sure that he set Canada up not only in terms of our investment in our Gateway program that we mentioned, but also in the marketing, but also in our policy and our framework in moving that forward and subsequently complementing any trade agreement that we're moving forward with. Thank you.
Conformément à l'article 38.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, Canadian Heritage.
Provencher, taxation. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Drummond. My ears were burning during the speech from my colleague for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, because he spoke about members of this House objecting to CETA based on the investor state provisions. And having given several speeches to that effect, I thought it was a good opportunity to engage with the arguments that he brought forward. So the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, essentially made two arguments as to why investor state provisions are okay. He said that we need to have some sort of adjudication of the provisions of trade agreements, and he also said that we live in a society with rule of law where individuals and businesses can sue the government, can take the government to court. And at some level, I actually agree with both of those statements, but I don't think either one of them supports the kind of investor state provisions that we see in CETA and a number of other trade deals. So if we talk about the need to have some sort of adjudication process to enforce the provisions in trade agreements, that's very true. And I think that almost all provisions of CETA are subject to a government-to-government dispute resolution system. And I think it would be entirely reasonable to have the investment provisions subject to that same type of dispute resolution, where if an investor felt that their rights had been breached, they would go and convince their government they had a legitimate case. The government would bring that case forward. That's how every other aspect of the deal works. What's objectionable about the investor state provisions is that they set up an entirely separate process of dispute resolution just for investors. They set up an entirely separate tribunal process that's only available to financiers, to property owners, not to other parties that might have concerns or complaints or issues under the agreement. And what this leads to is a lot of frivolous cases coming forward under investor state provisions, because there's no need for the investor to actually even convince their own government that they have a reasonable case that's worth bringing forward. They can bring forward a case just to kind of try their luck before the tribunal. They can bring forward a case just to harass a foreign government and try to push back on its democratic laws and regulations and policies. So the problem here is not with having some sort of enforcement process. The problem is with setting up this entirely separate and much more powerful enforcement process that's only available to investors. Now, on to the next argument we heard from the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. And that was about the rule of law and how in our current society, individuals and businesses can already take the government to court. Well, exactly, Mr. Speaker. So why is it that we need to set up this entirely separate process for investment disputes under this agreement? There are functioning court systems in both Canada and the European Union. I think we would agree that both of our jurisdictions have legitimate judiciaries. So how does the existence of rule of law justify creating some sort of entirely separate process? The original justification for investor-state provisions in NAFTA was that American and Canadian investors were suspicious of the Mexican judicial system and didn't have confidence in Mexican courts. And, you know, perhaps that was fair enough, Mr. Speaker, but I really don't see how we would have the same sort of doubts or the same sort of lack of confidence in the European judicial system. So we really haven't heard an answer as to why we need this special set of investor-state provisions in CETA. Now, Mr. Speaker, to illustrate what I'm saying about frivolous cases coming forward when we empower investors to directly bring these complaints without even having to clear them through their own governments, I think it's worth reviewing some of the obnoxious Chapter 11 cases that have come forward under NAFTA. We have the Ethel case where an American company was selling a gasoline additive that had actually already been banned in the United States. The Canadian government tried to ban it as well, and Ethel successfully challenged the Canadian government under NAFTA for lost profits and got $13 million and had the Canadian government repeal that ban. Mr. Speaker, we have the Abitibi-Bowater case, where that company shut down its last pulp and paper mill in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. That provincial government reclaimed water rights that it had given to Abitibi-Bowater to operate the mills. And then the company challenged Canada under NAFTA for the loss of these water rights, which it was no longer even using for the purpose that they were intended. Well, the previous Conservative government paid Abitibi-Bowater $130 million to withdraw that NAFTA Chapter 11 claim. We have the current case of Lone Pine Resources. Like Abitibi-Bowater, basically a Canadian company that's registered itself in the United States, which has launched a challenge under NAFTA over a ban on fracking in the province of Quebec, depriving it of potential business opportunities. It's claiming some $250 million from our country. So you see that these investor-state provisions make it very easy for investors to come forward with almost frivolous cases just to see if they can get a favorable decision, just to sort of intimidate governments into paying them off. And we don't want to replicate and amplify this under CETA, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would point out that these investor-state provisions are actually having a pernicious effect on domestic politics in our own country. And we're starting to see this in the Conservative leadership race, where two of the contenders, the member for Regina Qu'Appelle and the member for Beauce, are proposing to entrench private property rights in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And let's consider one of the arguments that the member for Lanark-Frontenac-Kingston made in endorsing this radical libertarian idea. He said, quote, "The lack of constitutional protection for the private property rights of Canadians means that the rights of Canadians can be treated as second class under NAFTA. Canadians deserve the same property rights that foreign companies enjoy in Canada." End quote. So we see the presence of these investor-state provisions in free trade agreements is causing this proposal to entrench property rights in the Constitution. Now let's consider some of the consequences of that, Mr. Speaker, because we've heard from the Conservatives a lot of rhetoric in favor of pipelines. But the reality is that the construction of pipelines or railroads or highways depends almost all the time on the government expropriating some of the land along the route. If every single landowner along the route had a constitutionally enshrined veto, no pipelines or railroads or highways would ever get built. So I would really encourage the Conservatives to think through the implications of enshrining property rights in the Constitution before they get too excited about the idea and before their leadership candidates trip over each other too much in trying to be the most libertarian. So, Mr. Speaker, we have seen that the investor-state provisions of free trade agreements, including CETA, are not necessary, given that the agreements have a much more sensible government-to-government dispute resolution process already, given that Canada and Europe already have functioning court systems. There have been many cautionary examples under NAFTA of frivolous cases coming forward of the Canadian government having to pay out outrageous amounts of money based on very strange claims. And then finally we see that these investor-state provisions are having a corrupting influence on the political philosophy of our official opposition and are leading the Conservatives down this path of extreme libertarian ideas. So for all those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak and to vote against this bill. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a couple of years back, whether we were debating Jordan or Panama, other trade agreements, I never heard that particular argument coming from the New Democrats in the past. And I say that because, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that it doesn't really matter what was within this particular agreement, that the NDP's full intentions were to vote against CETA, that there was no appeasing the New Democratic Party on this agreement. They just don't seem to understand the importance to trade to Canada. Canada is a trading nation. We are very dependent on being able to get our product and services to market. That's what creates the tens of thousands of jobs for our Canada's middle class. And there's so much there's so much potential that is there that could be realized. Yes, they have voted for the Ukraine trade agreement, and we appreciate that. But I'll suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that that was more political, based on possibly our heritage communities here in Canada. My question to the member is, given his comments in regards to the free trade agreement with the United States, am I then to be left with the impression that the NDP today would vote against the NAFTA agreement if it was before us today? How does the member reconcile yes to NAFTA today, or unless it is no? If we were to vote on NAFTA today, how would the NDP vote? If you listen to the member's speech, it would be no. Is that what people are left to believe?
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member for Winnipeg North may be aware, the current American president is proposing a renegotiation of NAFTA. And the NDP has been very clear about the fact that in that renegotiation, our priority should be to remove Chapter 11, the investor-state provisions from NAFTA. We also think it would make a lot of sense to remove the proportionality clause from NAFTA, given that it puts real limits on Canada's ability to decide where it would like to export our energy resources. So, yes, we believe that there are some positive aspects of NAFTA, and we also believe there are some aspects that can be improved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate my friend bringing attention to the great work that the member for Regina Capel is doing, and I know he's excited about the implications in his own riding of having a leader just down the road. But can I just respond to his points about property rights? I don't think Canadians I talk to would consider it a radical idea that we have constitutional protection for property rights, of course, as he knows, subject to Section 1 of the Charter. I think most Canadians, frankly, would be surprised to know that we don't already have constitutional protection for property rights. Now, he talks about investors as being financiers and property owners. Of course, he should include in that investor category union pension funds as well, who are protected by these provisions. He asks in his speech about this whole possibility of frivolous litigation, but the reality is that that could exist in any context, and it is important that we have an adjudication process. He recognizes the need for an adjudication process, and yet he somehow thinks that a state-to-state process, which doesn't give individual investors any standing, or a process which would involve adjudication solely on the basis of domestic law as opposed to on the basis of the trade agreement are sufficient. And I think he should be able to see that none of these things are actually sufficient for what these provisions are supposed to do, which is to allow investors the opportunity to themselves directly raise issues in which governments violate trade agreements. That seems to me to be a basic fairness mechanism, whether it's financiers or business owners or union pension funds. Surely they should have the right to seek some kind of remedy, regardless of what their own domestic government thinks, the right to seek some kind of domestic remedy if rights that are supposed to be afforded to them are not protected. But if he doesn't believe in property rights, maybe that explains actually the logic behind it. But I'd be curious for his response.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Well, Mr. Speaker, certainly I do not believe in the constitutional entrenchment of property rights. And as I pointed out in my speech, the construction of infrastructure, whether it be pipelines, railroads, highways, typically requires the expropriation of some land. So giving a veto power to every private landowner along the route is going to result in no such infrastructure being built. Now, the argument suggested by the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is that, well, these property rights would be subject to Section 1 of the Charter, so that, a judge could decide that an expropriation was a fair and reasonable limit on those property rights. But, Mr. Speaker, do the Conservatives really want to sort of hang their position of entrenching property rights in the Charter on their faith in activist judges?
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Drummond. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to have this opportunity to rise today in the House to speak to Bill C-30, an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union and its member states, and to provide for certain other measures. Mr. Speaker, the NDP and I are in a bad situation now because the Liberals are putting us in this situation regarding the free trade agreement with Europe. And the Liberals need to understand that this agreement was negotiated by the Conservatives under Stephen Harper behind closed doors, without consultations. We didn't even have the text of the agreement to consider it, and it was at the expense of many sectors of our economy. In Drummond, for the dairy producers, and as a result of that, we cannot support the agreement. If the work had been done properly, wisely, using good negotiating procedures, there could have been a buy-in by all parties in this House. But unfortunately, as I said, we cannot support this work, and we will be opposing the bill. Now, the bill contains all the changes necessary to implement the agreement, including provisions on the investor court system, which will have to change as the European states have clearly stated. So the European states will be going against that provision as well. We have long called for improved and enhanced trade with Europe in the NDP to diversify our markets, but there are a number of concerns and unanswered questions that remained. Trade with Europe is too important for a botched agreement negotiated by the Conservatives based on the Conservatives' concerns and signed hastily by the Liberals without taking the time to review it, without taking adequate time to consult Canadians in all sectors of the economy. And as I said, there are some that are completely neglected. In my riding, for example, of Drummond, I'm thinking about the dairy producers, the cheese producers, and I will be elaborating on that and addressing them a little later in my remarks. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's important to mention on the issue of dairy producers that the Liberals are not offering adequate compensation. The agreement will lead to significant losses, far too significant losses for the dairy sector. As a member of Parliament who represents the riding of Drummond, with a significant number of dairy and cheese producers, I must reiterate that I cannot support an agreement that comes out short for dairy and cheese producers. And the Liberals' plan to compensate these producers isn't compensation, it's a program that's insufficient. $250 million over 5 years for dairy producers and $100 million for cheese producers. Now, no one can tell us how it's going to unfold, what conditions it will contain. Will the people of Drummond and Quebec benefit from it? Will small producers, small cheese producers benefit from it? Doubts remain. I met with several dairy and cheese producers, not just in the summer when I crisscrossed the area with the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte and Berthier-Masquinongé when we went through my riding. We covered it in its entirety, and we met with dairy producers. They were very angry with the Liberal government, not just on the issue of this agreement, but also for their lack of action when it comes to the massive import of diafiltered milk that's coming in illegally. Now, Mr. Speaker, today the Prime Minister is holding discussions with the President of the United States, and we're still facing a problem that has dragged on for over a year, this issue of diafiltered milk. The Liberal government said it would be resolving it in the first 3 months of its mandate. Well, that was a long time ago, Mr. Speaker. That's long past. And despite all of the pressure, the urging by the NDP, they're simply standing idly by and not taking action, when it could in fact be solved and resolved quite simply. The same situation at the border. Milk is milk, but diafiltered milk is not milk, and it shouldn't ever end up in cheese products. And that's why, unfortunately, the lack of action is so costly for dairy producers. Adding to that, poor agreement with Europe without compensation. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's why the situation is unacceptable. Now, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about significant additional quantities of cheese, 17,700 cheese from Europe. That's the equivalent, if you will, of everything produced currently in New Brunswick, or Nova Scotia, rather. The production by several cheese producers there. I'll read a quote from Danielle Gosselin and Suzanne Dufresne, who are the owners of the cheese shop entitled Au Gré des Champs. People don't realize that what the 17,700 tons of European cheese means is that it will have to be sold here. It's simple. It's as if 1,000 cheese producers, the same size as our shop, were to open up in Quebec. So these cheese producers are very concerned, Mr. Speaker. The mid-sized operations are very concerned, and rightly so, Mr. Speaker. They're concerned about the arrival of 17,700 tons of cheese into the market without compensation for them, without support. I had an opportunity to visit several cheese producers, Saint-Guillaume in my riding, and if you do have an opportunity to go through my riding, those cheeses are among the best. Fresh cheese in Saint-Guillaume. They're proud people, and they're producing on a daily basis. You can buy their products here as well. Le Petit Frais. It's a cheese that is delicious. There's also another cheese maker, a fresh cheese maker that's used to make poutine, Mr. Speaker, because in the region of Drummond, it's in fact where poutine was born. We also have the Poutine Festival yearly in my riding, so if you ever want to come to my riding and taste their poutine, you can please do. We also had Agropur in Notre-Dame-du-Bon Conseil. They won an award. The Casius Selection Prize or award, Mr. Speaker. So this is my region, and it needs support when it comes to dairy production, for the production of cheese. It's very important. And we can't simply have a government that abandons our dairy producers and our cheese makers, and that doesn't deal with the issue of dye-filtered milk, and which wants to add to that the problems that will stem from a free trade agreement with Europe without compensation, without an action plan that would be beneficial for our producers, our cheese producers. We have been calling for quotas, import quotas. We've heard nothing on that, Mr. Speaker. Now, I could have said a great deal about other areas and problems. The legal proceedings the government may face, but I see that my time is up. So I would simply say thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
There's no doubt that whenever you have a trade agreement, that there's always going to be the need for us to look at the different industries and how it might impact them. Let me give an example. The member across the way talks about the cheese industry. You know, in Manitoba we have Bothwell cheese. I argued the other day, the best cheese in the world. And I suspect and hope that it will continue to grow and prosper even with this particular agreement. Am I concerned? Sure, I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker. But we also have a fantastic pork industry. Our pork industry will benefit immensely, I believe, with this particular agreement. So there's always going to be areas of concern, even in the details of all agreements. But the principle, and that's really what it is that we're moving forward on, is the principle of having and promoting international trade, something in which Canada is very, very dependent on. And my question to the member across the way, would he not agree that yes, no matter what agreement, even the Ukraine agreement that we just passed the other day unanimously, Mr. Speaker, there's always going to be areas of concern related to manufacturing industries or service industries and so forth. And due diligence will ensure that all of us as individual MPs will do what we can to protect our industries.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would reply to my colleague saying that the agreement was signed by the Conservatives with the interests of Stephen Harper's Conservatives in mind. The Liberals picked it up and they tabled it, and they were ready to vote in favour of it almost overnight. We needed to take time to look at it in detail. The committee, where the member for Essex worked so hard, put forth 11 amendments. Mr. Speaker, we've got 5 years ahead of us to finalize an agreement like this, let's take the time to do things carefully. This is an extremely important agreement for the NDP. We want to have a good agreement with Europe. And we wanted to have an agreement that holds water, that will be in place for a long time, and that will be beneficial for Canadians and the people of Drummond and for the dairy and cheese producers. And we still need the issue of diafiltered milk resolved. I'm quite concerned about that. I'd like to remind the member that the honourable member, I'm sure, doesn't want me to resolve the issue of diafiltered milk, but he was addressing his comments to Winnipeg North through me.
Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. In my remarks earlier, I talked about being concerned about present businesses and present jobs, but also being interested in creating the conditions for future investment. And in that context, being concerned about jobs and businesses which don't yet exist, but which could exist under the right kinds of conditions. Protectionist barriers do not create a climate in which people want to invest, because if they make investments in Canada, they won't have access to a wider array of markets. Would the member not agree that one of the important features and advantages of the kind of trade access that Canada has been pursuing is that we encourage not just the continuation of future business, but in fact new investments in this country, exporters knowing that they have access to a great deal of the world's market, basing themselves out of Canada, access that they wouldn't have in other countries. Isn't that an important advantage of this trade deal?
The honourable member for Drummond. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize earlier for having spoken directly to you as I did. This agreement is extremely important. In Drummond, we need to develop new markets as well. We want an agreement with Europe, but a good agreement with Europe. An agreement that will respect the environment, health, workers' rights. We're not certain as to what will happen at present when it comes to action taken. People are very concerned in Drummond with shale gas, with fracking. They mobilized against fracking in my riding in that entire area, along the St. Lawrence River, for example. The Quebec government then put in place a moratorium on fracking in that region. There are very significant areas that need protecting. There's agricultural land there, and action can be taken because of bad agreements. And that's why we want a better agreement here, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to rise today to speak on the Canadian-EU Free Trade Agreement. I'd like to start off my discussion today with just recognizing the fact that today is Alberta Oil and Gas Celebration Day, and we're celebrating the 70th anniversary this year of the Leduc No. 1, which was one of the first oil wells discovered in Alberta, and the economic prosperity that has come from the oil and gas industry in Alberta since that time. I know there's big celebrations today. Members of my caucus are even speaking at the events that are happening today there as well, and so I thought I'd bring that to this House today as well. I'd like to congratulate all those that have worked very hard on the CETA deal over the last 10 years, for sure. I know that it's been a lot of hard work. It's been a member from York Simcoe has worked hard on this, a member from Abbotsford has worked hard on this, and I'd like to congratulate the current government for pushing this over the finish line. This will have significant impacts on Canada in terms of prosperity for everyone. I know that not only we've talked about a lot of the expanded market and things like that, but one of the things that I'd like to talk about a little bit is the back and forth that happens with trade agreements. My riding is a large rural riding in northern Alberta. We're mostly invested in the primary industries, logging, agriculture, oil and gas exploration, and there's a lot of spin-off that comes from that. But one of the things that we import a lot of is the equipment that we need. And I know that specifically the agriculture industry in my riding is particularly looking forward to a lot of the state-of-the-art technology that the agricultural sector in Europe has, and that we can be speedily importing into Canada. I know that there's a burgeoning hemp industry in Alberta. There's being new strains are being developed that grow well in the colder climate that we have up in northern Alberta, and there's big market opportunities with this as well in terms of the fiber that comes out of the hemp plant. In terms of erosion prevention is one of the areas that they use this for, but what we're limited in is the equipment used to plant, cultivate, and harvest this plant. So they're looking forward to bringing over equipment from the Netherlands in particular that have worked very hard on this stuff. And so I've been engaged with a number of farmers in my riding saying that they're excited about this deal. This will lower their equipment costs, which will only make the particular crop more profitable. I know that the pork industry, my home community was a pork producing powerhouse back in the early 90s. Since then, we've watched the market essentially evaporate, and there's many a white elephant pork barn in my neighborhood that's sitting empty, that hasn't been used over the last number of years. And so this has the opportunity to revive that industry and bring it back. I think that since the early 90s, we have not even been able to regain enough of the pork industry to produce our own pork, and in fact Canada imports pork now. So it would be great that if we could get a market that we could reinvigorate the pork industry and see our profits return on that particular commodity. I know that a lot of farmers, they were typically diversified. They were growing grain crops, cereal crops, and pork on the side. And if the price wasn't there in the grain crop, they fed it to their pigs and made their money through the pigs. And if the price was there for the crops, they would reduce the pork output. And so that was a great ability to diversify, and we've lost that to some degree. They've diversified now more into the different types of crops that they grow rather than diversifying between two different areas within the agriculture sector. So I know that the agriculture sector in particular is very much looking forward to not only the new market that they're going to get, but the new equipment that they'll be able to bring over and begin to use, and some of the techniques that just the interplay between Europe and Canada will be helpful in just bringing some of the techniques across. We've seen a number of the. We know that these are just the benefits for us here in Canada, but one of the other things that we should talk about is how this will benefit the EU. I know that I'm a big advocate of prosperity. I think that all people should be able to improve their station in life, and I think that free trade is the best way that we can make life better for everyone. And so one of the things, the greatest investments of the 20th century, or inventions of the 20th century, discoveries probably is the best word for that, would be our development of hydrocarbons as a form of energy. And I know that the combination of the petroleum products and farming techniques when it came to fertilizer, but specifically the tractor, revolutionized the way that we farmed, and it brought commercial scale farming into what we currently have, and that has been able for us to feed the world a couple times over now. And so we need to ensure that the products that we are able to produce can make it to those that need them. That's the biggest thing that comes with free trade is that the people that need the product that is being produced can make it to where they are. And I know that specifically in other places in the world, heating in the winter is a big priority for them, and that our natural gas that we produce here has a potential for a large market in Eastern Europe. not only is it the natural gas that we produce, but it's the technologies that we have developed in Canada over the last 100 years that have improved our agriculture, improved our hydrocarbon production, improved the way that we manage our forests and things like that. That technology can be harnessed by the Eastern European countries to get them off of dependence of natural gas from Russia. Russia currently holds 31% of the EU's oil and gas imports, and from people that I've talked to, they've said that whenever Russia is feeling slighted by Eastern European countries, they turn the natural gas off and people start to freeze. And so this is one of the things that I really feel that we'll be able to, with this agreement, bring over technology, bring over products that will make people's lives better, turn them off of dependency from Russia, and make it so that we are able to provide freedom and prosperity around the world. I think that is the number one thing. Free markets bring freedom is I guess the point that I'm trying to make here. Our natural gas and oil and gas industry has been a great source of prosperity for all of us in northern Alberta, and that comes mostly from the fact that we have a large number of people employed in it. And as I understand, there is a lot of opportunity in Europe to bring the technologies that we have in northern Alberta to the Eastern Bloc countries, specifically when it comes to the process known as hydraulic fracturing. That there's a lot of shale gas in Europe. I know that in the Netherlands, where my grandparents come from, they do a lot of hydraulic fracturing drilling there, and they've managed to make Holland to be a significant contributor to the EU natural gas game. And so if we can bring that technology to other places in Europe, we have a big opportunity in terms of companies that operate here in Canada exporting not only their products but their technology, their manpower, that kind of thing to that country. I want to shift a little bit onto some of the things that have been brought up here today. Particularly, I'd like to talk about the investor state legality issue that the members of the NDP have brought up. This to me seems fairly straightforward in the fact that investors want stability. They want to know that if they're going to invest in a country, whatever it might be, that the laws of the land aren't going to change tomorrow and their entire investment dry up. For example, in my riding, I have a gentleman who came over from the UK in the early 70s, and he built a nail factory in southern Alberta. And he has been an advocate now ever since. He worked really hard to develop this nail factory. He produced nail. He's seen all the wooden houses that we have in northern Alberta and figured that there must be a large market for that, but then was forced to compete with companies from the eastern Canada, and they were given subsidy on the transportation of their nails, which he was not given. And so he was said, just make it a level playing field, allow me to compete, and I will be able to sell my product here in Alberta as well. He has gone on since. He ran that nail factory for a number of years, and then he retired from that. And he's gone on since to become an advocate for free markets and free enterprise. And so I meet with him from time to time in my riding office. But he was initially concerned about this investor state legal framework that he had heard about in the CETA agreement. And I said, this would be the same as if you built a nail factory in a new country. You'd gone over there and you said, hey, I have an expertise in developing and building nails. And they came and they said, the day that you opened your nail factory, you just invested $1 million in building your nail factory. And they came and said, oh, but by the way, we outlaw making nails. I know this is a little facetious, but I said, then you would be able to go to that government and say, well, seeing as you just outlawed making nails and I just spent millions of dollars building my nail factory, could you please reimburse me for my expense of building this nail factory in your country? And that's essentially what this piece of the the deal means, is that if you make an investment in that country based on the current laws of the land, then the law changes and now your complete business model fails because of the law change. You can therefore then sue the government. And the NDP, my colleague from the NDP has mentioned this a number of times, but he seems to only think of it in terms of an investment that's coming here to Canada, which I would say is a positive thing. If people are willing to invest in Canada, it's because they see Canada as a place where they can come and make money. It's a place where they see that the money that they invest isn't going to disappear. They see the security of our country. They see the stability of our country. They say, hey, this is a good place to invest. But it also, for us here in Canada, when we go and invest in other countries to make money there and bring the money that we make back home, that gives us the stability as well. We can say, hey, we intended to build this nail factory in Ukraine, and now they've changed the law to outlaw us building of nails. At least we can get our investment back and invest in a different country or bring that investment back home. So that's, I think, is a very important part of this. I find that it's just an interesting place to be with my NDP colleague there talking about this in particular, the free trade. It seems that they're always advocating for open borders when it comes to people, and yet never advocating for open borders when it comes to things. And so I know that there's always a little bit of a minutia about around these things. There's always a little bit of everyone wants free trade, but not total free trade, and everyone wants open borders, but not total open borders. So I expect them to respond to this and maybe clarify some of those things for sure. Our cereal crops in northern Alberta, I had the canola growers in my office a while back there, and I was bragging to them that I thought that my riding was the largest canola producing riding in in all of Canada. They wouldn't confirm that to me, but they did say that the largest canola producing riding in all of Canada wasn't in northern Alberta. So that's one of 3 ridings, I suppose, mine being one of them. So I'll take it. I think that I am, but they wouldn't confirm it for me. But I know that canola, the plant itself, that is a Canadian, the name says it, the can part of the canola is the Canadian invention, essentially, and it's something that we now export around the world. And this new CETA agreement will give us a very new market for this, and we'll be very excited to see where all that goes. When it comes to exporting our products to other parts of the world, it's incredible to see some of the basic products that we export around the world, and then to see what is done with them. That one of the big advantages of new markets is that you get fresh eyes on a product, new ideas that come with it. And a lot of times we see a product that has been used in one particular way for a very long time enters a new market and gets used in completely new methods that we've never seen before. And so I'm really excited to see the interplay between the European Union and Canada and what kind of new things can come out of that. That's, I think, probably one of the big areas where we'll see job growth and innovation is some of the new things that come out of this new free trade agreement. So another area that our NDP colleagues here have repeatedly addressed is the fact that they figure that the medication costs will go up significantly if we enter into a free trade deal with CETA. However, we have people on record in this country saying that the opposite is perhaps the truth. Phil Upshall, the executive director from the Mood Disorder Society, applauds the trade deal of CETA, saying CETA will ensure continued innovation in medicines and improve the health of all Canadians, including those with mental illness. So that's, again, a little bit of a example of the new ideas that I'm quite excited about that would come with our relationship with the EU. When we have an ease of transporting people and things across borders, we also get an intermixing of ideas, and that allows us to look at things in new ways, get new perspectives on things, and come up with new solutions or the solutions for some of the greatest problems in the world. I hope that one of the greatest things that could come out of the CETA deal would be for us to solve cancer, cure cancer. That would be an amazing thing, and to have the interplay between. I know that the EU, some of the countries in the EU are cutting edge when it comes to medical research, and I know that right in our own province of Alberta, the U of A is world renowned when it comes to its research into health research, and so the interplay that could happen between the EU and Canada is something that I'm really looking forward to. In my last few minutes here, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk just a little bit about the vision going forward. I know that trade deals take a long time, and that I know that speaking with the member from York Simcoe, that he when he was the trade minister, he already initiated some of the talks that started the CETA free trade agreement, but now, and also the TPP and things like that. But now we've seen that there's been some fairly significant movement on the CETA issue. We're still looking forward to signing and ratification of the TPP, but we're just wondering what, I guess, is in what's the next moves? Are we continuing to move forward with plans to set up free trade agreements with other countries around the world? I know that Japan is part of the TPP, but it would be interesting to see if we have to strike out on a separate deal with them as well. Israel, for example, would be a great country. I know that the innovation and the technology that comes out of that country would be a great country to have an agreement with. Are we moving on that? That's a big question that I have. I know that India is one of the fastest growing economies in the world, and they would stand to benefit greatly from some of the technologies that we have here. And so I'm wondering if that's the direction that we're going. I know that that it's a lot of hard work, and it's something that is not for the faint of heart, but I do wish to persuade the government, I guess, to some degree, to show us that they're advocating for these things, to be working hard on them, and to ensure that we get the next generation of free trade deals in the hopper, so to speak, because we do know how much work and how much time that they take to make happen. Mr. Speaker, it's been my pleasure to stand up and speak today about the CETA free trade deal. I want to just affirm once more that I think that free trade has the opportunity to solve a lot of the problems in the world. We can export. With free trade comes freedom, and hopefully through free trade deals we can solve some of the greatest problems that we as humanity face. And I see that that is the big opportunity that we have standing before us. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pick up on the member's point in regards to, what other kind of deals might be out and about potentially. And, the Prime Minister has talked about Canada's diversity. Canada's diversity being one of our greatest strengths, if not possibly even the greatest strength that we have. The member made reference to India. Whether it's a reflection from within this chamber or Canadians as a whole, we know that there's a very strong link between the two countries of India and Canada, in good part because of how we're enriched with the Indo-Canadian community. I could say the same thing in regards to the Philippines. The Philippines is a beautiful country. It's our #1 source of immigrants that are coming to Canada, and I think there are opportunities. I had the opportunity to actually visit the Philippines back in January, and had the opportunity to talk about issues such as trade. I think that there's a lot of thoughts and ideas that are out there. We have a very diverse country, and the opportunities are there, but sometimes it takes time to be able to develop those ideas and move them forward. Many of the agreements, such as the Korean Agreement and so forth, were started actually under previous administrations, just like the CETA was started under a previous administration. It takes time to get these things together, and I'm wondering if the member could maybe just talk about the benefits of Canada's diversity and how our diversity enables us, more so than many other countries, to be able to get the type of agreements that will lead to trade, in which all Canadians benefit by.
Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Probably more than anything, I would just confirm that's exactly the case. I come from Dutch heritage, and I know that whether or not we had a free trade agreement with the Netherlands, we did a lot of trade just back because it was kind of like back home kind of thing. I'm second generation Canadian, but it was still we still had a lot of connections back to the Netherlands, and therefore trade was just easy because the culture was the same. We liked the same kind of foods, and we typically even wanted to have some of the classic foods back. I'll mention one of them is the salty candy that the Dutch like. Some we call them droppies. Most Canadians think it's awful, but for some reason us Dutch people, we really like them. And so there was a small industry all on its own just importing the Dutch candy for here to Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Peace River Westlock. I recognize his efforts to draw an analogy for why investor-state agreements are useful. He only criticized the NDP for their opposition. I guarantee to the Honourable Member that I oppose investor-state agreements more. I've never voted for them at all, and unfortunately my colleagues in the NDP caucus have done so, so you should take that with a grain of salt. My concern is clearly this. Your nail factory analogy would be clear if it was this, that you open a nail factory and then the government in the country in which you've built your factory change their minimum wage standards. Nothing to do with your factory, not discriminatory, but in a democratic society, they change the standards for wages, or they change the requirements for a company to pick up its own waste. That is enough under the dispute history of investor-state agreements for a foreign corporation to have rights to bring an arbitration suit against the government. It's not a right that a domestic corporation would have. It's exclusively for foreign governments, and the litany of cases that are quite like this are not in any way categorized by discriminating against a foreign investor or being reckless or discriminatory. They are normal decisions of public policy that foreign corporations will have a right to seek arbitration relief in the tens and hundreds of millions of dollars.
The Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this sounds like a problem of having too many lawyers hanging around looking for something to do. I will state on the record that I'm not a lawyer. I'm an automotive mechanic. So, from my perspective, my analogy of I guess it's probably more complicated than I initially anticipated. But I would say that I still stand by the fact that I guess to her analogy there of the changing rates for minimum wage, for example. First of all, I would just say that I would like the free market to set the wage rates, and therefore you would have, if the government wasn't interfering with the wage rates, you would see free trade, and you would see wages being reflected differently in different countries. But I would like to see that the wages of everybody go up, and if there was a capability of making more money using an area where the labor rate was cheaper, you would see more companies move there. The investment in that country would typically go up. Then the wage would come up, and that wage advantage would disappear in that particular country, then to move on. And so I guess there's some give and take on that, but I think she and I would probably agree on is that when we have free trade agreements with other countries, we would like to see the labor standards and the environmental standards to be the same as ours, so that we'd be on a level playing field. I think that she would agree with me on that for sure. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated listening to the speech from my colleague from Peace River Westlock. During part of his speech, he was sort of raising some of the current concerns that we in the NDP have about the cost of pharmaceutical drugs. And I think I should explain to him why we have that position. The increased patent protections granted to brand name pharmaceuticals are going to go way beyond Canada's existing obligations. And, you know, we have evidence of this from the Canadian Generic Pharmaceutical Association. They conducted a study, and they showed that If adopted, the proposals would delay the introduction of new generic medicines in Canada by an average of 3.5 years. The cost to pharmaceutical payers of this delay was estimated at $2.8 billion annually based on generic prices in 2010. So my question to the member is, if he disagrees with that particular statement, and may I remind him, this is coming from the Canadian Generic Pharmaceutical Association, which do know that they do know their stuff. If he disagrees with that particular statement, can he offer evidence to the contrary? Thank you.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't necessarily disagree or agree with that statement. If they are making it, that's fine. My basic assumption that comes from free trade agreements is that we would probably increase the options available. And so if it takes longer to get the generic drug, that's probably totally the case. But if we have an integration between the two areas of trade, if Canada and the EU, we may increase the options for different kinds of drugs that are not necessarily available in Canada right now, but may be available after the free trade agreement comes into force. You may not even have to use the particular drug that he's talking about before, and now you have a different one. The other thing that comes into play, and I mentioned this on and on, is that the interplay between people, ideas, and things that'll happen between our markets as we go to more and more free trade is that we may actually find solutions to the problems that these drugs are trying to solve at the same time. So we may have to make this particular drug obsolete and go on to a new one just because of the interplay between the people, things, and ideas. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we have time for a very brief question. Emphasis on brief. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I regret to advise you brevity isn't my strong suit, but I'll do my best. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member, I think, made a very good point about the kinds of problems that we can solve if we work together across international lines. And free trade creates opportunities for interstate commerce, which actually can move human society forward in ways that are much outside of just creating jobs, that could actually solve real problems that play off strengths and technologies that may exist in different places. So I wonder if my friend can just comment on and elaborate that the opportunities that could come from cooperation between Canada and Europe.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'll go straight to the one example that I was giving during my speech, and that was the production of the hemp plant and the fiber that comes with it. I know that this market has been significantly developed in the EU, and they have a real demand for the basic product, the hemp plant itself. We have the opportunity, specifically in northern Alberta, I can't speak for the rest of the country, but I know that in northern Alberta we have available land. We have farmers that are looking for a new product in order to increase their profitability. And so here's a huge opportunity of an interplay. We can get the equipment and the plants grown here and have the raw product shipped over there where they need more of it for their current production facilities. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte. Mr. Speaker, it's my privilege to speak on behalf of the residents of Kitchener-Conestoga on such an important piece of legislation that will have a huge impact on our local economy as well as on our entire Canadian economy. Bill C-30, an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union and its member states, better known as CETA, is a landmark agreement. This landmark agreement is a result of years of hard work, especially by our world-class trade negotiators who did most of the heavy lifting. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to acknowledge the incredible hard work of my colleagues, the member for Abbotsford, the former Trade Minister, and also the member for Battleford, Lloyd Minster, our former Agriculture Minister, who did a lot of work to ensure that this free trade agreement would in fact be put into place and benefit so many sectors in our society, not the least of which is the agricultural sector, which is largely represented in the riding of Kitchener-Conestoga. We welcome the opportunity in bringing the deal into force. With 28 member states, the EU represents 500 million people and annual economic activity of almost $20 trillion. The EU is the world's largest economy. It is also the world's largest importer of market for goods. The EU's annual imports alone are worth more than Canada's GDP. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have always been the party of free trade, and we will continue to be the party that stands up for free trade because we know that with free trade comes higher quality competition and cooperation amongst countries for shares of economic prosperity. Between 2006 and 2015, under the leadership of Stephen Harper, our exceptional ministers of international trade, the previous government was instrumental in not only negotiating CETA, but many other free trade agreements globally. For example, our government brought negotiated free trade and saw the agreements come into force with Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, Switzerland, Peru, Colombia, Jordan, Panama, Honduras, and South Korea. Today in Canada, 1 in 5 Canadian jobs is linked to trade. In strengthening Canada's trade relations, we support these existing jobs as well as support job creation and economic growth. Mr. Speaker, we know that free flow of goods and service creates jobs and economic growth for all Canadians, and that is why I am proud to be part of a government that has always championed free trade globally. It's because of all this that I was very disappointed that the Trans-Pacific Partnership seems to be in jeopardy, as I truly believe that it too could have unleashed great economic prosperity within each country that was involved in its negotiations. However, I will be supporting this piece of legislation and expect this House to be unanimous as it stands to benefit the constituents of every single one of our ridings. However, Mr. Speaker, based on comments from many of my NDP colleagues, it looks like, again, they will vote against jobs and more opportunity for their constituents. Mr. Speaker, a joint Canada-EU study that supported the launch of negotiations concluded that a trade agreement with the EU could bring a 20% boost in bilateral trade and a $12 billion annual increase to Canada's economy, the economic equivalent of adding $1,000 to the average Canadian family's income, or almost 80,000 new jobs to the Canadian economy. Mr. Speaker, this trade agreement is about job creation for Canadians. These increases will be made possible because when CETA comes into force, nearly 100% of all EU tariff lines on non-agricultural products will be duty-free, along with close to 94% of all EU tariff products in lines of agricultural products. Mr. Speaker, this is especially important for our beef and pork and our grain and oilseeds producers. These sectors will benefit greatly from the implementation of CETA. Canadian service suppliers will also have the best market access the EU has ever granted to its other free trade agreement partners. Why is this so substantial? Because this service industry employs more than 13 million Canadians and accounts for 70% of Canada's total GDP. The Canada-EU trade agreement also gives Canadian suppliers of goods and services secure, preferential access to the world's largest procurement market. The EU's $3.3 trillion government procurement market will provide them with significant new export opportunities. The agreement expands and secures opportunities for Canadian firms to supply their goods and services to the EU's 28 member states and thousands of regional and municipal government entities. Mr. Speaker, in the Waterloo region, we have a well-known high-tech sector as well as advanced manufacturing. These companies stand to gain access to a huge market share in the EU. Companies like Ontario Drive-In Gear, which manufactures the all-terrain vehicle Argo and also manufactures high-quality gear products. Companies like Myovision, ClearPath Robotics, Olympia, which manufactures ice-clearing machines similar to the Zamboni, but much better than the Zamboni, Mr. Speaker. Plus many of other startups that are coming out of the Waterloo region, Mr. Speaker. I also spoke earlier about the benefit to the agriculture sector in my riding, beef, pork, grain, and oilseeds. But, Mr. Speaker, if you would allow me for a moment to highlight an award-winning dairy farm in my riding, producing what is clearly the greatest cheese in all of Canada. Of course, I'm talking about Mountain Oak cheese. I would urge all my colleagues, specifically those from southwestern Ontario, if you haven't visited Mountain Oak cheese, it's an absolute must, especially for cheese lovers. And Mr. Speaker, Mountain Oak cheese is the recipient of several awards, a few recent ones being first place for the three-year-old cheese in the hard cheese class, first place for their Farmstead Mild in the semi-firm cheese class, and at the 2016 cheese competition at the Royal, their gold was first for the interior ripened Edam, Gouda, Asiago category, and the Grand Champion Variety Cheese Reserve.
That's good enough.
Mountain Oak has become so well known that even Rick Mercer, Mr. Speaker, has recently visited to help them make some cheese. I share this because it's businesses like these that will greatly benefit from the lower tariffs found in CETA, specifically pertaining to specialty cheeses. They will be able to bring their award-winning cheese to the EU and make us in Kitchener-Conestoga even more proud than we already are. Mr. Speaker, I remember when we signed this free trade agreement, the dairy industry had big concerns about the 3% import of cheese into the Canadian market. And Mr. Speaker, because I knew about Mountain Oak cheese and other high-quality cheese producers in Canada, I was convinced from the very beginning that if Canadian cheese producers were given the access to European markets, they had nothing to fear in terms of imports. In fact, by expanding their ability to ship into the European market, they would actually expand their ability to produce more and better quality cheese. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, and keeping the dairy industry in mind, I would like to discuss the promises that our previous government had made to this sector in order to help them with the transition into this new free trade agreement. I would also expect a Liberal government would honour the commitments made to the vital sectors of our economy, namely the supply-managed dairy, as well as commitments made to the province of Newfoundland and Labrador in terms of the CETA Fisheries Investment Fund. Last week, Mr. Speaker, I rose in the House and I asked the Minister of Trade whether or not he would make the commitment to maintaining these assurances specifically to the dairy industry, as I had met with the dairy industry just the day prior. And unfortunately, when I asked the Minister of Trade this question, I was not given a straight answer. Mr. Speaker, if this government were to withdraw or to minimize the measures that our government made to the dairy industry and to other supply-managed sectors, in my opinion, they would be pulling the rug out from under these industries that have been relying on these promises in order to make the transition. Mr. Speaker, as CETA approaches its final implementation, our party will continue to hold the Liberal government to account and ensure that Canadians will reap the rewards of free trade. Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support this trade agreement because it is in the interest of every single Canadian and it's the interest of creating new jobs and opportunities for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the many words from the member opposite. As he knows, that this has in fact been an agreement in the making for a number of years. And in fact, I've earlier made reference to the many individuals involved in putting this together. Some of the finest negotiators in the world, I would ultimately argue, work for global affairs. And we're very privileged to have that kind of capability and ability to be able to get the deals done that are so very important to Canada. My question to the member is related to the Canada-European trade deal compared to Ukraine agreement. And I'm wondering if the member, like we have, the New Democrats, for example, are voting in favour of Ukraine. They're voting against this particular agreement. The Conservatives and Liberals are voting both in favour, obviously, in both agreements. And does the member differentiate anything of significance between the two agreements? Beyond stating the obvious in terms of that very special relationship that we have with Ukraine and its that sense of pride in terms of just getting that one signed off, which was done, I believe, last Friday. But if he has any other thoughts in regards to the two agreements that we've been dealing with the last little while.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I have to right up front say, Mr. Speaker, I do not consider myself an expert on the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. I haven't studied in preparation for this particular debate today. But, Mr. Speaker, let me highlight again how important it is that we follow through with our commitments on the Canada-Europe Free Trade Agreement because of the economic benefits that it will bring to virtually every sector of our society. I mentioned the service industry, service sector, agriculture sector, high-tech sector. There's so many sectors that will benefit from this free trade agreement, and if we fail on this, Mr. Speaker, we are going to deny access to a huge market that is actually eager to receive the high-quality Canadian goods that we produce and manufacture here in Canada.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask the member a question I asked earlier, simply because I think his colleague might have misinterpreted what I was asking, and that is around the fact that when we finish negotiations for this treaty, happened concurrently with the Brexit vote in Great Britain, in the UK, and in negotiating this treaty with the European Union, we obviously gave some concessions to the fact that we have a huge trading going on with the European Union, but almost half of that is with Britain. And I'm just wondering what he feels about giving up concessions in this treaty, which now we may not get the benefits of because Britain is not part of this treaty. I know we can do another treaty with UK, but we obviously need some assurances that this won't be a negative consequence.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important in terms of what the uncertainty is surrounding Brexit and those particular issues that I do not, as a member of Parliament, speculate as to what the outcome of not having Brexit as part of the EU Free Trade Agreement. I am still convinced, Mr. Speaker, that the advantages of the Free Trade Agreement with the EU, even without Britain being part of it, is going to be a major advantage to all Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga for an excellent speech and really talk about Canada's place in the world. I was wondering if you could comment on the whole concept of competitiveness. We have a Liberal government now that with this bill, this trade agreement, they almost blew it. But they've put in policies such as raising taxes, a new carbon tax, things along these lines. So why are free trade agreements like this so important right now when we're looking at global competitiveness? And if you could mention, the uniqueness now that Canada, with the North American Free Trade Agreement, we have access to all of North America. We'll be the only country in the world actually that has access to North America plus the European Union and the potential of Asia if that moves forward. Could he talk about the importance to our competitiveness in that regard?
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad my colleague raised this question. I actually hadn't given it thought in terms of my particular comments. But if we look at the current situation in terms of our relationship with the U.S., I think all of us in this House would agree that if there was ever a point where it's important that we signed more free trade agreements with more countries and diversified our ability to trade, it's at this point when we may be under threat for not having the same access to the U.S. market that we have. But, Mr. Speaker, when you add to that the possibility of higher taxes in Canada, which will definitely be the companies who are looking to invest in Canada, if they suddenly have a tax advantage in a neighboring country, you can see that the business decision there will definitely be in favor of the country with lower taxes. So it's important that Canada's business taxes stay low, that we do not add a carbon tax in total contrast to our neighbours to the south. This will further damage our Canadian economy, for sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly an honour to rise again and to speak regarding the free trade agreement with Europe that has taken many, many years to negotiate. And was done when many of us actually weren't here. And I was one of those new MPs last year. While I haven't been part of the process to secure this deal, I certainly congratulate both the previous government and the current government on the work that they've been doing. I don't think Canadians are sitting at home wanting us to pat ourselves on the back, but I think it's certainly needs to be recognized that there was significant work done on both sides of the House, and this is perhaps an example where we can identify parties running in the same direction and certainly putting the Canadian interests ahead of any political ones. Mr. Speaker, you'll know Barry Welding because you're just up the highway from them, and certainly a great company that does a lot of business in Europe. And when I originally went and spoke to them about the Canada-Europe Free Trade Agreement, about CETA, one of the things that came back was, in the conversation, was that they weren't actually looking for any government handouts. They weren't looking for the government to somehow prop up the business that they were doing. What they were looking for is a good trade environment, a strong trade environment, which CETA certainly works towards, and stability in the marketplace. Meaning that they didn't want to see tax changes that would put them at a disadvantage with their competitors either inside or outside of the country. And they wanted a good, stable place to do business to ensure that their investment is made on good information, and they will be able to reap the reward of that investment. And the reward for our municipality, for Simcoe County as well, is that you have a strong employer with many, many, many employees. In fact, they are in the 600 persons employed. So when I look at trade overall, it's certainly a huge issue for the Canadian economy going forward. And diversification of our trade agenda was something that the previous government worked on with over 40 agreements signed. And this one in particular, we have now access to a market of 500 million people, $20 trillion a year in economic activity. This is a huge deal for the Canadian government. It is a huge deal for the Canadian public. And it's very, very timely considering everything that's going on in the world. And diversification is something that perhaps has never been so paramount for the Canadian economy when considering what we're doing with the U.S. I mean, we can't be too reliant on the U.S. Traditionally, our strongest trading partner continues to be. But let's just imagine for a second that we had a president that wanted to tackle trade with Canada, and there's a potential that we're going to see a reduction in that trade. This is certainly highlighting the opportunity with Europe, as well as the idea that we need to follow through, we need to diversify and reduce our reliance upon our American counterparts south of the border. And when we look at the deal that was negotiated under the previous government, there was, many, many, many tenets to this deal. It's a huge trade deal, but there was a couple of items that stood out. I know for the people of Barrie, Springwater, Ormondonte, and one of the unique things about the riding I represent is that we have both agriculture, a large rural area, as well as an inner city. And the previous speaker and I share that in common. So this was a trade agreement that had a wide-ranging effect on our economy, because you have both supply-managed farmers, and on the other side you have great big manufacturers. And about 15 minutes away from Barrie, Springwater, Ormondonte is a Honda plant that employs thousands. Its plant doesn't really describe what it is. It's more of a complex. And this is certainly one of the local manufacturers that was seeing a positive return from the CETA agreement. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when I look at the supply-managed farmers, there was a decision regarding 17,000 tons of cheese and potential compensation available for those individual farms based on the loss of quota, etc. And that was something that was committed to by the previous government. It was including both CETA and the potential for TPP negotiations, which are certainly up in the air at this point. But it was something that had been communicated to both this Parliament as well as to the agricultural sector. And unfortunately, one of the things that this government has not done is clearly articulate what their intentions are with regards to this piece of the trade agreement. We certainly don't want to see the government trading away supply management without the proper compensation put in place, as this is, after all, a government program, and it is the government which has created this artificial value to the quota itself. And what that does is it's bred some uncertainty into the sector, into the agricultural sector with regards to milk, cheese, etc. And just as it was in the manufacturing sector, in the agricultural sector, they're looking for certainty and stability. They want to know what the cost of doing business is going to be, and certainly want to know what the return on investment is in terms of a best case prediction and business plan going forward. Now, I fast forward to Honda, and on March, I believe 15th of 2015, it might have been a little later in the month, there was an announcement made by then Prime Minister Stephen Harper and the Canadian CEO of Honda Canada at the Honda plant in Alliston, which stated that there would be 40,000 vehicles, Honda CR-Vs, that would be manufactured in that plant. There was going to be some retrofitting going on within the facility to allow for Honda to create vehicles that would be used in Europe. Those 40,000 vehicles are no longer going to be built there. This was going to spur a $100 million investment by Honda Canada in the facility. And now we understand from Honda that that's no longer applicable, and they're not going to be able to produce those vehicles there. And it comes back to that whole idea of stability and what's going on in the marketplace. Since the original CETA decision was made by the previous government, we've seen some things change. And it's clearly having an effect on Canadian jobs. It's having an effect on Canadian investment within manufacturing. And the result is there will no longer be 40,000 vehicles built at Honda in Alliston and sent across to Europe, meaning that we are actually losing out on opportunity, we're losing out on jobs, and we're losing out on investment in Canadian manufacturing. You see, what's changed is this. Previously, we had a government that was saying they were going to reduce small business taxes, and in fact, today's government actually agreed with them. They said, we will also reduce small business taxes, yet they failed to follow through on that. We have a government today that's increasing taxes through a carbon tax. $50 per ton of carbon is now going to be a new tax going forward, being phased in from 2018 to 22. And that is having, obviously, a detrimental effect on the manufacturing sector. And the third piece was the cost of labor. We've seen the payroll taxes that are coming down the line. Obviously, this started with ORPP in Ontario and morphed into a CPP plan nationally, and this is having a detrimental effect, a very bad effect, on the job market. And the results that we've seen, both across the country and in Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte, is that there's less investment, is that there's actually less jobs being created, and therefore there's more jobs being sent overseas. 53,000 last year alone. You see, trade is not the only component to a strong economy. We want to certainly open up with open arms to trade agreements with jurisdictions that we see a strong business case for, but we can't kill our competitiveness at the same time. And what this government is doing through these increased taxes is killing our competitiveness while opening up with these new trade agreements. So we would ask that they ensure that all of our policies going forward, they change on the tax side, make Canada competitive again, and certainly we will support follow through on CETA. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to thank my colleague for that speech. And I'm happy to see that he's focusing on job creation, because that is something that has been very important to this government. In fact, we've made record-breaking investment in infrastructure, and that's just one example of the many things that this government has done in order to create jobs. And so, and these investments are something that the opposition has voted against. They're not in favour of these massive investments in infrastructure in order to create jobs. So, and he talked a lot about job creation, but he did a lot of criticizing. He didn't talk specifically about what CETA is going to do for job creation. So I would like to ask the member how he thinks that this agreement is actually going to create jobs in this country.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromadonte.
Well, Mr. Speaker, certainly I would like to thank the member for the question. You talk about record investments in infrastructure. You see, since I've got here, I came from the private sector before this. And when I was in the private sector, I didn't judge my success by how much money I spent. I judged my success by the results we achieved. And unfortunately, what this government is focusing on is how much of taxpayers' money they can take out of government coffers, they can spend out there, and not the jobs that are being created on the other side. That's why we have 53,000 less manufacturing jobs this year. That's why we have 29,000 less people working in natural resources this year. That's why we have 19,000 less people working in agriculture this year. So I would ask the government to focus on results and not just money.
Questions and comments? Question and comment. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. One of the items that we discussed earlier is, you know, on this side we support CETA, we support the free trade with Ukraine, and of course we also support TPP, and these are all items that we did under the last government. And there seems to be a lack of vision, a lack of will from the current government on the next steps. In industry, you're always looking down the road. Construction, you look, ironically, we call it what's in the pipeline for future business. It's not just enough to do something today. You have to be looking what's you got a year from now, 2 years from now to keep things rolling. We do not see really anything else down this pipeline, and I'm greatly concerned. I'm wondering if my colleague shares the same concern that this government has done nothing else to kickstart TPP or any other free trade agreements.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromadonte.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. And certainly what we've seen from this government when it comes to the economy is a lack of a plan overall. It actually doesn't matter whether you're talking about trade or you're talking about the Minister of Innovation and things that we would hope would come forward in a plan to create jobs in Canada. There's just no plan. There's nothing that's being tabled or put forward except for a 14-page report by an innovation committee that the minister struck. And unfortunately, we will continue to be afloat and continue to be unable to follow a course to success and prosperity in Canada unless there is an agenda and a plan put forward. And it's not just about having an agenda and a plan, it's also about executing properly. So I certainly join you in waiting for this big master plan that we heard about the entire election but haven't seen a single piece of put forward.
We have time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments? We'll go to resuming debate then. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to rise today to speak to the third reading of Bill C-30, the implementing legislation for the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union, otherwise known as CETA. Now, I know there are those in this House who are quick to dismiss the opposition to this trade agreement, but I would remind all members that this is the people's House, and these concerns deserve to have their say here in the heart of our democracy. Hear, hear. I also find it interesting that in today's debate, Liberal members of Parliament have decided to sit out and leave the heavy lifting to the NDP and the Conservatives. Perhaps they've grown tired of trying to defend this supposedly progressive trade deal. Be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand here today to provide a reasoned and principled progressive opposition to this implementation bill. Now, I want to start my speech by talking about the rushed process that this bill has gone through, and I would go back to the solemn promise that the Prime Minister made in his Open and Accountable Government publication that ministers were to treat Parliament with respect and provide the necessary information for us to do our job. And I quote from that, "Clear ministerial accountability to Parliament is fundamental to responsible government and requires that ministers provide Parliament
with the information it needs to fulfill its roles of legislating, approving the appropriation of funds, and holding the government to account. The Prime Minister expects ministers to demonstrate respect and support for the parliamentary process, end quote. Now then, we look what happened with Bill C-30. So on October the 30th of 2016, the Prime Minister signed CETA at the Leaders Summit, the Canada-EU Leaders Summit. And, the implementing legislation was basically put forward on October 31st. And this rush process violated the government's own policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, which requires the government to table a copy of the treaty along with an explanatory memorandum outlining key components of the treaty at least 21 sitting days before the legislation is presented. So just one more broken promise in a string of broken promises. And the fact that it violated its very own policy on this just shows how quickly this government forgets the principles for which it was elected for. And we are also aware that all is not well amongst the members of the European Union. We know that there have been several protests with over 100,000 people in attendance at each. In fact, a German constitutional challenge against CETA has garnered 125,000 signatures, and a recently launched referendum campaign in the Netherlands has collected over 200,000 signatures. I do not believe that this opposition can be pegged simply on a rising tide of protectionism. There are very concrete reasons why people are opposed to CETA. And what we have here is that Parliament is essentially being asked to write a blank check with this legislation, to give the government the power to go ahead with it, when we still know that each one of the 28 member states of the EU has to ratify this, and it's a process that's expected to take anywhere from 2 to 5 years. So again, the question is, why do we have this rushed process? Now, to get to the crux of our opposition to this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, now it's about the investor-state dispute, the investor court system that is part of this agreement. New Democrats support trade deals that reduce tariffs and boost exports. And if only we had a trade deal that was doing just that. But when we have components like investor-state provisions that threaten the sovereignty of our country, the ability of our country to make laws for the good of this place and its people, we believe those have no place in trade deals. And the investor court system still allows foreign investors to seek compensation from any level of government over policy decisions that they feel impact their profits. Now, earlier, Mr. Speaker, I had an exchange with the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, on the rule of law. And, I think the rule of law has 3 constituent components to it: legality, democracy, and human rights. Now, legality has to do with the fact that the bills are passed in a democratically elected House of Commons. They have a process they go through, first, second, and third reading, and royal assent, and so on. The democracy comes from the fact that the members of this House who propose laws are democratically elected and are accountable to the people. And the constitutionality comes from the fact that all laws that we make in this place are subject to the Constitution of Canada and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Now, our argument over the democratic accountability of the investor court system, I think he misinterpreted what I was trying to get at. Because I feel that when you have an investor court system that can supersede the democratically elected people's representatives, be they at the municipal level or the provincial level or at the federal level, that does not satisfy my definition of the rule of law. I think the rule of law is being superseded by a system that is profoundly undemocratic. Never mind that it was set up by an elected majority, which, by the way, got there with 39% of the vote. It's the fact that it is able to overturn or sue smaller levels of government precisely because of the way they are acting. And if I can give a perfect example for my constituents in Cowichan and Malahat Langford, we have a contaminated soil dump that is causing great grief to the local community. It's a gravel area which is now taking in contaminated soil, and the company in question is, of course, receiving money for all of the contaminated soil they're bringing in. The local government and even the provincial government have realized the error of their ways, and now there may be a process afoot where they're trying to reverse that contaminated soil. If we had an agreement in place like CETA, and that if that was a foreign company operating there, they could basically sue the local government, sue the provincial government for the loss in profits for dumping contaminated soil in an area that supplies drinking water to a local community. Where in all that is logical does that make sense, Mr. Speaker? So that, for the residents of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, my home riding, that just puts it in perspective of what this could allow foreign companies to do. Now, the other thing that we in the NDP have gone over, of course, is the pharmaceutical costs. You know, I used to serve as the New Democratic Party critic and spokesperson for seniors, and I've handed that off to the member for North Island Pell River, and she's doing a great job on that. But we have testimony from, you know, the Canadian Generic Pharmaceutical Association. I would argue an association that is an expert on this subject, and they had a study that was prepared for them, showed that you know, if adopted, the proposals in this agreement would delay the introduction of new generic medicines in Canada by an average of 3.5 years. And the cost to pharmaceutical payers of this delay was estimated at a cost of $2.8 billion annually based on generic prices in 2010. I feel that, you know, I've been helping seniors in my local riding for many years. Before I was a member of Parliament, I worked as a constituency assistant, and I saw firsthand how seniors are struggling with the cost of living. And many of them, when it comes to the high cost of pharmaceutical drugs, either don't take their dosage or they take less than is what recommended by a doctor. This can lead to cascading health effects down the line. So why in the world would we institute a system which is going to increase the cost of pharmaceuticals when all the talk in Parliament these days, a lot of pressure is how do we institute a national system, a national pharmacare system to bring these costs down? So it seems to be at odds. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we know that from our conversations with small businesses, the small businesses in my riding, we know they want more consistency, we know they want fewer regulations, standards that are simple to comply with, simple border processes, less paperwork, and lower costs. So if we had a trade deal that was actually just about trade, about making sure those tariffs were being lowered and the free movement of goods, we can deal with that. But this implementing legislation contains a laundry list of acts of Parliament and regulations that are going to have to be changed. It's a 140-page bill, and it goes way beyond trade. We believe that greater access to European markets is great for Canadian goods, but just as with the TPP, CETA is a massive trade and investment deal that makes significant changes to investor rights, intellectual property, pharmaceutical, drugs, and more. I believe that Canada must maintain its sovereignty over the ability to make policy for the good of this country and its residents, and I will stand and defend that for as long as I can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really believe that the CETA trade deal is a good thing because the Europeans, at the end of the day, are a country, or not a country, but the European Union is a group of countries which share many of the similar values that we have here in Canada. And not only that, I believe it offers the opportunity of creating more jobs and the potential for high-skilled jobs in our country. I was just wondering how the member can justify throwing away that potential for that future potential growth that we could have in the number of employment or jobs that we could have in this country.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, no one on this side is advocating that we throw that opportunity away. We're simply asking that with those key components like the cost of pharmaceuticals to our seniors, I would like to know how that meshes with his government's plan for a national pharmacare plan. And the fact that we can have this investor court system somehow challenge the laws that our local municipalities and local provincial governments make for the good of our citizens. If we were able to remove that specific provision, absolutely we'd start looking. And I agree with the member. I think trade with Europe is absolutely important. We have a common history, a common culture. A lot of us speak the same language. These are countries that we want to do business. They are democratically elected governments and so on. But because of the provisions I outlined in my speech, we have to maintain, on this side of the House, a principled opposition for those very reasons.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. Honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really want to thank my colleague from Cowichan, Malahat Langford. I'd really like to thank all of my New Democrat colleagues because we did our due diligence around this piece of legislation. And I don't think the same can be said, Mr. Speaker, for other members of this House. This is an incredibly vast piece of legislation. This is the largest trade deal that we're signing since NAFTA. And it's a false premise to say that because we have a close relationship with Europe, that there aren't concerns with this deal. Because Europeans feel there are concerns with this deal, and the likelihood of this passing through the member states, Mr. Speaker, is extremely low. So are we going to have our relationship with Europe hinge on European member states turning around and voting against an agreement that we have an opportunity to fix? It's too important to get it wrong. We should be fixing it. Now, what I'd like to say is something around the ISDS, or the investor court system, that the member brought up, and his concerns around what could happen, the implications at the municipal and provincial level. This is a provision, Mr. Speaker, that has not worked well for Canada. Chapter 11 in NAFTA sees us be the most sued country in the world. And actually, Chapter 11 in NAFTA is the first time we have this provision between two developed countries. So this hasn't always existed between two developed nations. I believe that we have a progressive court system in our country that can solve any trade issues that we bring, and I wonder if the member can speak to that and whether he feels that we should be signing trade agreements that include provisions that sign away our sovereignty.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
I would agree with my friend from Essex. Like, I have absolute confidence in our federal court system. I believe that the judiciary, the legislative branch, and the executive in our country already have a good working relationship, and I don't see the need to interrupt that. And I will always take the side of defending Canada's sovereignty and its ability to make policy for the good of local citizens. And if the Liberals and the Conservatives want to take the side of foreign corporations coming in here and having the ability to challenge our local governments, I will take that argument on any day of the week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Even on a Friday.
Resuming debate. La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question?
Yes?
Yes.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moves that Bill C-30, an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union and its member states, and to provide for certain other measures, be now read a third time and do pass.
House to adopt the motion. Nay. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members. Oh, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I request that the recorded division on the third reading of Bill C-30, the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement Implementation Act, be deferred until the expiry of the time provided for oral questions tomorrow, Tuesday, February the 14th, 2017.
Accordingly, the recorded division is deferred until tomorrow, February the 14th, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Now, do I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader perhaps rising on another point of order?
Yes, on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure if you were to canvass the House, you would see the will at this point to call it 6:30.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 6:30 p.m.? Yes? Yes? Agreed? Alors, à ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 30...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been moved and seconded. As a result, the question is the following one, that the House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to revisit a key issue that has to do with our cultural industries. The minister's consultations took place this fall, and this issue came up again and again and was raised with the minister and her staff. And on October 26th, I asked a question about ADISC, which was bleeding, hemorrhaging revenues due to streaming. And then there was also some concern about advertising that would target children on things like, and then there was the concern too about things like Google and Facebook and so on that are not paying their fair share and are literally working under the table. So my question was, would the minister stand up for the system that she's responsible for? She described the system as an ecosystem, and I was asking that people from finance make sure that those major players in this industry pay their fair share, like Facebook, Google, and Netflix. And I was told that not to worry, that the government would assume leadership and do what was necessary. But after that, the minister was quite evasive on the issue of sales tax, among other things. And when it comes to taxation, the GST and the harmonized sales tax and so on, these are the taxes, the consumer taxes, consumption taxes, and this is a key issue. So it's quite unfair, totally unfair, that some companies don't have to collect the GST or the HST, and they don't even have to report their sales volume in Canada. It's freeloading, essentially, virtually. And it's hard for the consumer who gets their bill from the Apple Store, or iTunes. The consumer sees that they haven't paid any GST when they download a song, but they may have to pay it if they make the purchase through certain apps. And when you ask officials that are responsible for the excise tax, they explain this discrepancy by saying that iTunes or the Apple Store is acting as an aggregator. If they were in Canada, their sales would be subject to tax. And that seems completely unreasonable to me. It's getting around the spirit of the Act to actually make the situation disadvantageous to domestic companies. And if you wanted to try to compete against somebody like Netflix, you'd find that, just to throw an example out, if there were 10 million Netflix subscribers in Canada, I just made that up, 10 million, paying about $100 a year, that's still $1 billion. And if you apply sales tax to that, that's a lot of money. These are huge corporate revenues we're talking about, and those revenues should certainly be subject to tax if they're to be players in our system. So I'm just wondering if the minister has had any news from the finance minister on this issue. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Longueuil Saint-Hubert for raising this issue. Our government recognises the value of arts and culture to Canada's society and economy, and we know that we are living in exciting transformational times. Rapid technological advances and changing consumer behaviour are creating both challenges and opportunities. C'est pourquoi le gouvernement a
That's why the government has consulted Canadians to make sure that the cultural toolkit is adapted to today's digital era, and so that we can successfully surmount the challenges stemming from the discovery and operation or exploitation of Canadian content in a digital world.
Canadian creators have the tools necessary to thrive in the digital world. La consultation nous aidera.
Consultation will help us adapt our cultural policies to the realities of today's digital world.
The way forward is not in attempting to regulate content on the internet. Our focus should be on how to best support Canada's creators and cultural entrepreneurs in creating great content and in competing globally for both Canadian and international audiences. Grabbing a bigger piece of the global pie is critical to building a strong and viable creative sector.
In the course of our consultations, we heard from people in Vancouver, Halifax, Toronto, Iqaluit, Edmonton, and Montreal. These discussions also involved representatives of various segments of the creative sector. ADISC was one of those representatives. They took part in the activity in Montreal on October 28, 2016.
And groups were encouraged to submit their ideas to the consultation web portal. ADISQ took advantage of this opportunity to submit a paper which is publicly available on our web portal. The information and data received from both the online consultations and in-person events is being analyzed and will be presented in a public report. This information will help inform the government's approach to continue to support the sector. By directly consulting Canadians, the Government of Canada will be able to determine how best to support Canada's creators and cultural entrepreneurs in the new digital environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, a member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. What a disappointment. How disappointing. I was trying to give the minister the benefit of the doubt, but I really can't believe that that's the briefing the department gave the parliamentary secretary. It's so disappointing. It's like a postcard that was written 3 months ago. Consultation isn't rocket science. There's no tax on these other companies, and Canadian companies are paying taxes. It's unfair. It's clear. Was there any answer? This is my question. Was there any answer from the finance people? I'm extremely disappointed with this kind of answer. What's going on? Somebody's not doing their job. It's not complicated. It's actually quite straightforward, quite clear-cut. Most people, when they were told that this is what's happening with sales tax not being charged on these purchases, that's heretical. It's unfair to Canadian and Quebec producers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Quel dommage, Monsieur le Président.
What a shame, Mr. Speaker. What do we mean by strengthening creation, discovery, and the exportation of Canadian content in a digital world? It means that we want to give creators and cultural industries in Canada the means to flourish and contribute fully to Canada's economy.
It means creating pathways to market so creators can share compelling and engaging stories that positively shape an inclusive and open Canada. Above all, it means valuing the social and economic contributions of our creators and cultural entrepreneurs.
It also means recognizing that creativity is at the very heart of innovation, which is the basis of a strong middle class and key to Canada's success in the 21st century. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to revisit the question I asked the Minister of Heritage October 31st of last year. That's over 3 months ago. I asked the Minister about a tax credit that was quietly brought forward by the Liberal government that will benefit talk shows. This tax credit was also to be backdated to February of 2016. In October, I asked the Minister to tell the House how much this tax credit will cost hardworking Canadian families. In response, we did not learn how much the tax credit will cost taxpayers, nor was the tax credit even acknowledged in the Minister's response. This is what brings us here tonight, Mr. Speaker.
I can't believe that we're seeing yet another measure introduced by the Liberal government that will likely cost the taxpayers substantially while benefiting very few. Meanwhile, tax credits that benefit Canadians coast to coast are being revoked. We watched as the children's fitness tax credit got revoked, the arts tax credit got revoked, and we've even seen the Liberal government cancel income splitting for families. These tax credits and measures that would benefit the average Canadian are being repurposed to finance boutique issues and the Liberal elite. As the media pointed out, the subsidy is sure to benefit a number of production companies in, of all places, the Prime Minister's hometown of Montreal. As Canadians, we should be questioning the priorities of a government that is subsidizing talk shows while running a projected $25 billion deficit, and indeed running deficits until almost every year up until 2055, according to the Department of Finance. We should be questioning why this government chose to squander a federal surplus left by the previous government, and it is raising taxes on Canadian families to finance niche markets like talk shows. And given that this government can't even follow their own ethical standards, Canadians deserve to know how much of our hard-earned tax dollars are going to fill the pockets of media elites friendly to this Liberal government. We should be looking into whose hands this money actually falls in. Is this another way to finance cash for access fundraisers concocted by the PM and his Liberal cronies? Mr. Speaker, as all of this unfolds in front of us, I worry for my children and my grandchildren, who will be saddled with this enormous debt. In the meantime, Canadians will continue to be taxed, unable to decide how to spend the money that they worked hard to earn. We also know that the Minister of Heritage is looking into a Netflix tax, and we know that the government is considering a tax on health and dental benefits. These are taxes that will hurt the middle class, the Canadians that the government claims to advocate for. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals will propose tax credits when they help their friends hosting talk shows, but will cancel them when they help ordinary, hardworking Canadian families. Can the Parliamentary Secretary tell us today, definitively, how much will this tax credit cost taxpayers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Provencher for raising this issue. One of the things that he mentioned in the course of his remarks was his belief that the government is considering a Netflix tax. We can disabuse him of that tonight again. That is absolutely not the case. Mr. Speaker, on November 1st, the Minister of Finance tabled his fall economic statement, setting a new bar for transparency. This statement included economic projections for policy actions taken since Budget 2016. This includes the regulatory change that now makes talk shows eligible for the Canada Film or Video Production Tax Credit, which dates back to 1995. The immediate value of this change is estimated in that document at $8 million in 2016-2017. Over time, this amount will increase as new productions emerge and become eligible to an estimated $33 million. Notre gouvernement est fier.
Our government is proud of supporting Canada's television and cinema industries.
Sector in 2015-16 was almost $670 million, including CBC Radio-Canada. In Budget 2016, we made important new investments in Telefilm Canada, the National Film Board, and CBC Radio-Canada. These investments will support a key economic driver in our country's cultural sector. Film and television activity in Canada generated an estimated $8.5 billion in GDP in 2015-2016.
This industry is also an important job creation vector in Canada, as it employs over 140,600 jobs, and it helps small and medium-sized enterprises throughout the country.
Showing strong growth. In 2015-16, $6.8 billion was spent on production budgets in Canada. This includes both the Canadian content productions supported by this tax credit and also foreign productions that shoot in Canada. As a labour-based tax credit, the Canadian Film or Video Production Tax Credit increases as more films and television shows are produced in Canada and more Canadian creators are employed. More film and television production is not only good for our economy today, but it also helps us to attract the international talent and investment that can position Canada as a future leader in a global economy where innovation and creativity will play an important role. There are enormous opportunities for our creative industries in an increasingly digital and global marketplace. Our government is working hard to support their current and future successes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for answering the question that I presented to the Minister, and just to reiterate that the tax will cost Canadian taxpayers $8 million and then growing to $30 million over time for talk shows. I was also very pleased to hear the Parliamentary Secretary confirm that there will not be a tax on Netflix. And I'm just wondering whether the Parliamentary Secretary would also be able to confirm that Canadians don't have to worry about their health and dental benefits being taxed as well. If he would be so kind as to confirm that, I'm sure Canadian taxpayers would love to have that assurance that they won't be burdened with another tax. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a little outside my portfolio to talk about taxation of health and dental plans, but I was here in the House, as I believe was the honourable member from Provencher, when the Prime Minister was absolutely unequivocal in his statement to that effect. That's the end of that discussion for me, and I would certainly hope and expect for him too. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.